Thank you, sir.
Yeah, were you saying that it?
No, I couldn't hear it because it was right here and it was pointed that way.
I thought it was something between like there was a signal from somewhere. That's what I was. But
No,
you're
no, no.
saying-
It physically wasn't close enough.
Oh,
Okay, the officer was told to be at first floor.
Very rare if it's over.
who are these guys?
Morning, how are you? Oh, thank you. I'll take what I can get.
Senator, you stop to it?
Sure. I think Pam's going to be great. I have the honor of introducing her, actually. I've known Pam for a long time. We served in AG world, and she's got a lot of great experience. I think she's going to restore credibility to a department that sorely needs it. You've seen the weaponization of the Justice Department over the last 4 years, the likes we've never seen in this country before. So I think the DOJ needs someone like Pam Bondi to restore trust.
Do you think
what do you
she
think the
could be
Democrats who say
independent,
that
sir?
she's not going to be an independent voice, that she would not stand up to Donald Trump? What do you think that I'm a little concerned about that?
Well, I think the orchestration of lawfare from the White House to DOJ against President Trump is all the evidence you'll ever need that the Democrats are hyper hypocritical on this point. From Jack Smith to Fonnie Willis to Alvin Bragg, this was all a coordinated attempt to put President Trump in jail for the rest of his life so Joe Biden wouldn't lose to him. And Joe Biden bowed out. President Trump won a mandate. So,
Morning, Fitz.
we'll see what the questions are. I
This is
anticipate
a nomination for Attorney General.
So you don't expect any
Pam Bondi.
retribution on her part or the part of the president-elect?
Well, I think there ought to be accountability. We'll see what she says. I think there ought to be accountability. This country is not a banana
Interested to
republic.
see who's
It doesn't,
going to be in charge of
American
evaluating
people don't deserve to have
FBI,
one of the most
DOJ,
powerful people in government
Attorney General.
going after their political enemies like you see in some
relevant.
third world banana republic. That's exactly what was happening. These were trumped up charges to put President Trump in jail. So there ought to be accountability, and I think Pam is the right person for the job.
So you
Any
think
other-
They all
she
expired. Like I said, every single person
got
who
mute
was
'cause I've got
involved in
the,
this lawfare should be
washing
fired
machine on and
immediately.
it's noisy.
but not prosecuted?
Well, there ought to probably be investigations
see if
of how
it's-
coordinated this was. We'll find out. I mean,
Got his,
you
got
got
the
the
kickback
number
from
two
your
person
last video,
in Atlanta
yeah.
visiting with the White House counsel about what?
Why is Pav
That's a
getting
state
angry all of a
case. What
sudden?
was that person doing in the White House? What was, Colangelo,
It looks like a
leads
mess.
the
A
number
mess.
3 person at DOJ, goes to New York. A state case. I think the American people deserve answers, and so we'll see where it goes.
So Bondi make that a commitment here today?
I'm back against this wall. So right. So I can't get them when they're far away.
Yeah, I
don't
can't.
have
I
time.
mean, from where I am, I just
I'm
get
trying
a
to keep it
two-shot.
short, I guess.
Cool, that's good. I also got so where I am and where you are, it's kind of like
That's funny. So blame Meg.
I can try to see if I can. I haven't uploaded them yet.
Right, jump over the phone.
We're going. So he's, yeah, we have
Hello. Yeah, no worries.
That's an misfits. People go to any extreme. It's one, I don't know what it's called, boondog or something. Literally has to comment dumb shit on everything.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thanks. I always keep it going.
You traitor. Here, put your hands so I can see how many go. Flatten your hands so I can see how many go.
You know already?
You can't smell it yet? No, I got gum. Is it Mentos? What? Mentos? Just take it.
Don't take candy from strangers.
These people's heads are going to explode when these nominations get put in place.
Senator Cruz?
It's Mr. Cruz.
Did you say thank you, Arthur? I don't know if I heard that.
I did.
Really good
But
job.
I'm gonna
Thank
say
you
it.
for affirming.
I'm gonna say it one more time. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
see, the audio
Say
guy didn't
people.
hear it, so I don't think it
Well,
happened.
he's not catching anything.
Over and over again. It just drives me mad. I don't know how, like, I don't know how you or Miss Potts put up with it.
Okay.
I end up calling people retards and getting angry, turning on my shit.
From either place. Hello.
Hi, how are you? Good morning. I'm a little bit further forward. Yeah, I work in the
So this shit was meant to start like 25 minutes ago. These people couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery, I tell you. I mostly love it, but sometimes it's like it's like smashing your head against the wall, you know what I mean? Hurts after a while. Popo's doing all that. Arrest somebody.
Make sure we're sticking behind the pin so we can maintain our coverage.
There. What's going on? Yeah, they call me a giveaway as well. Doesn't agree with Pav. If you don't agree with Pav, you're a giveaway. And if you don't agree with Turkey, you see how many tabs I can open up on YouTube? My computer actually is. It's about how I was started making a video of like Daniel telling Steve G how much he loves him and appreciates him, and then I cut the bit where it says he wants to sneak in at night and kiss him on the butthole, but it didn't mash up very well.
I'm gonna just send a note with like the arrivals that will pop.
But I'll work. They got sidetracked making a intro video because it was more fun. Today's episode of Fuck Around and Find Out is brought to you by Monster Punch. Pacific Punch. Yeah, you know, like me and Willie were saying the other night, we were curled up like a dog at their feet, weren't we? Morning, Carla. Alright, this is a boring view they've got here. Let's have a look inside, shall we? But it just means I've got to watch Fox. Okay. Bitches will probably strike me if I Oh, do not miss I better mute when this starts because my washing machine's on. It's funny that fits because how come she's not getting that interview now like Turkey did? She's desperate for it. Like B-Rail?
In there to keep the DOJ independent.
Must be freaking asterisk. Oh, there she is, Attorney General. Bit more attractive than Merrick Garland. Shut back up.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome all of you to this very important hearing to consider the nomination of former Florida Attorney General Bondi. She's serving as the 87th Attorney General of the United States after her approval. Congratulations to your nomination, Ms. Bondi, and thank you for your willingness to serve. I thank Senator Durbin for his leadership as chairman of the committee over the last 4 years. Although he and I have differences of policies, I think the public could say we worked well together on many issues over the years. As he steps into his role as ranking member, I will work closely with Senator Durbin to serve the American people. I also would like to welcome three brand new members of the committee and a person that's repeating his service here after a stint off. I welcome to the committee Senator Britt, Senator Schmidt, Senator Crapel, and Senator Schiff. Welcome. Before we get started, I'd like to set out a couple ground rules. I want to handle this hearing using a similar structure to how Senator Durbin handled the nomination hearing of Attorney General Garland. I want everyone here to be able to watch the hearing without obstruction. If people stand up and block the view of those behind them or speak out of turn, it's not fair or considerate to others, so officers will immediately remove those individuals. Now, before I turn to my opening statement, let me explain how we're going to proceed today. I'll give my opening remarks, and then I'll
Most of these
invite Ranking Member
friggers are
Durbin to
so
give
old,
his
they don't
opening
know where they are.
remarks.
Dude, what?
And I'll call on Senator
Everybody's so
Idiots
old,
so
bro.
old, they don't even know where they are or what day it is.
It's crazy.
Following those
Honestly, look at it,
introductions and Ms. Bondi's statement.
This guy here, Chuck Grassley, I mean, he's alright, he's a stand-up guy,
Each
but
senator will have
Like,
been
look at them
around
all. They're all like
forever.
fucking half dead.
round for question.
yeah, I mean, this dude must be in his 80s, 90s,
Members should do
and they're
their
running a
very
country
best
for, you
to
know,
adhere
people the age of your
these
daughter
time
to grow
limits
up in, you know?
so that we can
Exactly.
proceed
They haven't got a fucking
efficiently
clue, dude.
with the hearing.
No. I could tell yesterday they didn't have a fucking clue. That woman had no idea what she was talking about, that old woman.
And Bondi's
No.
nomination to serve as Attorney
This Pam
General of the
Bondi's a
United
good
States.
nomination. This is Attorney General. This
Ms.
is a big
Bondi,
one.
for a second time, I thank you for your nomination, willingness to serve, but more importantly, serve the
Democrats are
important
just
role
disgusting.
Yeah,
Senate.
you wait till they show themselves in
Advising
true
consent
colours in these
process.
hearings, dude.
They really do.
You're
Like,
nominated to one of the most important offices in
I don't know.
our country.
You got
that's an American. I don't know how you go Democrat, bro.
It took,
You got Adam Schiff as a
It
fucking
took,
senator there now as well.
let's
Shifty
see,
Schiff.
a
He's
lot
like
of
the
work
world's
on your
worst
part
politician.
just to get here today.
Sneakiest snake.
the more than
And they've made him a
people that,
senator.
you know, and then they wonder why
hundreds
shit's
of hours of
in the fan.
media files
Yeah.
and more than
There's people like
3,400
Hex
responsive
and
entries
Pam Bondi and
you disclosed to
a
this
few others that are
committee
going to change all of
are a
that.
testament to your
I hope.
long career in public eye
They are,
and
Carl.
your
Look at them.
collaboration with this committee.
Here come the nips.
I'd like to also thank your family for
Dude,
being
they're
here
disgusting.
today.
The way they talked
I
to
know
that
that
Pete
many
guy
of them
yesterday.
have traveled.
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, like they ask a question and they're like, "Oh, I'll take that as a no." Oh, so you mean this? Oh, so you mean like it's not even formal, bro.
I'd
Like,
like to
you know,
explain.
talking about him having a drink. It's like the
and
dude has
the fact
done
that Ms. Bondi
multiple tours
I
in
like
war
it.
zones.
fairly.
I like that one senator that was like, "You're telling me nobody here showed up and voted drunk ever?"
Yeah, and they all laughed because they know it's fucking true. They got a
Republicans
bar.
treated him with
Yeah,
respect.
half of them are probably on cocaine right
He
now.
asked tough
That's
but
true as
fair
well. You got a
questions,
few of them are.
and we ultimately voted him out of committee
It's like,
on a
oh,
bipartisan
can we
basis.
trust you because you got drunk one time? Oh, but you trusted a dude that
Who
dropped
we
cocaine on the
this side of
fucking
aisle would have chosen to lead the
White House floor. That was cool.
justice. We
They
recognize
found a
that
load of
President
coke in the
Biden
White House, didn't they? Not
won
long
that
after.
election, and
Yeah, they're like,
they
"I'm gonna
decided
merge
to choose his attorney general.
What's that
We
picture?
were
What's your avatar
ultimately
picture of?
disappointed with some of the things that General
digging a
Garland
road.
and his department did, but at the time of his nomination, we gave him the benefit of the doubt. As the recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans and around the world have shown, our national security must be a high priority. The American people deserve a secure homeland and borders, safe streets, orderly markets, civil rights,
Don't look at me.
and a protected environment.
Ooh,
So,
cat.
delivering
Yeah.
on these promises required the swift confirmation
Don't look at
of
me.
an attorney general.
Why was it done?
This committee should
Fucking all
give
night.
Bondi the same benefit of the doubt.
She did
And has the
bad.
balls. And has the balls to lay down and sleep in front of me now.
Attorney General Garland. President Trump has selected a
Why are these
nominee
idiots so quiet?
whose
Or is it just
qualifications
me?
speak for themselves. Ms. Bondi made history in 2010 as the first woman to be elected Florida Attorney General. She held that role for 8 years and was comfortably reelected by the people of Florida to a second term. 8 years of service as Attorney General of the third largest state in the nation is excellent preparation for the role of U.S. Attorney General. As Florida Attorney General, Ms. Bondi was a member of the Florida Cabinet, Chief Legal Officer of the state, and led a large agency
Exactly,
that
Carla.
tangibly impacted people's lives. And by all accounts, Ms. Bondi
Time
handled
is
her
it there,
responsibilities well.
9:40.
As the Florida
I've been
Attorney
up since
General,
6.
Ms. Bondi achieved
2:40.
numerous successes.
I got 3.5 hours of sleep because of this
Engaged
fucking
in
beeline.
key initiatives to fight human trafficking,
Are you already taking leads?
counter the opioid
Huh?
epidemic,
Have you already taken
and
leads?
protect consumers and protect the citizens
Just got to
Can't hear
of
that.
Florida.
My
I
daughter?
said, have you already taken the little one to school?
She didn't
Oh, yeah, I
shy
drop her off at
away from
8:30.
hard work or complicated problems. She engaged in.
I know I'm echoing. I can hear myself
investigations
even
to
think he's
eliminate
fucking.
pill
Let
mills.
me try to change my shit.
Took a leading role in securing a $3.25 billion settlement following the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, and eliminated the backlog of rape test kits
Is that good?
that had
Yes,
accumulated
that's fine.
in that state's laboratories. Ms. Bondi experience isn't limited to her service as Florida Attorney General. She also served as a prosecutor in Hillsborough County for 18 years and prosecuted terrible crimes.
Terrible
She
crimes.
sought tough penalties
Just crimes, but
and
terrible
justice for
crimes.
victims of violent criminals,
Echoing in your end because I'm muted.
justice abusers, and sexual
Yeah, you sound right
predators.
now.
She prosecuted drug traffickers,
Could be
And
me.
thus
I haven't put my headphones into it, my
protected
son.
her community.
That's why it is because
She was
it's
also
playing through your
acting
speaker as I
outside her
talk.
professional role,
I put my
serving
headphones
in the Junior League of Tampa, on the board of Special Olympics Florida, and is well known for her animal rescue efforts. Her experience and performance as Attorney General, prosecutor, and community leader speaks volumes about her character
Is that better?
and her dedication
Yeah.
to the rule of law.
Way better.
She's received multiple letters. in
'Cause the video
support
was
of her
echoing too.
nomination,
But now you're
including
good.
from the Fraternal Order of Police,
I
the
think, like,
Republican state
for some reason, I think
attorneys
my
general,
iMac also
more than 100
picks up as a
former
microphone
senior
and my
DOJ
microphone. It's
officials
weird.
Exactly. If it's not a
and
phone, you're in trouble.
bipartisan group of former state
How's your,
attorneys. In short,
how's
Ms.
your
Bondi
iPad?
is highly
Oh, my
qualified.
2 tablets are good.
And of course, as we all
iPad.
know, a change
Yeah,
is desperately
just
needed.
gotta set the printer and I'll be good to go.
When confirmed, Ms. Bondi will take
Well,
the
label
helm
maker.
of at a very turbulent time for this country and for that department. The Justice
Why is that?
Department
Why is it wild,
infected
Chris? I like her name, Pat
is
Bobby.
infected with political
So I
decision.
spent another $900 yesterday on fucking boxes.
Reality.
Well, Timu.
Crossfire
No. Fuck
Hurricane
no.
was a textbook.
They keep trying to
example
like
of government
that Timu keep trying to send me
The
stuff.
FBI's
Oh, we have
investigation was built on the
£150
fake
worth of
Steele
stuff
dossier,
just waiting for
which
you.
was funded by the
Oh, yeah,
Democratic
no.
National
I-
We're
the only
sorry
time-
you didn't
Clinton
get your
campaign, he
discounts.
worked
It's
for
like, I haven't
The
even
only
got
time
an
I buy on
account.
Temu is when I get my
My
shit and I just
investigative work
get credit for it all, and then I just buy more shit. Like I never
the
spend my own money on
FBI
Temu.
actually knew
Told you
the
that.
dossier
This was like
false information
football
and
cards
was
from Walmart
likely
and Target and
a
fucking.
part of a Russian
It's gonna be worth like 4 or 5 times the amount in about 2-3
Even with
years.
the
So
knowledge of such
it's a
dossier
good investment.
defects and political infections, the Justice Department sought FISA.
Because I was looking at like a
rules
$30 box from back from like
after
2018 and 2020,
Justice Department's
and those $30 boxes are now $300 to $500.
Justice Department retaliated.
So I'm buying up
issuing a subpoena
2004 year
for
because
my
everybody
own
wants
staff's phone records.
these
That's right.
rookies this year. So it's going to be chaos in a couple of years, bro.
Of doing my oversight.
I'm just going to sit on it.
Yeah.
It's a guarantee.
Then a few Democratic.
not like
It's
crypto.
knowing what to sell, no?
FBI foreign influence
It's knowing when to sell and what to buy.
Brief me and Senator Johnson.
When,
That's what I mean.
you
It's
know.
knowing what to sell.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because like the last couple of years, if you sound that shit, you're losing big time. But
from the FBI.
this year's a little different.
Later, this
smell it.
FBI's briefing contents.
Yeah, it's the next couple of years are going to be booming, I reckon.
Oh yeah, dude, these fucking young kids with the crypto and all that shit, they
goes
love
down.
spending money, dude.
Yeah, of course they do, because it doesn't
work as
like
you guessed it.
it's
Like, that's
not
what I sell
real
to, bro.
Disinformation.
Like there's
It's not
10,
real money.
12-year-old
There's a-
kids that come up
To this
that come up to me at
day,
shows and
over
shit, and they
4
open their
years
box and there's
the
$20,000, $30,000 worth of fucking. I'm like,
FBI
where
refused
do you
to
even get
provide
this?
us the intelligence basis
There's kids
for
that
that
age, there's kids,
briefing.
my kids' age,
The title
whose
of
parents gave them Bitcoin.
this
It's
Wall
just,
Street
do you know what I mean?
Journal article sums
It's
Yeah.
like,
it
oh, I
up.
just buy my kids some Bitcoin back when it was like
The FBI
20, 30, $40 a
briefing
Bitcoin.
Did
It's like,
Crazy,
oh, I'll
right?
buy my kids a few
set
Bitcoin,
two
you know what I mean?
US GOP
Why not?
senators
Wow.
up as
Now
the
they're all
best
fucking millionaires.
Yeah, the crypto's just starting to scare me because there's so many coins and so many scams now.
I know is
Exactly,
other
but that's
people
why you don't bother
on
with
this
any of those.
committee and in
Yeah.
and out of
Bitcoin,
Congress
it's just Bitcoin, dude.
know what government
Yeah,
Bitcoin is the only
is.
one you can definitely
And
rely
then
on.
we get to Special Counsel Jack
Maybe
Smith
Because it
Ethereum.
was the
and his
first one.
lawfare operation. It
Yeah.
involved an
Well, also because
unprecedented FBI
there's not an
raid on
unlimited amount.
Trump's
That's why,
house,
like.
Exactly,
including
they
agents
can't keep
that
producing
even
it. That
searched
was
former
the
first
rule of.
ladies.
But people
They're
keep
making
mining it, so I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
but they're only mining the
Clinton and Joe
minute
Biden
percentages of what people are
Certainly
losing.
did not
Gotcha.
It's not like they're mining new
the same
coins. They're
treatment
just like
by government
it's the
regarding
percentages.
their
It's like
records.
the
Indeed, is my oversight
what do you call them? Pennies, I guess.
exposed the FBI
Okay.
amazingly agreed
Do you know what I
to
mean?
destroy
Like,
laptop
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do all that, but I was born one generation before.
and records associated with Clinton's
problem is
staff.
with
This
Bitcoin mining, you need like
Orwellian conduct
thousands of
should
computers.
have no quarter.
set
Yeah,
up. It's
crazy.
just-
On top of it
It's
all,
big
the
business.
FBI
North Korea do it. They do it really well.
Tebow,
They make
Oh, yeah.
billions of
the
dollars, dude.
anti-Trump agent,
Oh, yeah, you just need
violated
fans and all that
for political
shit, so shit doesn't
activities on the
overheat.
job,
I just don't know how to do all that.
started one of
They have
Jack
storage
Smith's
containers full of them, don't they?
cases.
Yeah,
But Jack Smith
they
was
sit there all day.
department official who tried to influence
Big money.
These
Remember
past
that was like
elections.
in one of the
The
first
Washington
Superman
Post
films. Do you remember that?
reported
With
just last August
What was it?
about a
one of
previously
the, I think it was
undisclosed
Superman
Mueller
2, was it?
investigation into
Mhm.
Trump that was
What's he
closed
called? Black
for
dude,
lack
the,
of
the actor.
evidence,
Oh.
and it being quote unquote
Superman
Basically-
2?
I
fishing
think it's Superman 2.
expedition.
Basically, he scores a job working with computers,
That
and he works
news
out.
reporting was based on
like,
sealed court records.
There's millions of dollars sat in accounts
And
because of the
potentially
percentages on
classified
people's
information.
salaries.
Roughly
Gotcha.
90 days before the
It's-
last
yeah, it's
presidential
wild, dude.
election.
It's been
Yeah,
going
I'm
on
sure
for
it's a whole
Justice Department
science.
leaked that information to the press to impact the election against President.
So now
This
what?
old dude,
Trump.
no, this is
While
this old dude is Chuck
stiff-arming
Grassley.
Congressional requests for information that would
So-
prove embarrassing.
Are they going to do the same thing they did yesterday for 5 hours?
Administration. So
Uh,
let us not forget
potentially,
some
yeah.
of the more
Gotcha.
and other
I mean,
flagrant
I don't know.
abuses
that
of
yesterday
power
was
that we've
fun.
seen from the DOJ and the
It's
FBI.
wild, but he kept his
over the last
cool. I
4
would have told.
years.
I would have told
I
half of
don't
them to go
have the
fuck
time to
themselves.
spend on
Do
these.
you know why he
I'll
kept
spend
his
on
cool, though?
Especially the old lady. She's like,
others.
as a general, you can't respect that. He's like, bitch, I'm not a
The
general.
Department of Justice
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren.
used the might
She's
of the
insane,
federal
that lady.
government to
She
prosecute
says
I would
she's
beat the
Native
living
American.
shit out of her if
praying
fucking I was a
outside
chick.
an abortion clinic. The FBI suggests
It's funny how they
that
can all suddenly
Catholics
remember
would
what
be
woman is.
domestic
That's what I find
terrorism
hilarious.
threats, claiming
Yeah, it's
that
funny,
these
It's like all of a sudden they're like, wow,
to, quote,
you know,
Now all of a
women this
sudden-
and women that. It's like, whoa.
Like I said, they're all chameleons, bro.
What's they are? They're just out there making a show.
and white
Chameleons,
supremacy
so they can keep their seat,
ideology
and the money keeps coming in every year
FBI opened
because they don't lose their
dozens of
spots.
investigations
Trust
into
me, though,
parents
I've
who
got a
voiced
feeling
their
that
concerns at
shit's
school
about
board
to
meetings
change.
regarding
If these nominations start getting through,
in COVID,
like, shit's definitely going to change from the
the
20th of
FBI
January.
applied undue pressure.
Like I said, they're
I
lucky
mean,
that people haven't
globally
fucking
as well. Like,
ran in that bitch and took it over and fucking claimed themselves as senators because these people are running this country into the ground. And I just think too many people don't understand it because if they did, shit would happen.
Yeah.
Particularly
That lady sat behind Mr.
examples
Grassley there. She
of
needs to be
what
careful because she's literally about
the
to
Department of Justice.
display a little bit more than what she intends, I think.
In our
Sorry, go a little bit more
one-story
right,
law
honey.
enforcement institution is catastrophic. By every metric, the Biden-Harris Justice Department conduct has failed to live up to our country's ideals. So, Miss Bondi, should you be confirmed, the actions you take to change the department's course must be for accountability, so that the conduct I just described.
That's what
never
happens when you get
happens
Parkinson's. You just start
again.
shouting
The only way
randomly.
to accomplish this
Yeah.
is through transparency for the Congress
They're all fucking
and the
senile.
American people.
Honestly, they are. Like,
They're all fucking
90% of these senators are just senile old bastards.
They're all one fall away from breaking a hip and fucking dying.
This guy here, Mr. Dick Durbin, he's a damn, he doesn't know what a woman is.
And he assured me that he's
People don't know where the fuck they are.
as I am to maintaining these
They're drugged
practices
up,
which we've established over the
coked
years.
up.
Our process is rigorous, and it shows how seriously members on both sides of the
Why are you
aisle
screaming?
take our constitutional
He's on
responsibility
about that,
to advise
dude.
and consent. Ms. Biondi, thanks for
Miss
coming to
Biondi?
my office last
Bondi.
week to discuss your nomination. The importance of the Attorney General to our justice system cannot be overstated. As our nation's chief law
Somebody
enforcement
just
officer,
died.
the Attorney General oversees the Department of Justice, which is responsible
Yeah,
for
do you hear that?
protecting the civil rights of
Somebody
Americans,
dropping dead.
economic freedom and opportunity, public safety, and of course, national security. In short, the Attorney General has real impact on America's
Dude, I was
everyday
cracking
life.
up listening to
It
Lana's
is
live
critical
last
that
night.
we
I was
now
like
need
20
this
minutes
position
behind.
Be committed first.
Yeah, it was funny, bro.
foremost
Oh
to the
man, I was like,
Constitution and
I
the
was
American
dead.
people.
It's like
Not
Steve G
any
hates me because I
president
like banging
political
chicks.
agenda.
I mean, I honestly, I
thinking in my
almost
head,
spat
bro.
out what I was eating.
An
I was thinking in my head, like, if me and fucking Lana communicated, like, anywhere
and that's how he conducted his
near,
first term.
like, steadily,
He interfered with
fucking
the
Jenna
criminal
be
cases of
cooked.
his friends and allies.
Because Lana doesn't have none of the videos or none of the crazy
I
shit. That
think
fucking,
she probably
He
does.
even
but-
tried to use
She
the
doesn't.
Justice Department to
I know she
overturn the
doesn't.
results of the 2020 presidential election.
how could she have it? Only I have it. It's my inbox, bro.
Above all else, and he said it over
Yeah,
and
but,
over.
oh, I see.
Loyalty.
But I'm sure she's dug
Speaking
about a lot of stuff.
Attorney General Sessions,
Yeah,
Donald
but
Trump said, quote, "The
I
only
got the
reason
craziest
I gave him
motherfucking
the job
videos
is because
because
I felt
her
loyalty.
personality.
He was an original supporter."
I was going to go live later and talk about it, but only because, like,
And recused himself
there's something that
from the
everybody's
investigation.
missing. There's a big
Trump
point
said he
that people
should
are
never
missing to
nominate
do with all of
and he
that.
fired him.
But
So you got some chick
Trump
called
then
BK
nominated
Norman,
Bill
right,
Barr to succeed
Yeah.
Sessions.
who is in
Barr
Brian's
successfully
class,
auditioned for the job
Yeah.
and
who obviously
unsolicited
hates him,
memo
who's trying to
DOJ
screw him
sharply
and
criticized
tie him
the
to other
investigation.
crimes,
yeah.
Once
who
confirmed,
also has
Barr
access to Brian's
misrepresented
DNA
blocked the release of the
and is also talking to the
in
G
multiple
family.
criminal cases of Trump's political allies.
And the G family are doing their own
About
investigation
election fraud.
and have friends
But
with
in December of
fucking,
2020,
you know,
It's Jen,
people
bro.
that are
finally
involved
announced
with,
there was no evidence
what's it
of
called,
widespread
like
voter fraud
family
that
tree
would
shit.
change the outcome of the election.
Yeah.
Trump
But what I'm saying is this chick, she could be the reason why Brian sat in jail.
Exactly.
Like, for real, she could be the reason why Brian is sat in jail, because, like...
retribution against, quote...
What do you mean, how she have his DNA? Twitch, she was working with him.
repeatedly threatened to arrest...
Well, not working with him, you know, she was in the class with him. It wouldn't have been hard for her to just grab something of his, would it?
Enemies. This includes reporters, prosecutors, judges, poll workers, military officials...
Poll workers? Yay! Bits. Poll workers coming in fits.
I can actually check. I can actually check to see if they're related. What's? I know it says BK Norton, but what's the real fucking first name?
Whose main qualification to be FBI director seems to
Like, I need a name because it's not going to come up as BK when I look up.
Well, that's the problem. Nobody really knows, because that's the name that she uses.
Well, no, Lana said it last night. She said it's something weird.
Like Director
I can't remember what the fuck it was. It's like
She didn't say she knew her first name.
Trump's approach is a stark contrast with the bipartisan view born out of the
Kaylee Gibbs. If her name is Kaylee Gibbs, then it's definitely 100%, trust me, a relation to Jennifer, because Jennifer's last name is Gibbs.
Look, dude, if they're not related, there's something weird about that.
Her last name's
Gibbs.
Richard Nixon's orders.
Nobody. The fact that they look so much alike, like live in the first town. Both hate Brian, both spreading misinformation. I mean, we know it was Jen that put out the stuff about him losing his job, and we know it was BK Norton who's contacting police and trying to get him investigated for other crimes.
Hold on a second. Tonka, don't come in here and say neither name is correct. Jennifer Gibbs is her name. I'll put $1 million on it. Jennifer Lynn Gibbs is her name, and I can give you her age, address.
Yeah, she's 48. Isn't she?
Family members, neighbors. What else you want? Come on, you don't dox Willie. Ever.
I think like a middle name.
Is your pledge to make sure that politics does not affect your job.
Gigi is Jen, yes.
So the view that
Gigi is Jennifer Gibbs, Jennifer Lynn Gibbs. Yes, I can prove it. Yes, there's documents.
I can prove it, so I can back him up.
No, it's not wrong.
At this crucial moment in history, that view, not Mr. Trump's view, must prevail.
Mr. Trump's
Ms. Bondi,
view.
You've made many years of you have many years of experience.
These people absolutely hate anyone that loves your country.
Attorney General in one of the largest states in the nation.
And her last name is Jennifer Lynn.
But then you got like
the president no.
see dude there with the yellow tie, Lindsey Graham.
Surname.
He's a
illegal
snake.
or unconstitutional. Ms. Bondi, you are one of 4 Trump personal lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, I can get her maiden name's right here too, but
in the Department
she goes by Jennifer Lynn Gibbs on her
Join
Facebook.
Mr. Trump in working to overturn the 2020 election.
Yeah.
So if
You
Kaylee
repeatedly
Gibbs,
described investigations
Jen
and
Gibbs, come on.
prosecutions of Mr. Trump as witch hunts.
Yeah, but she's not called Norton
prosecuting his political
unless her name was Norton before it was Gibbs.
Evidence.
Yeah, but that could all be the throw shit off.
Who the fuck knows? I don't really care about any of that. All I'm saying is that she was this person, this BK Norton person, was in Brian's class.
Anti-democratic efforts that
She's
in the past you have
reporting him.
And it's
So, you know,
critical that
she's
we understand whether
constantly
you remain
in touch
supportive
with the
of
police,
Mr.
trying to
Trump's
get him
actions.
investigated for
I
other
also have
crimes.
questions
And she's
whether you
talking to the
focus
G
on the needs of the
family
American
way
people
before, like,
rather than wealthy special interests.
What's the last name then,
Concerned that you
Tonka?
failed
Enlighten
to
me.
identify your extensive
Jesus
lobbying
Christ.
for foreign governments and big corporations as potential conflicts of interest. There'll be questions in this hearing on that issue. That's why I've asked the Justice Department and the National Archives for information on your lobbying of the Trump White House and your foreign lobbying disclosures. I'm particularly concerned about your work
is
on
he
behalf
dead,
of the
that
government of
grassy
Qatar.
dude? He looks like he's just died.
Paid you
Oh, no, he's
Counts
$115,000
Arabic.
a
I don't
month
put that past
to
her.
launder their image on human trafficking, an issue of bipartisan concern on this committee. We need an attorney general who will enforce our antitrust laws to prevent price fixing and monopolies that lead to higher prices for American consumers, not favor corporate giants that you've lobbied for in the past like Amazon and Uber. I also have questions about some of your actions as Florida Attorney General. I'm concerned that your office failed to investigate more than 24 complaints about the for-profit Trump University after Mr. Trump donated to your reelection campaign and held a fundraiser for you at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, you have a long track record on the issue of civil rights, reproductive rights, voting rights, and LGBTQ rights that needs to be discussed. In
This should be good.
contrast, Ms. Bondi, Merrick Garland didn't campaign for President Biden, never served as his personal attorney, never lobbied on behalf of foreign governments and corporate giants. After years of relentless criticism on Attorney General Garland from many of my Republican colleagues, I hope they're prepared to hold you to the same standard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's now time for senators to introduce the nominee. The first one will be Senator Scott at the table, as you see, and Senator Schmidt is a member of this committee at his place on the dais. Senator Scott, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and committee members, it is an absolute honor to sit before you today to introduce my good friend, Pam Bondi, for her nomination hearing. I'd also like to recognize some important people appearing in support of her today, her husband, John, as well as her mother, father-in-law, sister, brother, sister-in-law, and nephews, friends, and family members of John. Many more would surely be here if space allowed. I can tell you wholeheartedly that President Trump couldn't have a better leader than Pam Bondi for Attorney General. She is undoubtedly qualified, brilliant, and committed to defending and protecting the laws of this nation, and has a track record to prove it. It is no secret that the DOJ is facing a public trust crisis.
So
After
I don't
Democrats
like
spent
anyone
years
fits,
weaponizing
not
the
just
justice
you.
system and the entire federal government. They become an agency that attacks the American people instead of defending and protecting them. That will change under Pam Bondi. Under her leadership, the DOJ will actually fairly enforce the laws, protect the rights of the American people, and keep our nation safe, and crack down on violent crimes and dangerous drugs. And the American people will trust her to do so. I know that well because I worked alongside Pam Bondi for 8 years when I was governor of Florida, and she was Florida's elected attorney general, working to improve the lives of Floridians to make Florida the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise a family. Pam was an incredible partner, working to keep Florida safe and uphold the laws of our state, ensuring crime is aggressively pursued by law enforcement and prosecutors. President Trump has made clear that one of his top priorities is to reverse the rising rates of crime, and specifically violent crime, that have plagued our communities over the past 4 years. Pam Bondi is uniquely equipped to advance this priority as U.S. Attorney General because she has a proven track record of success in achieving dramatic reductions in crime and violent crime during her time as Florida's Attorney General. From 2010, the year before she took office, to 2018, the last year she was in office, together, Florida experienced a remarkable 26% drop in overall crime, including a 19.6% drop in violent crime and a 27.4% drop in property crime. These aren't just numbers. These are tens of thousands of lives saved and communities improved and made safer and families and businesses protected. As Florida's Attorney General, Pam Bondi also spearheaded other life-saving initiatives like tackling the opioid epidemic and fighting human trafficking. Her achievements are too many for me to list in this short introduction. As U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi will restore law and order to the nation. She'll put Americans' interests first and make the nation a better and safer place. I urge every single member of this committee to support my friend Pam Bondi, and I look forward to voting for her confirmation soon on the Senate floor and help her get to work for the American people. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the committee. It is an honor for me and a privilege to introduce Pam Bondi, President Trump's nominee to be the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I have known and worked closely with Pam for years, and I'm glad to call her a friend. When Pam was nominated by President Trump, my reaction was, this is a home run. As many of us are, I was only to be outdone by Senator Graham, who described the nomination as a grand slam, touchdown, hole-in-one, ace, hat trick, slam dunk, Olympic gold medal pick, and he's right. As the letter joined by more than 100 former Justice Department officials put it, quote, it's all too rare for senior Justice Department officials, much less attorneys general, to have such a wealth of experience in the day-to-day work of keeping our communities safe, end quote. Pam exemplifies and personifies the Department of Justice's mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our communities safe, and to protect our rights and liberties as Americans. Pam has distinguished herself in her career
I
in
bet.
public
Time,
service.
yeah, I was looking
It has
past
taken
her old
her from
messages because I
her
knew I sent you
small-town
her info.
upbringing in Temple Terrace, Florida, to the
Yeah.
hearing before this esteemed committee.
I found it.
After attending the University of Florida and Stetson University College of Law, she started her career as a local prosecutor in Hillsborough County, Florida. As a local prosecutor for nearly 2 decades, Pam kept her community safe.
So what are they trying to say? Her maiden name's
Violent
Wilburn or what?
criminals, drug dealers, those who had threatened the local community, and those who stood
Doing
in
other
opposition
stuff.
to the rule of law. Pam's fellow Floridians then elected her to serve as Florida's Attorney General, where she was the first woman
And
in state
Wilburn.
history
Wilburn and
elected
Gibbs
to
is
that
all I'm
office.
saying.
As a former state attorney general myself,
See if there's
I
any
can
connection
vouch
to
for the
the
deep
Norton.
experience that Pam Bondi has developed from
I'm looking
serving
here.
in that role. As the chief law enforcement official in her state,
I think this
she worked with
is
local
40,
prosecutors
48.
to fight crime,
Yeah,
work to
48
protect our
she's-
constitutional rights, or the constitutional rights of Floridians.
Paragould,
and stood up to
Arizona,
little guy
bitch.
by taking on abuses of power.
Yeah,
As
that-
Florida's Attorney General, she worked tirelessly to combat the opioid crisis, fighting pill mills, and helping to combat the widespread misuse and trafficking of deadly drugs, including fentanyl, which have devastated families and communities all across our country. She stood up for Floridians in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, leading to the National Mortgage Settlement Act. resulting
Mother
in
Addison
$56
Alexander
billion
Gibbs. That's how she got Gibbs as her last name.
And after the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, Pam was there and stood up for
Mommy and daddy.
for
Here's mommy and
Floridians
daddy.
by getting $2 billion from the companies responsible. On a more personal note, Pam has always taken it upon herself to help others. She's incredibly generous and someone I could always count on. She's truthful, she's tough, and she's a born leader. She has charted her own course with the rare combination of backbone and heart. The next Attorney General of the United States must restore trust by reversing the weaponization we've seen the last 4 years and refocusing that department to its core mission, administering justice. The next Attorney General must promote the rule of law, take on violent crime, keep our communities safe, and safeguard the God-given rights that each American has protected in our Constitution. I can think of no one more up to that task than Pam Bondi, a career prosecutor and widely respected Attorney General with the prudence, fortitude, and temperance for this incredibly important job. Mr. Chairman, it is truly an honor for me to introduce Pam Bondi to this committee and to our country here today and speak on her behalf, and it's my hope that her nomination will be swiftly confirmed.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. Now, Ms. Bondi, would you please come forward, and before you're seated, I'd like to administer oath.
I need you to bend over so
Would
I
you
can
please
whack you on the
raise
ass
your
with a
right
cricket
hand
bat.
and answer this question? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
No, I
So
don't.
help you God.
Nope.
Please be seated and.
It's funny they say that, but none of them believe in God.
Opening statement.
Exactly.
Money is our God.
Yeah, power.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I hate her
I've had
so
the
much you don't even
opportunity
want to
to
put the
meet
camera on her.
Almost all of you, and I greatly appreciate that. I'm grateful to President Trump and to this committee for your
Show her, bro.
consideration to be the 87th Attorney General of the United States.
See the
I
fucking
would
media.
not be here without my family. And if you can bear with me for just a moment, a lot of them have made a very long trip.
Actually,
and I
little
wrote
blonde.
them all
Okay.
down so I don't forget anyone.
Hey,
My beautiful
What's
mother,
up, baby?
you're a retired kindergarten teacher.
She's
could not
she's
be
like
here
a-
without my mom.
I love Trump, man. He always
As
tell
a
you
week ago,
fucking.
it's 12 years since we lost
She's
my dad
been
to
his attorney
leukemia.
for
Feels like
ages,
12
dude.
days.
Really?
yeah.
My amazing husband,
She's like
John, and
A,
his two
a Hollywood
incredible girls,
version of Ann
Collins
Taylor.
and Finley. Collins is
Yeah,
a senior at
I'd vote for
University
I'd
of
fucking-
Florida. And I
I'm
think
voting for
all
it.
of you on this committee will
If somebody
be very
was going
happy
to
to know
cast
Finley
for
is in
Ann Taylor to be in a
cybersecurity.
movie star,
This is
yeah.
where the Democrats lost, bro. Like,
There's a third who is traveling
You know,
abroad. I wish she could be here.
men
My
aren't pigs.
amazing
It's
father-in-law,
just
David,
the way of the
my
world.
sister,
Okay?
The
thing
And
is,
you're
as well,
sending
it-
my
fucking,
brother-in-law is home with
you
my
know,
niece.
your woman nominee out there
My
in a suit
nephews,
every fucking
if you
time.
just raise your hand.
Not
Evan,
showing any
Jake, and Sandy,
leg.
niece Savannah.
Yeah. Now, if it was
my
AOC
brother
running,
Brad,
you
a
know, she
brilliant
might not have
lawyer,
shot.
my
You
sister-in-law
think she's hot, don't
Tammy,
you?
and my nephews
She's the hottest
Justin,
of the
who
bunch.
just got a 4.0
What,
at
you're trying to
UVA.
tell me that Miss Horsehead
Brett,
is
She's
hot?
fucking nuts, though.
great
She's got the
college
head of a
tennis player.
horse, Willie.
Brad,
I said out of
great
all of them,
businessman.
who
And
you
she's
picking?
insane.
Out of
And
all
my
of them,
niece, my
without
beautiful
being
niece
insane,
Rhea,
they're all
and
insane.
the little
Who are you
guy
picking?
is in school because he's 10.
What?
Um,
In
my
government?
friends, Leslie, Kathy, Dina,
In
Tiffany,
the Democratic world, they're fucking
so
chicks
many
that
of
they
my
Dem
fucking.
co-workers.
Well, you
And
can never
you
tell
wanna
if
know
any
the
of them
dirt
are
on- if you
actually
wanna get dirt
chicks,
on
so I'm
me,
a
these
bit
women have
reluctant
known me
to
since I
sort of
was a
say.
child. Seriously, most of them. So thank
Yeah,
you for
if AOC
indulging
wasn't
me
crazy,
that,
put her
they
hair down,
made a very long
you know,
trip
dressed
to
up a
be
little
Did you
bit,
see
I
that?
think she'd look alright.
for holding my hearing
Did
as
you
well.
see when
and not
Alex Stein
postponing
said
it.
to
I
her, you got
appreciate that.
a
Thank you
juicy
all.
booty or something? She got really
From the
offended.
moment I interned
Yeah.
at the state attorney's office in Tampa, Florida, all I wanted to do was be a prosecutor. The Supreme Court certified me, and I had 4 jury trials while still in law school. Lost most of them, but had 4
That's
jury
not a good thing
trials
to
and never
admit,
wanted
though.
to do anything else.
Heather, how much
I
coffee do you drink in
continued
the
my
morning?
career there, trying everything from
She has it
DUIs,
intravenously
domestic violence cases,
run in.
Got an
capital
IV.
murder
She never
cases,
sleeps.
the whole gamut.
It's just
I
like
became a lead trial
IV's
attorney in
coffee.
I don't
courtroom
sleep either, but I'm not
every day,
fucking like
trying career criminals.
ecstatic right now. I'm not sleeping.
Deputy chief of a division, and then
I don't know, so
ultimately
it's
was
cocaine.
felony
I got you,
bureau
Heather.
chief, and
Yeah,
eventually
man.
left to become Florida's 37th Attorney General for the state of Florida. Nothing has impacted my career more than my experience as a state
Dave Portnoy admitted he's a drug addict the
because
other day.
I got to know and still keep in touch with
Dave
many
Portnoy, you know, the dude that does the
and their
fucking
families
pizza
from
reviews.
when I was a prosecutor.
Barstool.
Upon becoming Attorney
Your
General
audio
in
sounds fucking horrible
2011,
again.
I proudly
course it
served
does.
for 2 terms. I was term limited. I would probably still be there right now had I not been kicked out of office by term limits. I loved being Attorney General. I did my best to keep Florida safe, to continue to stand up for victims
How's
of
that?
crime, and
That's
to
fair.
fight the opioid crisis and the drug crisis that was not only facing Florida, but this entire country. Out of the
does
top
fucking Adderall, bro.
100, this is one of the things I'm the most proud of.
Because he asked him, they're like, how do you say
Oxycodone
slim eating all this
dispensers
pizza?
in the
He's like,
entire country. I
Adderall.
believe it was 98
So he takes
of them.
Adderall every
98
fucking day.
of them live
Dave
in
Port-
Florida.
and to me,
Oh,
that's an
Dave Portnoy.
We
excuse.
fought
To me,
for
that's an excuse
tough
because if you
legislation.
replace the word
Kids
Adderall
were
with
dropping
meth,
dead every day.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
We fought for tough
yeah, just because
legislation. And
he's getting it
after that
legally, it's
legislation,
like, oh, he's not a drug
none
addict. Okay, whatever.
of those opioid dealers, doctors, practiced in Florida. We
That's what
fought to
Twist says. That's
eliminate
why he says that's
human
why he's on his
trafficking
meth.
by raising awareness and prevention and talking to parents and talking to children. We also provided critical resources.
That's what I thought he was going to say, Heather, but he was like, nope, I take
that my
Adderall. I was
state
like, what
was
the
lacking.
fuck?
On the civil side, we worked
Have
to
you seen
protect consumers.
Alex Jones?
We
dude?
tackled everything,
No.
including off-label
He's lost, like,
prescription marketing,
I don't know, probably
which affects, as you
3/4 of his body
many,
weight.
many
There's
people
nothing left
who
to it.
can't afford
No,
prescriptions.
he didn't take
as
that
well.
bullshit, did he?
No,
We
he's
partnered
been
with states' attorneys
him,
general
Mark
from
Zuckerberg,
both parties
and
and federal agencies across administration.
Dana White.
We went
They all
after
hang out
fraud
now and they all do
during
this like
hurricanes.
health shit.
If
Oh, yeah.
confirmed,
Because they all
as
fucking
the
understand,
next
like, they're
Attorney
men.
General of the United
You know, and like,
States,
fucking, you got to
my
sit together if you're a
overriding
straight white male
objective
today
will be
because
to return the
That's
Department
why,
of
like-
Justice to its core mission.
That's why Zuck's changed. He's got his like, he's got some male hormones going through him.
look at all this misogyny. I'm so fucking sick of that word, dude. That word better disappear in 5 days.
Drugs,
Forever.
terrorists, cartels,
Yeah.
our border.
If somebody says
and
that
our
shit today, you're
foreign
getting fucking
adversaries.
pounced on.
They say that Trump's
That is what the
misogynistic
American people
pig and he
expect.
hates women
Yeah,
and
well,
blah
well,
blah blah.
that's
Look
why-
who he's.
that's why he
That's why
nominated
she
fucking-
sat there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
These fucking
That's why
hypocrites.
she sat there for one of
Everything in
the
my
top jobs
power.
in
And
America.
it will
People
be
are
my great
morons, bro.
responsibility
Dude,
to make
Attorney General
America
is like,
safe again.
yeah, that's the
Making
top
America
job,
safe
really.
again also requires reducing recidivism. We
I don't even
have
know what that
to
means.
fix the Bureau of Prisons.
I took out a look
And
over
I am
time.
looking on both
It's
sides of the
stupid. It just
aisle.
keeps you awake. Like, who the fuck wants to be
The
awake?
Bureau has suffered from years of
Oh
mismanagement,
my
lack
god.
of funding, and low morale.
Stupid as fuck, bro. It's
I
like
was proud to support
5 a.m.
President
You're
Trump's
up,
First Step Act.
don't want to sleep.
It's what
More
did you
can be
send me?
implemented, and more can be done on
Somebody
that
needs.
front.
You need to sit in a naughty corner, Gerald.
President
It's
Trump's
Gerald.
leadership
What
on
the
criminal
fuck was
justice
that you just
reform
sent me?
has demonstrated what is possible when a president is unafraid to
Okay.
do things that have
Where do I
been deemed
donate?
to be too difficult. We have to reach across the aisle and get solutions for all of these problems.
That's
Like the
hilarious.
president, I believe
I
we
know
are
it
on
was
the
you. I've
cusp
just
of a new golden age.
opened it and looked
where
at
the
it, and I'm
Department
not
of
sure what I'm
Justice
looking at.
can and
You see the guy
will
yesterday
do
get
better
carried out,
if I
kicking
am
and screaming like a fucking child?
Lastly,
No, 'cause we
and
were
most
watching the
importantly,
actual
if
thing.
confirmed, I
Yeah,
will
that's where it
fight
happened.
every day
Yeah,
to restore
you couldn't see them
confidence
like
and
from
integrity to
inside,
the
like
Department
here,
of Justice
or you could hear.
and
You could
each
just hear
of
them
its
shouting.
components.
Oh shit, the fucking
The
camera
partisanship,
adjusted
the
to them and they were carrying them
weaponization
out. I was
will
watching it
be gone.
What,
America
on this
will
one,
have
I missed
one
it.
on
tier
yesterday.
Yeah, dude, I was
of
just
justice
like
for all.
streaming it while I was also on the phone
In
doing
all
Yeah,
this
loads of
work,
other
yeah, some
I
dude
stuff.
was like
collaborate
fucking
closely
screaming,
with
dude.
this committee.
I even
I
went
will
out
work with
and left
all
the
of you
stream
as
running.
I'm committed
I went
to
out for
do,
like
and
an
I
hour
met
and a
with
half
almost all
to
of
go
you.
and pick. I had to
It
go
was
and
like
pick some
four-
flowers.
Partner
There was
not
like 4
only
dudes
with the
carrying him out by
federal
his legs and
agencies,
arms. It was
but
funny
with
as hell.
state and local officials
Fitz, where did this
throughout
message
our
come
great
from?
country.
What the hell?
I look forward to answering your questions today and working together for this country and our Constitution. Thank you, Senators.
Okay, you're killing me here.
AP Fox.
I will ask first questions and Senator Durbin, and then I'll call on the Democrat people the way that Senator
The
Durbin
Democrat people.
say so on their arrival or here by seniority, in the same way that on the House side.
In all this work, I'll collaborate
What just
closely
happened?
with this committee. I will work with all of you as I've committed
What
to
the
do
fuck
when I
just
met
happened?
with almost all of you.
I don't know.
And I will partner not only with the federal
Too bad.
agencies, but with the state
Did,
and
like,
local
the Matrix
officials
just
throughout
glitch?
our great country.
Why?
I look forward to
She'd
answering your
finished
questions
talking.
today and working together for this country.
We've already
and
heard
our
this bit.
Constitution. Thank you, Senators.
Am I right or am I wrong? I mean, what the fuck? Did that. What just happened?
I will ask first
Did it just happen
questions
twice?
and Senator Durbin, and then I'll
No.
call on the Democrat people the way that Senator Durbin would.
Like, we just heard
say so
this.
on
We
their
just heard him
arrival
talking,
or
saying these
here
same
by
things. dude.
seniority in the same
And then
way
it glitched.
that on the House side.
Wow.
And I'll make sure that I don't abuse the 7 minutes. I want you to have your attention on this binder that I put up here.
Is this your
It's to
OnlyFans,
a
ma'am?
key, fact
Yeah.
of each senator's role.
Are these
and
your
oversight.
nudes, Pam?
That you sent your boyfriend in
It
10th
contains
grade.
144 oversight
That's what they do,
letters
brother.
that
It's
I
like they
sent
go
to
back
the
to,
Biden
like yesterday, they were like,
Yeah.
did you get drunk in
and
2005?
its
Like, bro,
component
what?
agencies with many
You get
of
drunk and
those,
bang some
letters
chick at a
in there
party?
To the
Yeah.
FBI.
That's
adding
carrying me up.
letters to the Inspector General
It's like
that
dude
would be
comes
about
back from a tour in
165
fucking
letters.
Afghanistan, has a beer,
So
goes
I
to a
sent
club,
more
and it's
letters.
But
like,
these dumb fucks don't
Since
realize
you
that
did them
they're gonna have
What's
to
before
the-
Christmas.
they're gonna have to put up with somebody.
Should
So
you be
stop acting like
confirmed,
children.
144
You know,
letters
like,
will be your responsibility.
Trump's not gonna put up some fucking
Responses
person that's
I've
gonna
received so far fall
agree
the
with all this weird
ridiculous thing
shit.
about
in two
all of this,
categories.
Willie, is,
First,
right?
they weren't
All of his
answered
hearings,
all.
all of his
Second,
questions,
I
all of the
received a
answers,
response, but it
none
didn't
of it
fully
is important because they're
None
all
of it.
going to vote. They're all going to
Said
vote
another
however they're
agency
going to
but
vote
you-
anyway.
department
Yeah, but do you
merely
understand
sent words
what
on
the
a
point
piece
of this,
paper.
like what the
So,
overall point of all
should
this
you be
is? It's to
confirmed,
see
you'll
if
have an obligation
the people
to
that are,
respond
being
even to the
questioned can take the
minority
heat without fucking,
and,
Yeah.
losing their
consider a
mind,
letter
because
from
they're
them,
gonna have a lot more of these
even if
fucking
my signature's not
things
on
It's
it.
like this
also
throughout.
meant to be about them
They want information.
asking legitimate
Commit to
questions.
responding to
Yeah,
my
well, the
So that,
Republicans do.
requests, as well as
Exactly,
the
but
requests of
that's what
others
they're all
members
meant
of
to
the
do, is
committee.
ask legitimate
The Democrats
questions.
try to get them
Chairman,
like disqualified.
either
Like,
I or my
you sucked a
top
dick
staff
10 years ago.
will
How could you be the
personally
fucking
give you
this,
the
this, and this?
letters
Like, relax,
and do
lady.
everything we can
You're like
to
90. You
respond
sucked a
to
bunch of
Dude.
dicks.
Like,
your
obviously, we
tenure
know
as
being a
Florida
straight
Attorney General
white
was
male is
impressive.
like the worst kind of human you can
fought
be.
against
Oh yeah,
males,
I'm a bigot, I'm a
second-
racist, I'm a sexist, I'm a fucking homophobic. You name it, you can call me whatever the
Yeah.
fuck you want.
Dude, the second most offensive to the left is a straight, white, attractive, blonde, educated woman. They look at her and they're like,
off the government, exactly.
they're like, you know, we
They
don't
hate
want
that.
we don't want women to see that they can become successful.
But
We want them to dye their hair purple and run around
they're all
screaming in
about-
traffic.
But they're all about supporting feminism. It's funny.
But they don't know what woman is.
Exactly.
And they can't decide what they want to fucking identify as on a Tuesday, let alone like.
Here's the thing, dude.
What,
Me and you can't just sit there naked. Like I said, sit naked in front of a fucking computer screen, shake our ass, and make $1 million a month. Us men can't do that.
How do you?
Women can. What about that fucking inequality? Where's that fucking inequality conversation? Oh, nobody wants to have that, huh?
We did a lot.
I don't know. Like, I'm sure that's happened.
Fucking shit.
Since I was asked to take this nomination.
You know how much some of these models are making, bro? Some of these models, what the fuck am I talking about? Some of these whores are making on
When I was
fucking,
running for office, I went through the entire state
look.
of
That
Florida. Parents were walking up to me.
and then you have this other thing called
pictures
chatterbait,
of their children.
and there's other thing
who were
called this, and there's
deceased
other, I mean, there's
from opioid
hundreds
use.
of them, dude, and these
After I was
simps
elected,
just sit there
I
and
took those
they're like,
pictures and I
say my name,
framed
baby,
them
for $1.
in my office. As
I swear to
goal
God, dude.
of stopping that fight,
You're
which I
laughing.
talked about in my opening statement.
It's because it's fucking hysterical to me.
U.S.
that
Attorney General.
somebody would be
I'll
that
bring those
desperate
pictures back
to
out.
pay money
I'll be there
to have like
for me.
somebody
Drug abuse we're facing throughout this
I just can't ever imagine myself
And then you
being
have to
that
sit there
desperate
with
for
like 20 other
attention.
dudes, 100 other dudes that are trying to get the same attention you're getting, and then you think you're special because fucking she says, it's like, yo, that's a sad, that's sad, bro.
We fought
It's
to
very
educate mothers.
To me, that's taking advantage of fucking vulnerable people, but we don't care.
Wreaking
We don't look at it like
in our
that.
country, but it was
I'm
just
sure there are women
getting
out there, though, that
started. I actually fought my own party
pay money
event
for men
on
to, like,
scheduling fentanyl.
Oh, I'm
because
sure,
At that time,
but,
people
you know, you have to be a
simply
fucking,
severely got in the hospital.
you gotta have a whole setup and, you know, chisel, this, that, and the third. I've seen fucking busted ass chicks, bro, just take off their clothes, making fucking money. It's like, what the? Who's paying for this shit?
I will do everything I can to fight that.
Swear to God, dude. Like girls I graduated with send me shit like, you know, their link and stuff, and I tell them like, you're a whore.
As Attorney General, I had the
Seriously, like you are prostituting online basically, and you're like happy about it, gloating about it, posting about it. Are you high?
They had safe houses.
Just do it and shut up.
I never dreamed I would see.
Fucking
And
people,
all
man,
of
ruin
these
their
things in
whole
my past
reputation
have
for a couple
formed
bucks.
the person I am
Not
right
knowing
now,
that she's gonna be on the internet forever. Your kids gonna have to
I
see it.
came back to Florida.
Yeah, but then
We
they'll
started
encourage their
Human
kids to do the same because they'll be like, look, mummy
and we
made it.
partnered
I'm
with
successful.
others, and
Exactly.
we expanded
Happy
Not only are they a
hookers.
horrible
safe
person, they're
houses in the
horrible
state of
fucking
Florida.
parents.
I don't know how many are in this country right now, but I would like to partner with both
But
sides.
men
It's
are
a kid to
just
make money by
stupid for
taking off
fucking
their
paying
clothes.
for it,
Those
dude.
efforts.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, it would be a success if idiot men didn't fucking pay for it.
To another place.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'll have another round.
I mean, who's
that's what I mean, you're taking advantage of
like to ask
you know,
men.
what men take advantage. Okay, if men were taking advantage of women, would it be a problem?
Fighting government
Yeah.
waste
But they
and
think-
fraud, the false claims.
But that's how they put it out, isn't it? It's just like men have forced women into doing this. And
Attorney General
Yeah, okay.
Garland
Who?
calls me once a year. He called me yesterday
Exactly.
to tell me.
Well, you know,
the
I'm just saying in
success of the
general,
whole
it's
They say all the time, they're like, oh yeah, this
Since
person making them do it. Really?
1986,
They can
when
shut
I
the
got it
camera off and
passed
walk away anytime. Shut the
President
fuck up.
Reagan signed
They like
it.
the money.
It's brought in $78
listen,
billion.
if I was a woman
yesterday,
and I had the body for it, I'd do it. Fuck it, if I could make millions, just get my tits out, why not?
Yeah, but if I had kids, I wouldn't fucking touch it with a
Most of that's
10-foot
because
pole.
of patriotic whistleblowers who found the
It's
fraud.
the internet.
and
The
fought
shit's
the
out there
cases
forever. People are
forward at their own
screenshotting
risk.
everything you're doing,
Nobody
recording
cares
it.
anymore.
And all of a
That's
sudden
the
you're
point.
forced. Yeah, nobody cares
But
now.
it's so much of
What in
it.
10 years? What about in 10 years? And everybody cares.
Your
And all of a sudden it affects your employment and this, that, and the third. Everybody's bitching.
The answer to that
Nobody
Yeah,
cares
okay.
anymore. There's just so much shit on the
Bro,
internet.
every 10
that
years
nobody
shit changes.
cares.
What are you talking about? Nobody cared about the word fag 10 years ago. Now you say it, people lose their minds. Every 10 years shit shifts. So in 10 years, this isn't going to be normal. I don't think it's going to be normal. There's also going to be ads on TV where if you took the fucking vaccine, call this number because you might have a lawsuit coming.
We've already got,
bro.
we've already got those
I would
ads
defend the
here.
constitutionality, of course, of the False Claims Act.
Stuff is so predictable if you just stop and break it down from an outside standpoint. But so many people don't. They get triggered. They do this, that. Oh, you said this. Oh, you did that. Relax. Know what the fuck I said? I'm not fucking idiotic.
Dude, I can't even remember what I said yesterday, let alone 10 fucking years ago.
Senator, the
But when I'm in
Actually, I can't even remember what I said 10
mid-conversation,
minutes ago,
especially
let
by
alone
what
fucking
you
10
said
years
with
ago, half the time.
whistleblowers as well and the protection.
I just don't care, dude. It's like, honestly,
Yes, sir.
I don't care. What's the worst thing that could happen if somebody sees a picture of my dick on the internet? What could
But that's not
possibly
the point,
be
bro.
like?
You don't give a fuck. Imagine having a
Exactly.
4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old that are all going to school. They're in grade school. You don't really care. You're showing your ass and your pussy, and then in 5 years they're in grade school. Or they're in middle school,
So
and high
are all
school,
their friends'
and they're getting
kids.
bullied because these kids can go online and watch your mom shake her ass when they go home at night.
Yeah, but all their mums are doing it as well.
How do you know?
Constitution first.
So I'm saying so much
That's the
out there,
point,
dude. They're all
bro.
fucking doing it. Even the teachers are out there doing it.
Political danger
See,
and personal costs of such a
you're
decision
going a
are
little
well
far, bro.
documented.
It's true.
You have only to ask
You're going a
former
little far.
Attorney General
No, not.
Jeff
There's been
Sessions
quite a few instances
and
of
Bill
teachers
Barr
getting a sack
from
for,
Donald
and
Trump's
female
sack
teachers
for
getting
lack of
a
loyalty.
sack
But they get
for
fired right away.
So I have
OnlyFans.
three basic
No, they
questions I'd like
don't.
to
Not
ask you.
right away. Only after they
What?
get caught.
Americans believe that
We'll
You
go
can have an
into it.
OnlyFans and teach, bro. What are you talking about?
Is the acceptance of the
Like,
results of an election.
if they don't find
To
out,
my knowledge, Donald Trump has
Yeah,
not
well,
just
that's
say,
it.
like,
Yeah, if you don't
it's
get
right.
caught.
It's not just.
2020
What I mean is, it's not just a shock, is it? If one person's kid, their parent, has got an OnlyFans. It's like nobody gives a fuck anymore.
2020.
I give a fuck. What do you mean nobody gives a fuck anymore? What are you talking about?
President Biden is the president of the United
I give a
States.
fuck.
He was
So there's
duly
not everybody.
sworn in, and he is the president of the United
I
States.
know a lot of people that give a fuck about
There was
this
a
that wouldn't date a
peaceful
fucking
transition
chick
of
that
power.
has that.
So if one of Leah's friends comes
Left
round, right,
office,
for
Yeah.
dinner one night,
overwhelmingly elected
Okay.
in 2024.
and she lets it slip that her mum's got an OnlyFans.
I'll say your mom's a whore.
Electoral votes necessary to
Would you say that before checking out the
You know,
OnlyFans?
Senator, all I
I
can
don't.
tell
I
you
don't even
after.
know how to
is from
fucking go
my
check anything out. So
firsthand
yeah,
experience.
I'd say go
And
home and
I
say
accept the
What if her
results.
mum was
I
hot? What if
accept
you're
the
aware of her
results.
mum and
Joe
and
Biden
she's
is
hot?
president of the United
Leah's
Would that
dad
change your
called you a
mind?
whore.
tell
What is she
you
gonna do? Call me and
is
say
what I
why'd you?
saw
Because you are.
firsthand
Stop
when I
lying to
went
your daughter.
Pennsylvania as an advocate for the campaign.
Stop
I was
normalizing. No,
in
seriously, because now you're
Pennsylvania.
normalizing it for her. Be
I was
honest.
on
Say,
the
mommy,
ground
you know,
in
this is what mommy has to do, but it's
and I
not
saw
good.
many things there, but do I accept the results?
Care about your
Of
fucking
course I
children
do.
for once.
Do I agree with what happened? And
You know?
I saw so much.
Yeah, what if it's non-nude?
You know, no one from either side of
It's
the aisle
non-nude.
should want there to be any
I don't know.
issues with
Twiz said
election
that. I don't know what that means.
And
I don't know why you need an
A fucking
OnlyFans
social
for
media
that.
account. I don't give a
all
fuck about
want our
social media. I'm talking about
elections to be
fucking
free and
when their
fair,
assholes wide
and
open
the
and they're sitting on a
rules and
Coke
the
can.
laws to be
Okay?
followed.
Oh,
That's what I'm
God,
talking
dude,
about.
That's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Extreme? Really? Go ahead and look up some fucking accounts one night, buddy.
Looking up shit like that.
Well, again, dude, I know somebody that
President
fucking.
Trump on January 2nd.
You know.
I don't want to see that shit.
When he urged the Secretary of State.
But that's what I'm telling you, people do, bro. Chicks don't have fucking
I'm
limits
sure
on
they
there.
do it. People do everything. Like that's what I mean. There's no
Exactly.
shock anymore
No,
in
I've
anything.
heard about it through clips, but no, Senator, I've not heard it.
But there will be.
was your
It's my
reaction
point.
to
In 10
President
years, we don't
Trump
know where we're
making
going to
that
be.
call?
We don't know how we're going to be judged.
I
We
would
don't
have
know
to listen
what's
to
going to
the
dictate
tape,
our
Senator.
character. Right now, it's
Well, the quote that
chaos
I
on
gave
the
you was
internet.
exact. He said to the Georgia Secretary of State.
People have 5 different personalities and 5 different social media accounts.
11,780.
You can be whoever you want
Yeah,
online.
Entire
Yeah.
context of
It's
that call,
weird.
I feel like it's
So
long
much
Like Jeff.
online. Yeah, exactly. Jeff.
Jeff and his 15 accounts.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And that's the ones you know about. I'm sure he has ones where he poses as
As a
women.
former prosecutor, are you not concerned that the President of the United States called a state election official and asked him to find enough votes to change the
Sorry, I'm
results?
being honest. I'll go back to
Senator,
being
I have not
censored.
listened to the hour-long conversation, but it's my
Because
understanding
it's not
that
nice
is
what I'm
not
saying, but
what
it's the
he
fucking
asked him
truth.
to do.
You need to listen to it.
It's your truth.
Let me ask the third
So that's how you feel.
my
So
reality.
that's all that matters.
Six rioters who've
Exactly.
been convicted of violent
It's your
assault
feeling.
against
It's your
police
opinion.
officers should be pardoned.
It matters.
I see stories of kids that are getting bullied because of this shit. Like I
Senator,
see,
if confirmed
you
as
know,
Attorney
so I'm not just
General
talking
of
out
the
my ass
United
here.
States, the pardons, of course,
Dude, I bet
fall
Jeff's
under
got
the
a fucking
president. But
OnlyFans
if
account.
asked to look
I
at
just don't
those
understand how you would
cases, I
subject,
will look at
possibly
each
subject
case
your child to
and advise on a
I'm just saying,
bullying
it's
case-by-case
like,
and
basis,
it's
hazing
just
and all that
not,
just as
shit.
I did my
it's just not
entire
that
career as a
shocking
prosecutor.
scandal like it was,
You
know,
also advise the
like it
president
used to
on
be.
pardons. That's
If you
part of
found out,
You know,
like,
back then,
at
you
my
had to
age,
actually work
dude, if
for
you
it.
found out,
You
if you
You know,
found
you had
out
to
one of
work
your
for it. You had to
friends'
go
mum was
fucking,
in,
you know,
like,
flash
Playboy
some
or
fucking skin on a
Razzle,
block or something, dude. You had to go flash some skin on the corner and shit. Now you just turn on a
should be
webcam.
pardoned.
Fucking
That's a
lazy.
simple question.
So, Senator, I have not
lazy
seen
or
any
easy
of
money?
those files, of course, if confirmed,
Easy
and
money,
if
dude.
asked
Everyone
to
likes
advise
easy
the
money.
Well, yeah, I
president,
mean, if these
I
idiots
will
are gonna
look at
pay,
each
yeah,
and
but
every
fucking,
file.
I'm
But
not
let me
paying
be
just to
very
watch
clear in
something I
speaking to
can
you. I
go search for
condemn
free.
any
Are you
violence
high?
on a law
Let's do a
enforcement
social
officer in this
experiment, buddy.
country.
You should start an OnlyFans and see
You're
how
not
much
getting
money
naked.
you can make without actually showing anything of yourself.
You did not list your
I
current
mean,
position
I'll
as a
sit there
partner with the
shirtless, but I'm not
lobbying
showing. I'm
firm
not just gonna sit there swinging my
Resolution
cock around.
Ballard
That's what I
partner
mean. Like, you
clients,
won't have to show
such as
anything.
lobbying for the
Like, not your
country
face,
for
not your ass, not your
for
dick, none of that.
$115,000 a month.
And just see how
for
much money
corporate
you
giants
can make.
Amazon and Uber when you're asked about conflicts of interest. Why do you believe your work as a lobbyist does
Not
not
fucking doing that
constitute
for this.
potential conflicts of interest?
Well, Senator, first, that was the amount my firm received. I believe multiple people represented the country of Qatar within my firm. My role, and I am
How
very
is that even
proud of the
possible?
work that I did. It was a short time, and I wish it had been longer for Qatar, was
What?
anti-human trafficking efforts
Well, I've
leading
lost
into
my
the
lighter and
World
I haven't
Cup,
even fucking
which is
moved.
something I'd like to talk about later, too.
What
I
show
was
to it?
registered as FARA, along with many members of my firm.
What the
That was the
actual
sole portion of my representation for
I said
Qatar.
it's right in front of me.
Now, if
I
there
watched
are
Squid
any
Games too
conflicts
yesterday.
with anyone I
I haven't seen
pretty good.
Squid
represented in
Games
private
once.
practice,
One, yeah.
I would
It's actually pretty
consult
good.
with the career ethics
Weird, the
officials
whole
within the department and
language
make
and
the
stuff, but
appropriate decision.
there's
I
a
would
good
also like to point out to you,
message.
I don't believe that I would be the first Attorney
Good,
General
good actors.
who has represented and advocated for
Because
businesses
there's one dude on there that
in their
can
past.
he can make one side of his face look
The
like
question is whether you will recuse
smug
yourself
and
from any
like
case
devious, and then his other
involving
side look
your
fucking
Ballard
scared and
clients.
helpless.
One
It's
of those
fucking creepy.
clients was the
But at the
GEO
same
Group,
time,
was it not?
Same time, I never
GEO.
seen
is
an
it a
actor be able to.
stroke or
A
something?
private prison company
No, it's
you
just
lobby
that's
for
he's able
manages
to
correctional
he's able
institutions
to have
and
two different
detention
expressions. He's a
facilities.
really big
The
actor in
GEO Group has faced
Korea,
criticism
I
for
think.
safety
But
violations, inadequate
yeah,
health care, and
he's
poor
the
management.
he's like the guy that
U.S.
fucking
Immigration and Customs Enforcement is
walks
GEO's
around
largest
and
source
tries
of
to get
revenue.
people, you know,
Under the
recruits
Trump
people to the game and
administration,
shit, but he
GEO
winds up
stands to
being
earn
like,
hundreds of millions of dollars
you know,
by
somebody everybody
detaining
loves
immigrants
because
if
he's just such a good
evidence-based
actor.
deportation. Would you sense any
I didn't think I'd like
conflict
it
of
either, but
interest if you're asked to
I
judge
guess I like
the
the message
performance
behind
of
it
this
more
government contractor?
than
Senator,
the
I will
violence.
consult with the career ethics officials within the Department of Justice and make the appropriate decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Graham.
The show is usually free.
Thank
It's
you.
the acts that
Congratulations.
cost.
You forgot to say that.
Man, you
John's
guys are too
family
much
was
about
out
this
there.
shit. That's why.
Upstate,
That's
I'm
crazy.
sorry.
You put it out there.
Give you a
Huh?
pass on that. I'm Anderson, by the way. So, listen, President Trump asked a bunch of us, who would you pick for Attorney General?
This guy's a
How many of you
snake.
got to ask that
Is it?
on our side?
Lindsey Graham. Oh,
Probably
yeah,
didn't
dude.
ask Dick, but he asked me. I said Pam Bondi.
He's a rhino.
Like an
He's
easy
a,
decision.
like,
I couldn't think of anybody more
he's
qualified.
you know,
and
made
really
all of his
trusted.
money from
It's okay to
being a
have,
fucking
you were his
senator.
lawyer, right?
Yes, sir. I represented him when they tried to impeach him the first time as part of White House Counsel, Office of Special Counsel.
Being Trump's lawyer prepares you for many things. So,
She was
you
involved
have a
in one of the
long-standing
impeachment
relationship with
hearings,
the president,
wasn't
and
she?
trust you. That's a good thing.
Oh,
That's
okay.
probably why President Kennedy picked his brother, Bobby Kennedy. I guess you can say no to your older brother. I'm sure he would. But this idea there's something bad is ridiculous. Who do you
Exactly,
pick? You pick
Tanker.
people you know. You pick people you trust.
Snake
before
as
you're
well.
qualified. I'm glad he picked you. He knows you. He trusts
This
you.
guy,
You're highly qualified.
Lindsey Graham.
So the idea that there's something wrong with that is just absolutely ridiculous.
I'm starting to only
So
cats.
let's talk about the job
You
you're
cats.
about to
Oh,
have.
yeah.
Do you support making certain drug cartels in Mexico foreign terrorist organization?
Senator, I personally went to Mexico. I personally dealt
Actually,
with
no, I'm
these
not doing that.
cartels
This
when I was a
animal
state
abuse.
prosecutor.
She
and
dealt drugs with the
they
cartels
are
when she was a state
grave and
prostitute.
violent threat
You
to
consider
our country. Yes, Senator.
advising the president.
Like
Good,
after the fucking
good.
story I sent you
Now,
yesterday.
when it comes to
That shit's sick.
Crossfire Hurricane, are those days over if you're Attorney General?
The story you told me about your buddy is the
Absolutely.
sickest thing I ever heard.
Lake and Riley.
Yeah,
you
it's a true
familiar with
story
that
as
case?
well. That's
Sadly, I
like
am,
sort of sick
Senator
about it,
Graham.
dude. I used to work with
I think
him.
Do you know why?
I think I would have shot her.
The
You
man
what?
who killed her.
I think I would have shot her.
Was released from
I don't
custody.
think he knew what to do.
He was paroled to the
I don't even know what to do at that
detention
point. You walk in on
capacity
that.
processing
You got to shoot both of them.
Center in El Paso, Texas. Now, that's not your call. You'll be DOJ.
Or never did
But do you
again.
agree with me that the statute regarding parole doesn't allow parole to be based on we don't have detention beds? There's nothing in that statute would authorize parole based on lack of capacity.
Thanks, Cold.
Are you familiar with that statute?
Yes, sir, and that's
OnlyFans.
frightening.
What,
Well,
Cole?
it's frightening. Are you going to fix it?
I am going to do everything in my power to fix it
What,
if
are you-
confirmed as Attorney
You're going to
General.
advise President Trump we need more beds. Tom Holman's the guy's going to do this, but would you as Attorney General say we need more bed space so Lake and Raleigh
They
never
always do,
happens
Heather.
again?
Senator,
You know
my
that,
job, if confirmed as Attorney General,
OnlyFans
will
isn't
be
just
to
for
keep
that sort of
America
stuff, though,
safe.
don't you?
Do you think we
And that
need more
includes-
detention
Really?
space?
Right, there's
And that
motorcycle
includes
teams that
having
are
enough
sponsored
space
by
for
OnlyFans.
violent criminals.
Yeah, but
for
that's
people that should not be in this country
Yeah.
who have committed violent crimes.
To the
And Lake and
public.
Riley is, Lake and Riley is one of many.
Sponsoring and fucking
41,000
what
beds
the
when
shit
you
actually
expect
does.
to
There's two different
detain
things about it.
people. We got like millions of people.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like
We let
one of
this
the
group
American
go
racing
'cause we got
teams who
anything
race
to put
in
it. I
motor
hope
GP.
those days
Just
are
because
over.
OnlyFans
Their whole
And
bike
Bob,
is,
you're
and
listening.
their
has
library
money
and
to
everything is like
advertise.
Enough
OnlyFans.
detention
Yes.
space.
But if
Make sure
OnlyFans
we
came to
got
me and
5
said,
bed
"Hey,
limit ever
we'll pay you $1
again.
million to advertise OnlyFans on
Do
your
you think
channel,"
we're
I'd be
at
okay.
war? And if
Yeah,
so,
but you just said you hate them.
I don't give a fuck. $1 million is $1 million,
So
baby.
many fronts.
Exactly. That's
People are gonna do it
probably what the
anyway.
chicks are saying when they're like
Of course, we're at
putting
war
it
with
butts out on it.
they're at war with us.
People are gonna do it
$1
anyway.
million bucks is $1 million
Absolutely.
Do you
bucks.
think
I'm not
since
gonna
our
say I'm promoted
withdrawal
for free
from
though. Fuck
Afghanistan,
that. Shit's
threats to our
disgusting.
homeland have gone up
If
from
you're listening to
ISIS?
OnlyFans and you want me
Okay,
to put your
March
logo
7th,
on my screen,
2024,
hit me
General
up.
Varela. I assess ISIS-K retains the capability and will to attack the U.S. and Western interests abroad in as little as 6 months with little or no warning. That's March of 2024. General McKenzie.
I'll take some
ISIS-K
sponsorship.
has
I
a
don't
strong
care who it's
desire
from,
to
dude.
attack
I
the
need the
United
money.
States
That's what I'm
after
saying.
it
Fucking
began
bring it on,
patrol in
that.
Afghanistan following U.S. exit in August 2021. He also stated the threat to ISIS-K from ISIS-K is growing. Major General Quantock, the U.S. remains target number 1 for ISIS-K. Do you agree with that?
Sounds like a breakfast cereal, doesn't it?
Senator, I don't have my security clearance, but from
I can't wait to
everything
look in to
I've
see how
read
much
and
money
heard,
California's
ISIS is
spent
one
on
of the
illegals
greatest
this
threats.
this
Okay,
year.
well, when you get your security clearance, you're going to find
And
out
then what
these
that would
people are
equate to
coming
if they put
after
all
us
that
and
money
they want to
towards
kill us. So
buyers.
I would like to have a strategy to
Seriously,
deal
bro.
with the ISIS threat that's beyond
That's the
just
proof
the
right
law
there.
enforcement model. Does that make sense to you? That
Those
we
have
should use
stepdads
every
and
tool in the toolbox.
Senator,
girls
that
with
includes
stepdads.
wrapping in
The
our state
stepdaddies are the
and
ones that
local
pay.
officials too.
I mean, listen,
Better
bro, like,
cooperation
that's what I mean,
throughout
dude.
our
It's like,
country and
it's
our world.
not a
I
good
totally
situation all
agree.
around.
Do you support reauthorizing FISA in 2025?
Senator, I believe 702 is up in 2026.
Like, is that
I
frowned
believe
upon,
it's
I guess? Like,
2026, and
you
we
know,
will closely be looking at that.
if
FISA
you're-
is a very
Do you
important
agree
tool.
that the
43 and you get with a chick and she's a
702
25-year-old
provides
daughter that fucking, you
important
know,
intel gathering capability to
you're not
protect-
related.
Extremely
know.
important.
Okay. So, Pam, you're about to step into a job that's one of the most important jobs in any democracy. Let's go back to pardons. If I'm a lawyer for somebody in jail, would you promise to listen to the application and read it before you made a decision?
Yes.
Okay. No matter who you are. Good. That's the way it works. People want to bargain with you up here. Will you do this? Will you do that?
I'm just saying, Heather.
All I ask you to do is
not against the
call it
law.
as you see it. Hire good, competent
Not
people.
even close to against
And
the law.
give the president the best legal advice you
Close to
can.
what?
Run the Department of Justice.
It's not even close
in
to
a
against
manner
the
that
law.
other people would want to join
What?
it one day.
if you get with a
Growing
chick
up, I had a
that's 40
fondness
something,
for
she
the
got a,
FBI. I watched the show. I
you
think
know,
it's every
like I'm
Sunday.
30,
Wanted to be an
right? Say I get with a
FBI
chick, she's
Right now,
42,
the
43.
FBI needs,
You know, we're not really, I'm not really
needs an
feeling
image
it.
overhaul.
She got a 25-year-old daughter.
So you have a real
You know, that's
task
not
ahead of you in
wrong.
2 areas. To restore trust,
kind of is.
so many Americans have lost
She's
trust in
closer
the
to my
Department
age
of
than the
Justice.
fucking mom.
And to make sure that this
It
country
doesn't
is
work
safe
well the other way
from
around.
drug cartels that are
I
killing
leave.
3,000 Americans every 2 weeks for money.
Sometimes it works.
To
Sometimes it could work like that. You know, she's
and to protect our
immature,
homeland
but her
that's under
mom's
siege.
banging.
I think you're the perfect pick at one of the most dangerous times in
Yeah.
American
Well, that's where the whole
history,
MILF
and I
thing
look
come
forward
from.
to supporting you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman.
I was a menace back in the day, bro.
Thank you,
I've been a
Senator. And
calm
thank you for meeting
motherfucker.
with me. I greatly
Yeah, listen,
appreciate that.
these
It was
guys
a
are about
pleasure.
to lose their shit.
Ms. Bondi, you
Oh,
were
boy.
a courtroom prosecutor for a great many years. As a courtroom prosecutor, did you ever have an enemies list?
No, Senator.
And you went on to be Florida's Attorney General. As Florida's Attorney General, did you ever have an enemies list?
No, Senator.
As Florida's Attorney General, you were responsible for hiring into the Florida Department of Attorney General, correct?
Enemies list?
Senator, the Attorney General's office in Florida is the third largest in the state.
He's
approximately
trying to set her up for
1,500
some bullshit.
employees and approximately 400 lawyers. Only California and Texas are our bigger offices.
And you were
So,
responsible
yes.
for hiring into that office while you were Attorney General?
Yes,
Would you
Senator.
have hired someone into the Florida Attorney General's office who you knew had an enemies list?
Senator, to cut to the chase, you're clearly talking about Kash Patel. I don't believe he has an enemies list. He made a quote on TV, which I have not heard. I saw your
these
sign or
fucking
Senator
Dems.
Durbin's sign about Kash. But I know that Kash Patel
They're
has
trying to
had
lead her down a path
60
to
jury trials
trap her in some
as a
bullshit.
public defender.
Yeah. I just like
as
that
a
our guy
prosecutor.
did a complete 180 here in
He
Pennsylvania.
has great experience in the
Fetterman.
Intel Department,
Yeah.
Department of
He went from like,
Defense. I have known
He
Kash,
went from being the worst
and I believe that Kash
Yeah.
like,
is the right
possible
person at this time for this
nomination
job.
for a
You'll have
senator
the
ever in the
ability to
world. I mean, the dude
question
couldn't
Mr.
even
Patel.
speak.
And I'm
When-
questioning you
Yeah,
right now.
that's good.
about
His
Yeah.
wife was doing all the work. I think he's got rid of his wife as well.
Publicly on television.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, Senator, I'm sorry. There will never
Outside
be an enemies
noise.
list within the Department of Justice.
Oh, she was
And then he went on Fox a couple times. I was like, oh shit.
FBI.
Well, and he likes Pete
Now, what if
Hegseth.
you
He
have a
likes,
role in national
quite likes
security
Trump
and counterterrorism?
policies.
He's cool as fuck. He wears, dude, listen, anybody that wears
Senator,
sweatshirt
I
and
believe
shorts,
now
they're probably
more
chill.
than
Just
ever,
saying.
Counterterrorism
But that's like
is so important and
half of what
vital
people wear
in
here
our
in PA because
country.
you're confused
We
half
are
the time
facing
with the
such
weather.
incredible
You don't know whether to wear
threats
shorts, so you wear
here
both.
and abroad. If I'm sure many of you saw
Believe it or not.
former FBI Director Wray's interview on 60 Minutes, he talked about the threats that.
Hey,
frankly,
Will,
again,
do
I
you
don't
know the
have my
history of
security
Pennsylvania,
clearance.
Willie? No.
Given that it's
Just
Yes,
how
Senator,
well.
from China right now
Yeah,
that are
well,
so great.
I know the history of the United
Sleeper
States.
cells within our country.
But I know
Given that
Pennsylvania,
importance,
everything named
is
here
it
is from like
responsible to call for shutting
cities
down
in
the
England
FBI's
or cities in London.
counterterrorism and
What the
national
fuck do you
security
call
work?
you guys over there, bro?
And
I'm so
will you,
sick of this shit.
as Attorney General,
Is it Great
lead
Britain, England,
shut
or
down
London?
the
What the
FBI's
fuck do I call?
counterterrorism and national
Well, London is a city, so why would you say that?
Senator,
Because I don't
believe that
know.
national
That's like me
security
saying
is
like
vital
everyone
right
from
now for
America
our country on
is
so
like
many
from
fronts.
fucking
I'm just
New
gonna
York.
say, I'm just gonna say the UK.
Representative
Then.
role in that,
And
Yeah,
the FBI
UK.
plays a vital
UK is
role
everything
in
in one.
counterterrorism
which you
throughout
will
our
or will
world.
not shut down.
I will look at each.
Because you were telling me,
agency. I
like,
have
you know,
no
this
intention of
part does
shutting
this, but if he
anything
goes
down
south,
right
they
now,
do this,
Senator.
and
I
it
am
feels like
not
it's
in
just
that
like
office
different.
yet,
Like,
and if
No,
confirmed, I will
basically,
look at each
You've got the
individual
UK,
agency
you've got Scotland,
and how it
you've
should
got
be managed.
Ireland.
But counterterrorism right
Oh,
now
that's
in
part
our
of the
world
UK?
is vital.
You have
half of it is, yeah.
said that
No shit.
Department of Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted
That's why there was like
in the Trump
yeah,
administration.
wars for
What
years and years and
Department of
years.
Justice prosecutors will be prosecuted and why?
gotcha. That makes sense.
I said that on TV.
Willie only
I
knows
said
about
prosecutors will
hoes.
be prosecuted
I
to
got
finish the quote, if
The
bad.
nose, baby, cats and
Investigators
nose.
will be investigated.
I got
You know, we all
motherfucking-
take an oath, Senator, to uphold the law. None of us are above the law.
I
Let me
am.
give you a really good example
No,
of a
right.
bad lawyer within the Justice Department, a guy named Klein Smith, who altered a FISA warrant, one of the most important things we
Listen,
can do
dude.
in this country.
So
Sorry,
will
I coughed,
everyone
bro.
be held to an
No,
equal,
it's just interesting because
equal,
we talk about this true
fair
crime
system
shit
of
and
justice?
this
If
case
I am
coming
the
up with
next
Brian.
Attorney General,
This is
True
where
absolutely,
this is where it all
and no
starts,
one
dude. It's at
Exactly.
the top.
the law.
These people make the
Under
decisions and
what
filter down.
circumstances will you
I need a break from true
prosecute
crime for a day.
journalists for what
Yes.
they write?
But it's relevant. Do you know what I mean? It's why I like it
believe
because
in
relevance
freedom of
is
speech.
the law behind
Only
what's
if
happening to
anyone
Brian right now.
commits
Exactly.
a crime.
It's
People
because
are
of
like, oh,
policy,
Senator, with anything.
and
What
it's
the
all
fuck
to
is
do
crime?
with policy that is
That's my
set
entire
right now.
career.
What is
For
happening
18
in this
years
room
as a
right now
prosecutor, and then
is
8
going to
years
affect
applied
the
as
way that your
Attorney General.
country, is run
You find the
for the
facts
next
of
4
case,
years. The way your
you apply
justice
the
system
law
is
in
used
good
and abused
faith,
and everything else.
and you
It's all
treat
being
everyone
reset right now.
fairly.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good. And we needed
it
a
would
reset.
not
Everybody's been
be
saying we needed a reset,
appropriate
bro.
for a prosecutor to start with a name
We need a cleansing of the
and look
wicked.
for a crime. It's a prosecutor's job to start with a crime and look for a name, correct?
Senator, I think that is the whole problem with the weaponization that we have seen the last 4 years and what's been happening to
You
Donald
guys
Trump.
literally,
They targeted Donald Trump. They went after him. Actually,
they shot
starting
him.
back in 2016, they
She's
targeted
talking
his
about
campaign. They have launched
politicians,
countless
dude.
investigations
Oh,
against
yeah. They
him.
fucking rip them apart.
Talking about the people that are asking her these
If I am
questions
Attorney
right now.
General, I will not
Yeah.
politicize that office.
She's got
I will
more
not
balls than
target
some of the
people
dudes in that
simply
room, I can
because
tell
of
you.
their political affiliation. Justice will be
It's because most of
administered
men in those, they don't
even-handedly
have balls anymore.
throughout this country. Senator,
went up
we've
in their
got to
body.
bring this country back together.
It
We've got to
disintegrated.
move forward, or we're going to lose our country.
Yeah, I think the concern is that weaponization of the Justice Department may well occur under your
Bitch,
tenure.
nobody's
And we
weaponizing
want to
shit.
make sure
Shut the
that that's
fuck
not
up.
the case, that you remain independent, that you
Ah.
remain able to. And
It's
willing
already
to
been
tell the
weaponized for the
president
last 4
no
years,
when that's
dude.
necessary.
Right?
I'll say
To protect
Fucking
the Constitution
hypocrite.
and the integrity of the department.
One-
So that's where
one
I'm
name,
asking
Hunter
these
Biden.
Look at that
questions.
fucking zombie in the back.
We talked in the meeting about the contacts
Get off your
policy
phone,
that
sweetheart.
has prevailed really since Senator Hatch
So they do
sat
is they're watching it
in
on
that chair
TV
and
to see
demanded
like
of the Clinton
what they look
Justice
like.
Department through all the administration.
But she keeps
since
flashing
then,
her legs.
With the exception of a brief period under Attorney General Gonzalez, which he corrected and which did not end well for him. There has been a contacts policy that limits contacts between the White House and the Department of Justice to a very few senior officials on each side. In your role as Attorney General, if you are confirmed, will you maintain,
What?
defend, and enforce that longstanding contacts policy?
Senator, yes, I will meet with White House counsel, and I will meet with the appropriate officials and follow the contacts policy.
My time has expired. Thank you, Ms. Bondi.
Senator Cornyn.
So
Ms.
much.
Bondi, your testimony is music to my ears.
Thank you.
One of the things that I have been most concerned about over certainly the last 4 years and extending back during President Trump's administration is the weaponization and politicalization of the Department of Justice.
Dude,
which,
you guys
together with the
just fucking
FBI,
convicted
is one
him.
of the most important
Not
institutions
this guy, he's
in
the
this
fucking
country.
Republican dude. He's a stabbed
I'm
up
not
dude. That's
saying,
what-
I'm just saying, like, the Democrats, like, fucking,
That
like,
their
That's what he's
elected
talking
officials
about.
will
that's
faithfully
crazy to me.
enforce the law or administer
Indeed.
equal justice.
If I was Trump, I'd
under
fucking
the law.
put them all in jail.
They've lost faith in America.
But
And
rise
that-
above it, don't you? Don't
It's
stoop
good.
to their
No,
level.
That
fuck
disturbs
that,
me
dude.
greatly,
He rose
and I know
above it
it
the
does
first
you
time
too,
without
based
putting
on
Hillary
what
in
you
jail.
said.
Fool me once, shame on.
So
Nah,
I'm
fuck that.
delighted to hear you say what you have said. But I want to talk about some specific topics. Time is short. First, the border. I believe President Biden and Vice President Harris had presided over one of the biggest humanitarian and public safety disasters in American history. Senator Cruz and I represent a state with 1,200 miles of common border with America.
Exodus.
But as you pointed out with fentanyl, what happens at the border doesn't stay at the border. Fentanyl poisoning is the most common cause of death.
Yeah, go to
of young
Kensington,
people
fucking
between the
PA,
ages of
jackass.
18 and
That
45.
guy
We
sat
know where
behind
it comes from.
He hasn't
The
blinked
precursors
for
come from
like
China. They go to the cartels. They mix them
minutes.
up, make them look like.
I haven't seen him. There you go. Just blinked.
Pills.
Wait, see how long it takes for the
And
next
young
one.
people take them and die. It's just that simple.
die.
And that tragic.
That's what cocaine does to you.
There's just
It's
so
got to
much
be
that
fucking
we could
AI.
talk about
He
with
still
regard
hasn't
to the
blinked
border,
again.
But you know, I know people
the
voted for
f-
President Trump in
The
large
fuck's he
part
looking at?
because of his
That guy
policy
just
to
blinked
restore
again.
security at the border.
All right, we got blinks
Will
now.
you do
That's
everything
not
within
normal.
your power as Attorney General to enforce the laws on the books, including the President's executive orders, which I anticipate he will be signing on January the 20th?
What's he using, a
when he
fucking
is sworn in,
pencil?
and help do everything
they're-
you can,
they're
and
not
the
allowed,
Department of
like,
Justice can, is to restore
metal
security
objects, probably.
to our southern border.
Yes, Senator,
Pretty
absolutely.
school.
One example is, of course, if you come here to the from anywhere in the country and you show up at the border under the Biden and Harris administration policies, you'll simply be released into the interior of the country, either to await a trial date, which may never occur due to the enormous backlog, or you will simply be paroled. And I know parole has a special connotation in the
Thank
criminal
God we
law,
didn't
but in
vote
this
for another 4
context,
years of
as
this
you know,
fucking crazy mess.
it's designed to be administered on a case-by-case basis.
Thank God.
Yet President Biden and Vice President Harris had granted parole, that is, released people into the United States on a categorical basis, or anybody who shows up, or because they don't have the detention facilities.
Just got that Humphrey
keep
not blinking there.
So do you believe Lake and Riley,
I don't know what his problem is back there. I just don't know.
that President Biden and Vice President Harris
It's like a
had
potato.
enforced the law?
Maybe it's
and
from
secured
Idaho.
the border?
Senator,
them
he should not have
potatoes.
been in our country. And then Lake and Riley would have been alive. And I don't think it's just Lake and Riley. There are so many victims throughout our country. Not
Yeah,
only
there's your
that, we're all
connection.
familiar with the violent gangs who are coming into our country, walking into our country freely through the open border. The cartels, the gangs, Venezuela's let people out of their prisons. It's been reported. I don't have the
We just let 'em
security
in.
clearance yet to see what's happening, but I know, we all know, there are criminals throughout our country, and it is my commitment to you on both sides of the aisle that I will do everything in my power with the agencies that fall under me if I am confirmed to make America safe again. We have to do that, Senator.
Well, many of us, of course, see classified information on the Intelligence Committee or just generally in our duties as a senator. And so you're not going to feel any better about the blinking lights, the danger that
Blinking?
Director
That
Ray-
dude's not blinking. He's still not
In my
blinking. Look at him.
closing moments here, I want to
dying.
revisit an issue. that
Life
of
is slipping out of that
importance.
guy's body.
60% of the president's daily brief, which is the intelligence brief that the Director of National Intelligence and the CIA Director delivered to the president, comes from Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've called this the most important law that most people have never heard of. I know you have, and you're familiar with it, but I want to ask you a few questions about that. It's been called the crown jewel of U.S. intelligence. And of course, it cannot be used, legally used, to spy on American citizens. And if it is, it ought to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I know you would agree with that. But there have been some, as you know, and as you pointed out to Senator Graham, we have a temporary extension of the existing authorization for the use of the intelligence community to target foreign threats to our national security that expires in 2026. And I'd like you just to confirm here on the record that you will enforce that law and you can support the law as it is written.
Senator, I haven't read the entire 702 in front of you, but I will commit to reading that and doing everything I can to keep America safe again.
Of course you will. So Director Ratliff, who's going to be, I'm going to go to his hearing on for CIA director. Of course, he was confirmed as Director of National Intelligence. Some have argued that in order to query or look at lawfully collected FISA 702 product, that you need to get a warrant requirement in order to show probable cause that a crime, including espionage, perhaps has been committed. But Director Ratliff has written that a warrant requirement may not achieve its intended objectives and could hinder national security efforts. Do you share Director Ratcliffe's concerns?
I would read his memo, and I will speak to you after I read his memo, Senator.
Well, we need to have I hope you and I can continue this conversation after this, because I think there's a lot of misinformation with regard to how Section 702 works. I'm happen to be one of the members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. We read that product on a regular basis, and it is not used to spy on American people. I think what's fundamentally missing is a lack of trust in the intelligence community, including the FBI, which I'm hoping you and Mr. Patel can restore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a good meeting this week. Thank you for that. And I appreciated your priorities on human trafficking that you mentioned today, that work, as well as fentanyl and some of your other prosecution experience. We had some similar backgrounds in
This
doing
lady's
that.
pretty unhinged.
And
Klobuchar.
I want to talk about, first of all, the U.S. Attorney's Office in
She
Minnesota.
doesn't know what a woman is.
One of the premier offices.
She wouldn't
in
answer the
country.
question.
This office has been instrumental in combating violent
And I bet you she
crime,
asked her about
street gangs,
has she ever
kicking
sexually
fentanyl
assaulted
off our
anyone
streets,
and all this
enforcing
shit.
civil rights laws after George Floyd's murder, ensuring victims of fraud get justice.
George Floyd was a
Do you agree
criminal.
that it should be a
George
priority to
Floyd
support
was a
U.S.
criminal.
attorneys, frontline prosecutors, and case agents who work hard every single day on our streets?
Senator, I think that is one of the most important things in our country right now. And there are so many good men and women within the Justice Department throughout our country, as well as all the law enforcement agencies. Yes, they work very hard and they will be supported.
I'm concerned about some of the proposals that could put cuts in the COPS program, burn JAG programs. I know you're familiar with those. Senator Murkowski and I lead the COPS reauthorization bill. Will you commit to continue to support those programs?
Senator, I will read everything about those programs because that is a top priority of mine, and I would love to meet with you on that and Senator Murkowski to support law enforcement and those programs.
Thank you. Independence from political interference is vital to the legitimacy and success of the Department of Justice. I was honestly troubled by some of the answers to Senator Durbin's questions. We will continue that discussion, I'm sure, on the committee about the election. But I want to focus on the investigation, charging decisions. As a prosecutor, I'm sure you had this experience. I would get calls from people, hey, that's just a kid, give him a break. And I remember one answer I gave was, he's 40 years old, he's not a kid. But that kind of interference is attempted all the time. And one of my concerns here, whether it's a call from a friend, a corporate lobbyist, a White House, it has been very clear that the attorney generals of both parties have established clear policies to ensure that the White House doesn't tamper with criminal investigations and prosecutions. At Attorney General Mike McCasey's hearing, he made clear that any attempt by the White House, and these are the words, to interfere with the case is not to be countenanced. Any call to a line assistant or to a
William Wallace at
political
onlyfans.com.
person relating to a case is to be cut and curtailed. Do you agree with this statement?
Senator, yes, I believe that the Justice Department must be independent and must act independently. The number one job is to enforce the law fairly and even-handedly, and that's what will be done if I am confirmed as the Attorney General.
So you will provide an insurance to every member of this committee that the Justice Department will only follow the facts and the law, and the White House will play no role in cases investigated or brought?
Senator, it will be my job, if confirmed as Attorney General, to make those decisions. Politics will not play a part. I've demonstrated that my entire career as a prosecutor, as Attorney General, and I will continue to do that if you confirm me as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America.
In an earlier question, some of my colleagues talked about China and the risk Yet you have a nominee from this incoming administration, Kash Patel, the pick to head the FBI, have serious concerns about him, has referred to the FBI's Intel Division, which is responsible for protecting us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had. And he said that he wants to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. Do you agree?
I have not seen those comments from Mr. Patel. I would review them, but we have to do everything we can to protect our country. Again, Mr. Patel would fall under me and the Department of Justice, and I will ensure that all laws are followed, and so will he.
Why keep asking
There are many
questions about him?
decisions
It's
made by
like,
the FBI
ask him
director,
yourself.
having seen a number of them do their work, that can be made. While I agree you would be the boss of Kash Patel, I'm not sure that you would be able to intervene with every decision or position that he had or know what he's doing. So let's continue. Do you
should she
agree
have
it's the
to?
duty of the Justice Department to defend the laws Congress passes? And will you commit to do even when the president may disagree with an act campaigned against its passage or called for its repeal? President Reagan's AG, William French Smith, said the department policy was the department has the duty to defend an act of Congress whenever a reasonable argument
Amy
can be made in
Klobuchar,
its
that's the woman
support. So I'm
talking.
specifically referring to the 2022 law that I
Klobuchar.
long led that we passed to empower Medicare to negotiate drug prices, major savings for seniors. Will you commit to defend the law against the lawsuits from Big Pharma?
Senator, I was involved in big pharma cases when I was Attorney General of the state of Florida, and I will commit to protect the laws of the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. That would also, same question, with the Supreme Court is going to be hearing a challenge to the Affordable Care Act's coverage of preventative services. And despite the fact that you twice joined suits to have the entire Affordable Care Act invalidated, will you commit to defending this law?
Yeah, I believe this is very different. It's a very isolated, it's different. It's not the entire Affordable Care Act, but I will, it's pending litigation, of course, within the department.
Since the 1990s, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act has protected patients, providers, and facilities that provide reproductive health services. Will you commit to continuing to enforce the FACE Act to address violence and threats against those providing reproductive health care services?
Senator, the FACE Act not only protects abortion clinics, but it also protects pregnancy centers and people going for counseling. The law should be applied even-handedly. Yes, Senator.
So you'll uphold the enforcement of that law?
I'll uphold the enforcement of the law, Senator.
Okay, and I will ask my antitrust questions in the next round. We had a good discussion about that, and I do appreciate the nominee that has been put in place for the antitrust division, and there's incredibly important work that has to be done in that division. So
Gail
thank
Slater
you.
is remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank all of my colleagues for abiding by the 7-minute rule. Before I call on Senator Lee, I want everybody to plan on our first break would be about 11:50, and then would be 30 minutes for lunch. Senator Lee.
Jesus Christ,
Thank
that's
you,
all
Mr.
these
Chairman.
people are
Thank you,
worried
Ms. Bondi,
about.
for being here today. I too share the assessment that Gail Slater is great. Had a great meeting with her yesterday.
Yeah.
And just thrilled that you're here and that you're willing
Didn't
to
have
serve.
any breaks
I'd like
yesterday.
to talk to you as a longtime lawyer and one who has handled a variety of criminal matters about the Fourth Amendment.
Crikey, Mike's
What
lost
can you
his
tell
hair.
us about the Fourth Amendment's warrant requirement and why it's so important?
Well, the warrant requirement is so important, which I've dealt with that since I was in my 20s as a state prosecutor. A warrant is so important because it protects citizens' rights, and that's why it's so important.
And it does that specifically because under the Fourth Amendment, you're required to go to a judge and you're required to show a judge evidence providing probable cause. And based on that probable cause, you can describe with particularity the things or persons to be searched or seized. And on that basis, the judge may issue or not issue the warrant, but without it, you can't get it. Now, this is time consuming, no doubt, right?
Oh, I've done many of them, yes. It's very time-consuming, Senator.
And there's probably not a law enforcement officer anywhere in the world who wouldn't acknowledge that they could save time if they didn't have to go about it. And yet we require it. Why is that so important that we do it?
Well, it's so important for the reasons you just laid out. When I said I've done many of them, I've approved them and not approved them as a state prosecutor, because law enforcement, there are checks and balances, and law enforcement must bring these warrants to prosecutors to see if there is sufficient evidence. Then after that's done, they have to take them to a judge to have a judge sign them. So there have to be sufficient checks and balances throughout our system.
So even after you, as Attorney General, as the chief law enforcement officer and prosecutorial authority in the state of Florida, approved it within your office, you still had to go to the judge. And if it was late at night, early in the morning, didn't matter when, you had to find a judge.
All hours of the night. That was more when I was a state prosecutor. As Attorney General, the office of the statewide prosecutor, Nick Cox, would have done that many, many times at all hours throughout the night and woken up many, many judges throughout the state of Florida.
Is there an exception to the warrant requirement that exists anytime it would be inconvenient for prosecutors or anytime national security might be involved?
I'm not certain about national security, but absolutely no for a state prosecutor.
Right. Yeah,
No exception.
There's no catch-all exception that just says this is important or it would be inconvenient for the prosecutor, and with good reason.
Right.
We've learned through sad experience over many hundreds of years, not only in our own country, but also in that of our mother country, what happens when you don't have this in the loop. So you've been asked today a little bit about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, also known as FISA. There are those who have repeatedly assured members of this committee, including myself, that don't worry, content of phone calls or electronic communications involving American citizens, sometimes resulting in the quote-unquote incidental collection of American citizens' private conversations. Don't worry, their Fourth Amendment rights are just fine. And yet, when they incidentally collect the communications of American citizens, either because they're perhaps unwittingly talking to somebody who might be an agent of a foreign power and themselves under 702 surveillance, they get onto this big database. And at times, there are those in the government, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who have gotten into that database and done so, of course, without a warrant, because there currently is no warrant requirement. This has the effect of what we call a de facto backdoor warrantless search. Would you agree with me that that is potentially concerning anytime an American citizen's private conversations are intercepted, stored, whether as an incidental collection or otherwise? They ought not be searched without some kind of probable cause showing. I assume you'd agree with me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's important. Sometimes people will defend that by saying national security is involved, as if that's the beginning and the end of the inquiry. That has never been the case, and I hope and pray it never will be the case, because that's not what the Fourth Amendment says, not what it does, not what it ever can be. So it's my sincere hope that the next time FISA 702 comes up for reauthorization, Congress finally do what it has been avoiding for a long time, which is to ensure that this doesn't happen. We've heard again and again from people who, if you're confirmed to this position, will soon be your predecessors, prior occupants of the position to which you've been nominated and to which Mr. Patel has been nominated. Don't worry, we have good people. Don't worry, we have good systems in place. Don't worry, it's as good as a warrant requirement, the internal approval procedure that we have within our system. And yet we've found out time and time again that this has happened by some accounts hundreds of thousands of times. These things have been accessed where searches for an American citizen's private communications that have been intercepted and stored through incidental collection have been searched without those safeguards being met, including instances where people just wanted to check on, to cite one example, whether his father was cheating on his mother, or in other instances, doing background checks on someone looking to lease an apartment that he owned and was looking to rent out. This is unacceptable, and we've got to fix it. Speaking of unacceptable, we have seen over the last few years the weaponization of government, specifically within the Department of Justice, against law-abiding Americans. Law-abiding Americans whose offense was something along the lines of, them exercising their constitutional rights, ranging from Catholics attempting to practice their faith, to parents showing up to school board meetings, to people showing up to engage in peaceful protesting outside of abortion clinics. As Attorney General, how will you prevent the weaponization of the Department of Justice against Americans.
And Senator, you just gave the classic example of what's been happening regarding the weaponization. Going after parents at a school board meeting has got to stop. For practicing your religion, sending informants
They wouldn't
into
be able to stop me,
Catholic
bro.
churches must stop.
What about branding parents as domestic terrorists or trying to incarcerate one's political opponent as a sitting president of the United States?
Will stop, must stop. Your Senator.
It is exactly the sort of answer I was hoping and expecting to receive from you, and I look forward to doing everything I can to help get you confirmed. I've been pleased with your answers thus far. I've enjoyed knowing you, considering you a friend for many years, and look forward to the great things you will do as Attorney General of the United States. You have my emphatic support and my vote.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Attorney General
Republicans
Bondi,
are misogynists,
family
so.
and supporters.
Yeah,
Thank
they're
you for your
horrible
service, and I look forward to our conversation today. I have a simple three-factor test when considering the executive branch nominees before us. Do you have the qualifications and experience to do the job, policy views to do the job in the best interest of the American people, and the character and integrity to conduct your job, and yours in particular, with the independence that the role requires? You demonstrably have the relevant experience. I understand we will not see eye to eye on some or even many policies, but we had a constructive conversation last week about our shared interest in fighting the opioid epidemic, countering human trafficking, criminal justice reform, and supporting law enforcement. But I need to know that you share a core value, ensuring the Department of Justice remains free from partisan or political influence, in particular by the White House.
Like it is
so
now,
I look
you
forward
mean.
to our discussion about that today. As Attorney General, if confirmed, who would be your client?
My oath would be to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. The people of America would be my client. Now, it is also my job to advise the president. My client are the people of America.
A simple question of constitutional interpretation. Is President-elect Trump eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
If he wants.
No, Senator, not unless they change the Constitution.
Thank you. One of the concerns I've raised with you is safeguarding the Department of Justice's independence in the face of some promises on the campaign trail by then candidate Trump that he would use the department to target his political adversaries, or that he might interfere with prosecution. What would you do if your career DOJ prosecutors came to you with a case to prosecute, grounded in the facts and law, but the White House directs you to drop the case?
Senator, if I thought that would happen, I would not be sitting here today. That will not happen.
He's knocking the
Will
fucking
not happen.
pen to their face.
Every case will be prosecuted based on the facts and the law that is applied in
The
good
person asking
faith.
the question is
Period.
a
Politics have got to be taken out of the system.
I
This
agree with
department
you.
has been weaponized for years and years and years,
But let
and
me,
it has
if
to
I might,
stop.
thank you. Let me, if I might, Madam Attorney General, refer you back to Senator Durbin's opening comments about previous attorneys general, our former colleague, Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr. I don't think it's credible to say that it may never happen that the president-elect would direct an unethical or illegal act. I think both of those attorneys general found themselves crosswise
Did
with
he
the
do it
then
last time,
president by doing
jackasses?
things he didn't
Well, they're trying to say he
welcome or
did.
approve of.
Oh my
Just answer the
God.
question for me if you would.
Hillary Clinton
I know
would
you
have
may
been
not
in jail.
expect it. I know
She
you wouldn't
should
have
be in jail.
accepted this
She
nomination
should still
if you
be in
thought it
jail.
possible. But
Exactly.
let's imagine that once again,
You didn't put her in jail,
President-elect
too.
Trump issues a directive or order to you
Oh.
or to the FBI director that is outside the boundaries of ethics or law. What will you do?
Senator, I will never speak on a hypothetical, especially one saying that the president was institution and the United States of America. And the most important oath, part of that oath that I will take are the last four words, so help me God.
Given the importance of that oath,
She
I hope
glitched
you
when
can
she
understand
started
the
talking about the
importance,
Constitution.
of repeated questions.
Them's
from
hating that
some of us
much.
about
Glitches
the
and
importance of
matrix.
having independence in the Department of Justice. It has a long tradition of independent special prosecutors, especially to handle high-profile or often political cases. If you got credible evidence of a criminal violation by a White House official, including even the president, would you bring in a special prosecutor?
Senator, that's a hypothetical. I can tell you what I do know is special prosecutors have been abused in the past on both sides. We have seen that for many, many years. They have cost the taxpayers countless dollars, countless. And I will look at each situation on a case-by-case basis and consult the appropriate career ethics officials within the department to make that decision.
Attorney General, do you think special counsels need to be confirmed by the Senate?
I will follow the law and I will consult with the appropriate ethics officials regarding the law. Right now, they do not need to be Senate confirmed, of course.
But you did sign an 11th Circuit brief arguing that they should be.
I will follow the law, Senator. That's why I said that.
Understood, but I was just getting to the clarity about the difference between a
Absolutely.
position you've advocated and what the current law is. Thank you for that. Look, bluntly, to me, refusing to answer a hypothetical when there is clear and concrete previous history raises some concerns for me. I think Chris
Hypothetical,
Wray
you
has
moron.
done an outstanding job as FBI director at
That's all these
avoiding
fucking guys do
political
is
pressure.
hypotheticals.
And although he was
Yeah,
chosen
but he's,
by
talking,
the
he's
people,
trying to say
he's being driven out.
he's trying to say
So
that
he
Trump
can
tried
be
to
replaced.
influence
My perception,
DOJ
I've
and
not
that
yet
before.
met with Mr. Patel.
But literally,
by
dude, what has
a
Hunter,
loyalist
like,
who
what's
has
Joe
publicly
Biden been
said
doing?
He
you
will
know?
do
10 times
what the
worse
president
shit, but we don't
asks
care
him.
about that, I guess.
Given that Attorney
Hey,
General
big
Barr was
key.
asked to go find evidence of
Tony, bro,
elections,
I wouldn't be
interference,
opposed to.
and improprieties,
I'm
went
telling you,
and looked for
bro,
the
I'm
evidence
not
and said, I
opposed to a
can't
civil
find
war.
any,
Period.
and was then dismissed.
Cleanse these
I'm
fucking
just going to
idiots
ask
out
you
of
one
here.
last time. Can you clarify for me that in following ethics and the law, you'd be
This time
willing
it's just
to
going to
resign
change and not
if ordered
fucking
to do
go back
something
to
improper?
bullshit like this.
Senator, I wouldn't work at a law firm. I wouldn't
A
be a
real fucking civil
prosecutor.
war this
I
time.
wouldn't be attorney general. If anyone asked me to do something improper and I felt I had to carry that out, of
This is what
course I
people
would
think.
not do that. That's
Like,
one of the main things you learn when you're
why
a
would
young
she ever
prosecutor
put
is
her
to do the
whole
right
career
thing.
on the line
And
to
I
do
believe that has
something
continued with me
like
throughout
completely
my
off the cuff? Do you know what I
long
mean?
career.
As we discussed,
So what,
protecting
their
People think like
job?
Ann Taylor's going to go to court and lie.
property
All they're
is a
doing here
real
is
concern of
Because-
mine and of several others on this committee. I look forward to talking with you about that pressing concern. But the most important question I had for you today is whether you will be willing and able to stand up to politicization and interference in the Department of Justice. And I look forward to further clarification from you about the specifics of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
Senator Cruz would be next, but he's not here, so I call on Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I like Mr. Kennedy,
My man.
Louisiana.
Congratulations.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
He's
Can
about
we
to fucking lay it
agree
on.
that legitimacy is important to America's,
Yeah, back to bed, Angel.
criminal justice system?
Unite.
Yes, Senator.
Unite.
Can we agree that legitimacy is important to the Department of Justice, which in part administers our criminal justice system?
Yes, Senator.
And if Americans come to believe that our criminal justice system or our Department of Justice is acting illegitimately, that makes Americans less likely to accept the results of that system, does it not?
Yes, Senator.
And that makes Americans less likely to follow the substantive laws that we pass that are administered by the Department of Justice. Isn't that true?
Yes, Senator.
And if that happens, we have chaos, don't we?
Chaos.
And the social contract is breached, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember a person by the name of Michael Avenatti?
I do.
Yes.
Several years ago, he was a media star here in Washington.
An attorney, correct?
Yes. He was a media star. And many members of our media loved him because he persistently bashed Donald Trump. And he was on TV every day. He was on CNN more than Wolf Blitzer. Do you know where Mr. Avenatti is today?
I believe he's sitting in prison, Senator.
He's in jail.
Yeah.
Because he was a crook.
Like
And the
Pelosi and
Department of
fucking
Justice
Clinton.
helped put him there.
She fell over yesterday, didn't she? And,
Yes, Senator.
Good. She deserves everything.
She's always drunk. She's just had a hip replacement.
Do you remember a gentleman by the name of Sam Bankman-Fried?
Yes, Senator.
He's with P. Diddy right
Boy
now.
genius.
Talk to him.
So smart and so powerful that he thought he could command the tides. So smart and so powerful and so rich that he would go to meetings with serious people like Bill Clinton, like Tony Blair, looking like a slob, looking like a fourth runner-up to a John Belushi lookalike contest. And he thought it was cute. Where's Mr. Bankman-Fried today?
I believe he is in prison, and I believe that's from the Netflix series I saw as well.
Mm-hmm. Because he's a crook. And who helped put him there?
The Department of Justice, Senator.
Can we agree that there's some really, really good men and women at the Department of Justice?
Many, many great men and women in the Justice Department, as well, Senator, as all the law enforcement agencies that fall within the Department of Justice. They're out there risking their lives, especially the law enforcement officers, every single day.
Can we agree, though, that there have been and may be today some bad people at the Department of Justice?
Yes, Senator.
We don't know for sure because for the last 4 years, the curtains there have been tightly drawn. But I think a minority of people there have delegitimized America's criminal justice system. The most destabilizing act that I saw in the past 4 years, maybe in the history of the department, is when Attorney General Garland decided on the basis of dubious facts and untested legal theories to criminally prosecute a former president of the United States. And not only that, this is the special part. He decided to do it after the former president of the United States had announced that he was going to run against Attorney General Garland's boss, didn't he?
Senator, are you referring to going after a political opponent?
I think so. Now,
I think
this
so.
is one person.
He's great, isn't he?
Yeah.
That kind of stupid takes a plan. And I say that because, number one, this is America.
America! We need
That
to
had never happened before.
you need to drink or do a bong every
That's the
time
sort of
someone
thing that
says
happens
America.
in a country whose Powerball jackpot is 287 chickens and a goat. It doesn't happen here. And I call it stupid because it broke the seal. It broke the seal. It normalized it. There are a lot of ambitious prosecutors in America, Democrat and Republican. And I'll bet you right now there's some prosecutor in a particular state thinking about, well, maybe I ought to file criminal charges against President Biden's inner circle for conspiring to conceal his mental decline. And that's the road we're headed down.
Is that making you hungry, Doodle?
And you've got to
What
fix it.
goats? I don't know why.
You got to fix it. And here's what, in my judgment, what I would ask you to do.
You can't fix stupid.
Find out who the bad guys are and the bad women and get rid of them. Find out who the good people are and lift them up. But do it on the basis of facts and evidence and fairness.
Yeah.
Because the temptation of some people is going to be, they're going to tell you, look, two wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even.
Oof.
Don't resist that temptation. Help us restore legitimacy.
I agree,
to the
Mick.
Department of Justice.
Thank you, Senator.
Exactly. It's like if you do nothing, like then you just show that like these fuckers can run like.
Yeah, and then when they get back in power, they'll just destroy you again.
Thank you for visiting
Exactly.
with me.
You have to make a fucking stand at some point and just do what's right. Clear them out, dude.
That's what I said, bro. I'm not opposed to a fucking civil war.
Attorney General.
Just gotta clear these fuckers out. This guy's a snake. Blooming fault. Comes from one of the richest families in America.
Really troubled.
And it'll be the elite versus the fucking middle and lower class. Let's see what happens.
Non-responses to the question that you've been asked today. You say the right things, that you're going to be the people's lawyer.
Look at him with his little
That's what you
Ukraine
have to
fucking flag attached
say
to the American
here.
flag. Why don't you make Ukraine a 51st
I believe
state?
being the people's lawyer means you have
That stuff
to
is so
be able to
gay.
say no to the President of the United States.
While
You have to
our
speak
country's on
truth
fire.
to power. You have to be able to say
Looking like fucking Dresden.
that Donald Trump
Why do you
lost
go?
the 2020
Goats,
election.
right?
You dodged that question when you were asked directly by Senator Durbin.
Oh, I
You
looked
have
it
to
up.
be
The
able to
goat's
say
dead,
that
by the way.
January 6th
Which goat?
insurrectionists who
The
committed
one that
violence
chick
shouldn't
saved.
be pardoned. You have to be able to say that
Yeah, ran off and died.
a nominee for the FBI director who says
Yep.
he has an enemy
I
list.
have no clue.
And that's just the beginning of
Well, you played
what
the video.
he has said
Did I?
in terms of politicizing,
I remember that.
deeply weaponizing
Yeah, Christy
the FBI
Noem
against
has to do this,
political
Meg. It was meant to be today, but
that he shouldn't be.
they've pushed us
the
till
FBI
Friday.
director.
What the fuck you mean, Meg? We go to
You know,
fucking like every family function.
We have some history here.
Put
with
that
your
bitch on a
predecessor,
spit at like 5 in the morning and keep turning that shit for
Barr,
like
Sessions and
12
others.
hours.
Goat's
who
actually really good.
perhaps sincerely
fuck.
believe
Tasty, it's
that where
like,
you are now.
What's lamb?
pretty healthy meat.
Lamb,
Hey, Scotty.
goat,
They
lamb,
would
goat,
say
same
no,
bullshit.
No, it's different.
but
Lambs
Yeah,
and sheep.
working
Goats
with
and
a
sheep are a
president
bit
that
different.
expected them to be
Yeah, but the
his
taste is
Roy
not that
Cohn,
far off.
his personal
I
attorney.
guess. Goat's a little bit like.
Do you really think
I
Goat's
still
good for
prefer- I
stews
still
and
prefer
stuff like that. You know what I mean?
that
Yeah, I
they've
still
encountered,
prefer fucking pork over everything.
or the repercussions from the White
Like a
House?
kebab? I want a pork kebab.
If
I don't want no chicken
you
kebab.
say
I don't
no
want no
to the
fucking.
president,
There's a lot of beef.
And
You
so
can't
my
beat
question to you
British
is,
beef.
can
Yeah.
you say no to the President of the United States when he asks you to do something unethical or
Like Bill
illegal?
Clinton did to Monica
Senator, first, I need to
Zelensky.
clarify something that.
Can I put my finger
that
in you
I have to
inside
sit up here and
the
say these
Oval
things.
Office,
No,
please?
I don't. I
Tom
sit up here
Brady.
and speak
Tom
the
Brady
truth.
lives in a closet.
I'm not going to sit up here and say
He needs to come out
anything
eventually.
that I need to say to get confirmed by this body. I don't have to say anything. I will answer the questions to the best of my ability
Yeah.
and
let me
honesty.
The
ask you,
size of the ring on her finger, dude.
an individual who says that he is going to, quote, come after, end quote, people he alleges, quote, help Joe Biden rig the presidential elections, that he
Quote.
has a list of people
Because he says quote
who
doesn't
are
mean
part
it's
of this
legit.
deep state who should be prosecuted, that he's going to close down the FBI building on his first day in
These fuckers are so scared to fucking be prosecuted because they know the
who
fuck.
appropriately should be the
I
FBI
know,
director.
Meg.
Aren't those
Great
comments
small time, but that's not Tom
inappropriate?
Brady. Great
Shouldn't
small
you
time is
disavow them
Valentino Rossi.
and ask him
He's the
to
goat.
recant them?
Senator, I am not familiar with all those
You
comments.
promised
I
not
have
to
not
do to
discussed those
us what we did
comments
to
with Mr.
you.
Patel.
Shut the
What I
fuck
do
up.
know
Well,
is
I'm
Mr.
asking
Patel,
you,
You
what,
promise
excuse me, what I do
not
know
to
is
bend
Mr.
me over my
Patel was a
desk and
career
spank me
prosecutor.
like a
He
naughty
was a career
boy.
public defender,
Actually, he'd probably like that.
defending people. And
He
he
probably
also
pays for
has
that
great
at lunch
experience
times.
within the intelligence community. What I can sit here and tell you is Mr. Patel, if he works
I don't like Tom Brady either.
within the FBI,
She
if
gonna
he's
get
confirmed, and if
feisty in
I
a
am
minute.
confirmed, he will follow the law. If
Rossi
I am the
rides
Attorney General
motorbikes
of
to
the
us.
United States of America, and I don't think he would do
Valentino
anything
Rossi.
otherwise.
Greatest of
Well,
all
let
time.
me just
Number
submit
46.
that the response that I would have hoped to hear from you is that those comments are inappropriate and that you will ask him to disavow or recant them.
Why?
When he comes before this committee.
Why?
Because they are indeed chilling to fair enforcement and the rule.
Why should she have to
Let
do
me
anything?
ask you on another topic. When we met,
Go get some more work done to your face, you pig.
welcomed your support
Man,
for
that's
the
hilarious.
goals
Is
of
that
the Kids
real?
Online Safety Act. And Senator Blackburn and I
Meth, we're all
spent
in.
a lot
I love
of
it.
time, devoted a lot of effort to
Yeah,
the passage
right.
of the Kids Online Safety Act, which happened by an overwhelming vote of 91-3, 72 co-sponsors, including Vice President-elect Vance. I appreciated our discussion and your support for protecting kids online when we
Absolutely,
met
Tango,
last
he is.
week. I'm hopeful that this area is one where we can work together. Can we count on your support in working together to protect kids online?
Senator, absolutely, and thank you for that legislation, and Senator Blackburn. I believe in this world right now, we have to find the things we have in common, and that is certainly one of them, Senator, protecting our children from online predators. You've done so much on that front, and I thank you. I attempted to do that as well when I was Attorney General, but I am committed to working with you on anything we can do to protect our children throughout this country. When I was Attorney General, we started something called From Instant Message to Instant Nightmare, and educating parents about online predators. And that also, Senator, is one of the core functions of the FBI, the cyber unit.
The FBI.
They sit there, these agents sit there all day long and investigate child predators. We tell parents constantly, you think
Ms.
you're
Bondi,
talking to another
I
child,
apologize.
and you're
I'm
not.
going to interrupt you. I welcome
Sure.
your positive response. I have
Oh,
one
go ahead.
more question that I'm going to try to fit into
Sure.
this round. TikTok will be banned unless it is sold
Fuck TikTok.
because it has.
I hope
been
Elon
used
Musk doesn't buy TikTok. He doesn't
the
need to buy
Chinese to
TikTok.
collect information
TikTok.
and do
TikTok
so
can go away for all I
danger
care.
our national
Yeah,
security.
exactly.
Can you commit that
Doesn't
you will
Elon doesn't need to buy
It's
TikTok?
that
It's
law
polluting the fucking youth.
promptly and effectively?
I love
All
Elon
the stupid-
Musk.
all
I
the
think he's a
stupid-
great guy, but he doesn't need to be in
President
control of
Trump
too
picked
much
for
social
your
media.
Solicitor
There
General
needs to be a
Department of
balance.
Justice,
He needs to
Do you know what I
focus
mean?
on
United States
fucking what his
Supreme Court
position is right now.
arguing
You can't let
that
one person be
the
in
ban
control of all
should
of social
be
media. That's
delayed.
just not
Will you
right.
commit to enforce that law on your
Fuck
first
TikTok.
day?
All the
in your
stupid
Fuck
first
dances
day?
and
You are
shit.
confirmed.
What have they
Senator, as I
gotten?
discussed
What have
with
they
you
gotten
during our
everybody?
meeting, that is
Nowhere.
pending litigation within the Department of Justice.
Well, it's pending litigation, but will you enforce that law?
I can't discuss pending litigation, but I will talk to all the career
Well, again,
prosecutors who are handling the case. Absolutely, Senator. Discuss with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Tillis.
Ms. Bondi, thank you for being here. I think I told you when we met, thank you for the time we met. I was born in Florida, have a lot of friends and family, and follow Florida politics pretty closely, and you've had a very impressive career there, though I do also have to admit I'm a Gator hater, so for the Florida alum, I'm University of
Gator
Tennessee. But
hater.
anyway, I actually, in some of these
How's he a
hearings,
Gator
I
hater?
created a bingo card to see what
I
some
don't
of my
like Gators,
colleagues
see?
on the other side of the aisle were
No,
going
he's
to
talking
hit. I
about
want to go back to a
the
few
university.
really quickly. One
I think
was
he's
about
talking
you
about
being
the actual Gators.
a lobbyist paid for it
He
on
brought
the
up the
payroll.
university
Carter,
after
would
that.
you mind going back and
Oh.
repeating what you said in case people did not hear the involvement of your law firm and precisely what you were doing for the government of Qatar?
Yes, Senator, I was very proud of that work. It was anti-human trafficking in advance of the World Cup, and human trafficking has been something that's been very important to me my entire career, especially when I was Attorney General of
And
the
you also
state of
made it
Florida.
clear that you had a number of practitioners within the firm working on it. So this narrative that you were getting $115,000 a month from Qatar is correct or not?
Not correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about, well, first off, I want to go back. You should be happy that so many comments have been directed towards Kash Patel, whose confirmation I am supporting. In fact, I'm meeting with him today, because that means they're out of stuff for you. So if it comes up again, you will once again know that you've got a great reputation and a great resume, and they're just trying to find things to put your integrity into question.
I love how they roast together up here.
When sensible people like talk,
be loyal to the Constitution.
It actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
That's what I mean. You can tell such a big contrast between the Democrat and Republican.
It's the reality. It's the reality that they live in. It's like they're not afraid to say it how it is, whereas the other side just make up complete and utter fucking nonsense all the time.
How can you be a Republican?
It's a big show to them, you know? Popularity contest. These guys just want to get on with their jobs and like.
Go back to the fucking, when America was a superpower.
702. I believe it's one of the
Not a
most
bunch of
important
pussies.
things that you can do early into your confirmation. We'll be talking about, hopefully with some Democrat support. That there have been dramatic reforms to 702. I've sat through an extensive presentation to try and make sure that the abuses never occur again and that you have a throat to choke if somebody abuses the protocol that's in place. I believe that we need to codify a lot of that. As a matter of fact, when I went through it, I felt like there were so many blinding flashes of the obvious.
John's writing that down.
Have already been a part of the approval
Yes, great.
matrix. So can
Lyrical.
you, after you're confirmed, commit that you or a designate will come back and provide for this committee an update on all of the protocols that have changed and recommended legislation for codifying so that when we do go to reauthorization, we'll have what we need to make sure that that program stays in place?
Senator, I or a designee will review all of 702 before it terms, of course, in 2026 and come back and report to you on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you. You have a great perspective with your time in the state and working with the Department of Justice. Give me an idea of things that we need to do better in terms of, and I'm talking primarily in the law enforcement role. I think many people don't understand the joint task forces, the law enforcement efforts that are going every single day in every one of our states. What an incredible job they do. So can you give me some sense of things that you would look at to say, maybe we could do it better from your perspective of having been a prosecutor in Florida?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Yeah, having been a career prosecutor, I think I have a unique perspective because I was a state prosecutor, of course, prior to becoming Attorney General. So I worked on a daily basis with local law enforcement and state and not daily with federal, but I worked consistently with state, local, and federal. Then when I was Attorney General, I worked with all three as well. I feel like we have to have better coordination among all our agencies, especially given all the terrorism issues that we've discussed earlier in this hearing. We have to wrap in and communicate better with our local and state law enforcement officers throughout this country. There are so many great men and women in law enforcement, and we have to, I don't know exactly how yet, but we have to figure out a better way to work together with the federal authorities.
Thank you. And I'm going to do a second round as well, but I think I also checked the bingo card for election denier. There were some people, that seemed to suggest that you were denying the election. I think that you said that President Biden is our president.
President Biden is the president of the United States of America, and President Trump will be the 47th president.
But I think you made a point that or at least I inferred from a comment that you made, a very important point.
All right,
Folks,
bro,
there are election
hop down.
proprieties in
I got some
every
shit to take care of.
The
You
question
obviously-
is a matter of scale.
Yeah, I want to come up here for a little bit, but I know this shit's gonna fucking run on. So when I'm done with this fucking dude, I'll
voter ID, because we
come
want to
back
make
up. I gotta talk to him
elections
about
easy to vote and hard to
sale.
cheat. But the fact
Yeah,
of the
they're
matter is,
cheating.
people are cheating.
I think they're going to have a break in a minute anyway.
Suggests that there aren't
That's right. They said 11:15.
irregularities in every election, that they need to spend more time at home and really studying the facts. I don't think, though, that you've said that Biden is an illegitimate president. In fact, I think you said just the opposite. He is the president of the United States, and President Trump will be the next president, right?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing before the second round, January 6th. A lot of people are going to say you're going to have a rubber stamp for letting people have pardons or recommending a pardon for people who did violence to law enforcement. I'm not going to ask you a hypothetical
What's today,
because
Wednesday?
I want you to be consistent and not answer me. But I have
yeah.
to believe, as a member, I was the
Yeah.
last member out of the Senate on January the 6th. I walked past a lot of law enforcement officers, who were injured. I find it hard to believe that the President of the United States or you would look at facts that were used to convict the violent people on January the 6th and say it was just an intemperate moment. I don't even expect you to respond to that, but I think it's an absurd and unfair hypothetical here, and you probably haven't heard the last of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah.
Fucking
Before I
cuck.
call on Senator Hirano, after her and Cruz's testimony, then we'll take a lunch break. And that break will be for 30 minutes.
You're the last
Take
I
a
can't control
lunch
when
break.
the senators come back, but I expect
Okay,
them to be
naps.
back after 30
We can take our
minutes. I'll be
naps.
there.
Yes,
And-
Chairman.
They're going to
And
go
then
and
I may leave the meeting to
eat
open
some
the Senate,
liquefied
so whoever's on our side
fetuses.
is acting
Fucking
chair
slime
for that
buckets.
period of time. Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, this
It's part of
lady
my
is
responsibility
fucking
to
nuts.
ensure the fitness of all nominees.
She's not even
asked
American.
following
She's
two
not
initial
like, she can't even
questions.
speak your language.
First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted
Listen.
requests for sexual favors?
Listen
or
to her.
committed any verbal
Yeah,
or
listen
physical
to the question,
harassment
dude.
or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct? Ms. Bondi, I am focused on two things in my evaluation of President Trump's.
Folks, I'm punching you in the mouth
President-elect
after that
Trump's
question,
nominees.
lady.
The first is whether the nominee is qualified and experienced enough to do the job. The second is
Oh,
the fitness
she's
to
a
serve, which
fucking.
includes putting
She's
loyalty
from
to the Constitution
Asia.
over
Korea.
loyalty to the president. Unfortunately, in my
Asia.
view, many of President Trump's
Yeah, how is she an American senator? Tell me
nominees
this.
are
Answer me this
at
question.
least one of these.
I play it safe.
You don't
I'm
have
just
to be
saying.
American to like
Ms.
represent the
Bondi,
American
your
people.
experience as a
Who the
prosecutor
fuck knows
is the
anymore,
kind
dude?
of
You don't even
thing
have
we
to
would
fucking
expect to
be
see in a
legal to
nominee
fucking
for
be a
Attorney
cop.
General, but I do have questions. My
That's
concerns
right.
about potential conflicts of
You know,
interest.
that's not even a
Whether
joke.
you will keep DOJ's
No, I
law
know.
enforcement responsibilities independent of the president's political whims, and about whether you will let facts and evidence guide your decisions. So let's start with the importance of facts, which you say is important.
We all know what she does for extra money. Yeah.
Ms. Bondi, we
I
want
give
an
her
attorney
Give you
general
that happy ending.
who bases
God.
decisions on facts.
I'd be sick.
I want to ask you a factual
Listen, I'm the most
question.
unracist.
Who won the 2020 presidential election?
Joe Biden is the President of the United States.
Ms. Bondi, you know that there is a difference between acknowledging it and
Listen
I
to
can
this woman.
say
She's fucking
that
unhinged,
Donald
dude.
Trump won the 2024 election. I may not
Can't
like
wait for that old
it,
lady.
but I can say it. You cannot say who won the 2020 presidential election.
She just said it.
Disturbing.
Bro,
that you
what?
can't.
They all think they got this.
to that
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Moving on to
Yeah, like we give a
fields of
fuck.
independence.
It's
from
like nobody
politics.
cares.
Ms. Bondi, if you are confirmed as Attorney General, you will take an oath to the Constitution and not to any individual.
Sure, they all would take back their
including
votes
the
anyway.
President.
Yeah.
To start, I'd like to know whether you agree with some of the statements President-elect Trump made.
It's funny because these are the
during
same people that got Biden out of there.
during the campaign. First,
Yeah.
are the
Listen.
felons convicted of breaking into the Capitol on January 6th hostages or patriots, quoting Trump,
Both.
as President-elect Trump has said repeatedly? Do you agree with his characterization of the felons that I referred to?
I am not familiar with that statement, Senator.
Phalanx.
Great
I just
answer.
familiarized you with that
Who
statement.
gives you? Who
already
cares?
made that
Who
statement.
cares, bitch?
I'm not familiar with it, Senator.
Exactly. She doesn't know if it's true or
He has
not.
also said
Yeah.
illegal immigration
Well, who
is
fucking said it?
poisoning the blood of our nation.
Yep.
He said that in December
And us.
2020.
Over
Do
here.
you agree with that statement?
Senator, I am not familiar with that statement, but what I can tell you is I went to the border a few months ago. I went to Yuma, Arizona, and what I saw at that border was horrific.
She went more times than
Senator.
fucking
It
Kamala.
was horrific.
Yeah.
Ms. Bondi,
I went to a rape
that-
crisis center.
That
If
is
I could
not my
finish,
question.
I went
Shut
to a
your
rape
mouth,
crisis
lady.
center. Well, I'm not familiar with the statement, but I went to a
Let her
rape
speak.
crisis
This is-
center. I met with Border
No,
Patrol.
because you don't like the
I'm
answers.
sure you've been to the
Ms.
border.
Bondi,
This is
I want to get to
dude.
my next question.
This is what it's like arguing with the trolls and fucking true
why-
crime comments.
But why does the chairperson let them cut them off like this?
And let me get your response.
Like you
again.
ask a question, then you're just like,
You
okay, I want
said
to move
that The
on.
White House, if I'm putting words in your mouth, correct me. Oh, you said that the White House will play
If I'm
no
putting
role
words in your mouth.
in investigative or charging decisions in the DOJ. Is that correct?
Senator, what I said is that it is the Department of Justice's decision to determine what cases will be prosecuted.
What role will the White House
Shut
have
up!
in investigative or prosecutorial decisions of the DOJ?
Oh
That
my
is the Department
God.
of Justice's decision, Senator.
So that sounds to me that you're saying that the White House will not have any kind of role. Meanwhile, though, you have an incoming president who said,
Belong, Meg.
I have the absolute right to do what I want to do with the Justice Department. And in fact,
Yeah, no shit.
President-elect
Yeah,
Trump
no shit,
considers
Sherlock.
the DOJ to
Doesn't
be
mean he's
his
gonna.
law firm.
Stupid.
Ask me
These fucking
this.
people,
If
dude. What the?
President-elect Trump asks,
I'll just get to a question now. Look.
or hints that you as Attorney General should investigate one of his proceedings, would you do so?
What?
I would.
They cut her
Had
off.
you met
They
with
hate her. They hate her.
gotten to
Say yes.
Now,
know me
What's going on?
and who refused, Senator,
Oh my god.
discussed is that it the Attorney General
I'm
to
very
follow
happy to
the
listen to
law.
your responses under oath, Ms. Bondi. So I think it's really important to us that the Attorney General be independent of the White House. And you have a president-elect who considers the
She
AG's
says
office
that
his law
with
firm.
what is actually going on at the moment.
I would
Yeah,
like to
exactly.
know.
There's independence from the White House
The
at the moment,
president
lady.
suggests,
That's the crit,
hints,
bro.
asks
Yeah, absolutely.
that you, as Attorney General, should investigate one of his perceived enemies?
Senator,
Dude, the
I
Democrats are
certainly
gonna get
have not heard the
smoked next
president
year.
say that.
There won't even be any
What I
Democrats
will
left.
tell you is 2/3 of Americans have lost faith in the Department of Justice. And it's statements like
Or in
that, I
4 years, not
believe,
next year.
Ms.
4 years.
Bondi,
people continue to lose faith. If I am confirmed as Attorney General, it will be my job to
getting on
not
to my
only
next
keep
question,
America
you're not
safe,
responding.
but restore
Shut
integrity
up.
to that department.
Why don't we
And that's
move
what
on
I
to
plan
something
on
that
doing
you said?
every single day as Attorney General.
On August 25th, 2025, on Fox News, you
Oh,
said,
Fox News says she hates Fox News. What the fuck is she drinking from?
when
What is that?
Republicans
There's a little flask.
Oh my god.
prosecutors will be
Fucking
prosecuted
sake in it.
once
Stop
the investigation
glitching.
is investigated. Ms. Bondi, is Jack Smith one of those bad prosecutors that you will prosecute as AG?
Senator, you hesitated a bit when I said the bad ones. Every decision will
Sometimes
be
badness
made
in the
in
eyes
the
Oh
of
my
the
God,
beholder.
she doesn't
I'm
let her
just
fucking
asking whether
talk.
you would consider Jack Smith
Senator,
to be one of the people. How about Liz Cheney?
Senator,
How about
Fuck
Mary?
yeah.
I am not going
Their answer.
articles. No one has been prejudged, or nor will
I
anyone
am
be
asking whether
prejudged if I am.
She's
these are
answering
the
your
kind of
question.
people- these
Oh,
are in fact
yeah,
the people
I got
This
it.
woman, I told you, dude, this woman is like, she's ridiculous.
Time is up.
Yeah, so shut the
you
fuck
like
up.
to-
My time
Thank God.
is,
Would you like to
Mr.
respond?
Chairman,
Fucking
he
spit on
is
her.
clearly not going to answer that question, so let me get on to,
Would you like to?
I do
It's-
have.
her time's up.
You're not getting on anywhere, bitch.
You'll have a
You're
second
done.
round. Would
Shut
you like
up.
to speak before I call on Senator Cruz?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Senator Cruz.
Fucking privileged bitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, welcome. Thank you for
Thank you.
your long career in public service, and thank you for your willingness to take on this incredibly important office.
You see, this is why I
Now,
can
I
never
have
be in
to say,
politics, bro. I would have stood up and
I don't
spit
know
on
that
her.
there is a more important position in this new
I would have.
administration than the position to which you have been nominated, Attorney General of the United States.
It's like a big soap
I thought
opera.
the
This is why
exchange just a moment ago with Senator
it
Hirono.
fascinates me. It's why,
what
as
it
a British
seems like.
person, American politics
She asked
fascinates
you
me.
how you would respond if the president asked you to target his political enemies.
Oh wait, that voice sounds
It's
familiar.
rather striking
There
because
he
it's
is.
not a hypothetical.
Ted Cruz.
It has happened over the last 4 years.
There you go.
And I think perhaps the most tragic legacy
He doesn't always make good
of the
decisions,
Biden-Harris
Ted Cruz.
administration
That's
has
why
been
he's
the
not president.
politicization and the weaponization of the United States Department of Justice.
He
I
ran
don't need to
against
ask
Donald Trump, didn't
hypothetically
he?
because Joe
Donald Trump
Biden
said,
took
"Oh,
the
little
news
hands."
and allowed the New York
Yeah.
Times to report it. But calling on Merrick Garland,
But he had to.
why will he not prosecute Trump more
He
quickly?
also ragged on Rubio, who is in a hearing right now.
And Merrick Garland, sadly, he sat in that chair
Applying
and promised
to
to be
be,
political, and he broke that promise almost the instant he walked into the Department of Justice.
What's he
If
applying
you look
for? Rubio
on the
is
west pediment of the Supreme Court of the United States, just above the entrance,
Secretary of State.
there's a simple
Another
yet
big-
profound four-word phrase, equal justice under law. We have seen over the last 4 years a Department of Justice that systematically targeted the political opponents of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that systematically protected his friends and allies. And it is tragic to see the loss of confidence in the American people, in the Department of Justice, and in the FBI. I would note, I don't think there's an institution in America who has lost more respect from the American people than the FBI has in the last 4 years.
MPD, SV.
That is a grotesque violation of the obligation of the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I want to start with just a very simple question. If you are confirmed as Attorney General, will you
take
pledge
down your
to
only fact.
fairly and faithfully uphold the law regardless of party?
So help me God.
Amen. Look, and I want to be clear for folks at home.
She said, God.
I don't want a Republican Department of Justice. I don't want a Democrat Department of Justice. I want a Department of Justice that follows the damn law.
Exactly.
And I think the American people do too. That shouldn't be too much to expect.
None of these entities should be government run, in my opinion, but it's just my
I'm
opinion.
grateful to President Trump for nominating you.
It should be completely independent.
I think on
Exactly.
any objective level, you're clearly qualified.
But people don't realize that's what our Second Amendment's for. They think it's for like
been a
hunting or fucking some dumb shit.
I mean, you've got all of these agencies
the
that are
elected Attorney
basically
General
run by the same
of the state of
government
Florida, the third largest state in America.
that changes its structure every 4 years, depending
Let
on
me ask you,
what party is in power.
In
It's just
terms of
weird
your-
and wrong.
practice, how many criminal cases over the course of your career have you personally handled?
Handled thousands.
How many of those were before a jury?
Hundreds. I don't want to overstate, but hundreds. I was in a courtroom for many years. I tried 4 when I was an intern, jury trials. I think you had to try at least 20 in misdemeanor before you went to felony. Then you were in court every day. And I was also lead trial attorney for many years, trying many cases. So,
And how many of those cases would have been before a judge?
hundreds and hundreds as well, but hundreds before a jury, I would assume.
And as Attorney General of Florida, how many lawyers did you supervise roughly?
Approximately 400, Senator.
Jesus.
Now, I also want to clarify something. During the course of this hearing, several Democrat
Sign
senators
her up.
have referred to you as President Trump's, quote, personal lawyer. Now I don't believe that is an accurate characterization. As I understand it, you represented President Trump as a White House special advisor during his first impeachment trial. Is that correct?
Within Office of White House Counsel, yes, Senator.
And is working within the White House counsel's office different than representing
See, he's
Donald J.
dispelling the rest of
Trump
the Democrats'
individually
bullshit
as
they're
his
going to try to
personal
do
lawyer?
right now.
Absolutely.
How's it different?
Yeah.
You're working for the government. You're working for the Office of White House Counsel. You're not representing him in his personal capacity.
And so you have not represented him in his business affairs, in his personal life, or in any of the criminal trials he has faced?
No, Senator.
And you know, when it comes to weaponization, it's worth noting that in more than 2 centuries of our nation's history, no president had previously been indicted, no president had previously been prosecuted until the Biden-Harris White House came along. And in the last 4 years, we've seen
All right, bro, I'm
Donald
hopping
Trump
down. I'll be back up.
indicted and prosecuted not
Are
once,
you
not
gonna
twice,
are you gonna
not
stream the
3
whole thing?
times, but 4 separate times.
Yeah.
And
All
two
right.
See what
assassination
happens.
attempts.
I gotta charge my phone.
I have to
Fucking
say,
30 down to
Javert from Les
37%.
Mis would be chagrined
All right.
And I could fucking cook
at
a
the efforts of
egg on the back of it
Democrats to
right now.
do
So I'm gonna
anything
plug it in,
possible
take care
to
of
take
this
him down.
customer, and then
And
I'll be
I
back
believe
up.
the real target in this was
All
not
right, later, bud.
President
See you,
Trump,
Chad.
it was the
See you soon.
American people, that these prosecutions were brought because partisan prosecutors were terrified that the American people would do exactly what they did in November of 2024 and vote to reelect Donald J. Trump.
By 77.3%. Million Americans, 77.3 million Americans.
Will you commit every day as Attorney General to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, to uphold the rule of law without favor and without regard to the partisan position of any criminal defendant?
Yes, Senator.
That's what we should all expect from an Attorney General. Thank you.
We'll now recess for 30-minute lunch break. That means we'll be back at 12:25. And when we resume, Senator Booker will be recognized to ask his questions.
Lazy bastards.
They've met the conditions.
Yeah, it's something
So we will work with you on this because I think it's important.
Thanks, Mark. I think it's a neglected part of the world. I look forward to working with Senator Murphy on this. You know, that C5+1, which is Central Asian countries plus the United States. Hope we can work with President Trump, actually, to think about maybe hosting some kind of a summit there. Very strategic. After the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we need more friends in Central
Secretary of
Asia,
State
and look forward to working with you on that.
Marco
The time I have
Rubio.
left, when I open up my comments, talked about all these conflicts around the world, sometimes we forget some of the most important relationships are right in our backyard, thinking about Mexico. With the nearshoring going on at the moment, a lot of production coming now into more of our time zone and hemisphere coming from China and so forth. Laredo, Texas is now the largest port in the United States. I think it's one of the underreported facts in our country. You talked about the cartels. They have command and control, certainly on the border at the moment. My question is, you think about Mexico, and you've been so active on Latin America and looking south of the United States, with President Sheinbaum now just coming into office. What are your thoughts around how do we become better engaged with Mexico to help them with their issue as it relates to the cartels, basically, which are running the country, it seems at times?
Well, and I wish we had more than 30 seconds to do it because it's one of those issues that I think don't get enough attention beyond the problems. Look, Mexico's economy in many ways is a very vibrant one and has made tremendous advances and continues to be a very strong regional power. They can become frustrating at times for us because they have enshrined even in their constitution, a sort of non-aligned, non-interventionist foreign policy with regards to some of the abuses. And so it's been disappointing, for example, to see the position they've taken with regards to Venezuela and others. By the same token, our economic interests are so deeply intertwined. I think there are 3 areas of friction. The first is on trade and violations of trade agreements and so forth that have been laid out, and some of the things that I've seen, even as a senator from Florida, in the agricultural sector, that are going to continue to be an irritant in our relationship that we hope we can resolve. The second is the security situation at the border. And I think there's great interest and should be on the part of the Mexicans to bring this migratory problem at the border under control. People forget an increasing number of cases. The people crossing the border are not Mexican nationals. They are people that are transiting through Mexico. And in fact, in southern Mexico, you have seen a significant uptick in resentment against migration by Mexicans who are bearing the brunt of the costs. of becoming a key element of the migratory path. And the third is the violence. And this violence at our border has to be addressed. I think they pose a threat to the United States, most certainly. The flooding us with fentanyl, the criminal activities occurring within the United States, facilitated by these groups who have become vertically integrated. These are not the Colombian cartels. These transnational groups are now vertically integrated. They are the suppliers all the way down to the street level and all the way up to the production level. They are vertically integrated criminal enterprises, but they are also threatening the sovereignty and security of the Mexican state. As I pointed, there are journalists and there are politicians who have been assassinated for standing up to these cartels, and it tells you the amount of leverage so they have over the government as a result of it. So it is in their interest as well as ours that we work cooperatively to take these groups apart and not allow them to continue their reign of terror, not just in the border region of Mexico, but spilling over
Marco
into the United
Rubio's got
States.
huge ears, but like
Thank you very much.
one of
for
them
the
is
edification
way bigger than the other as
Realize
well.
that There's been
But
a
that
ceasefire
monkey
announced in
is.
Gaza. Before we all celebrate, though, obviously we're all going to want to see how that executes. With that, Senator Murphy, you're up, and then we're going to take that short break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is indeed good news. Senator Rubio, I want to talk to you about a topic that I think is going to be real trouble for you and for U.S. national security interests, at least for the first few minutes of my time, and that's the growing personal financial entanglement of President Trump, his family, and Middle East governments. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. For nearly 8 years, the Trump organization has been pursuing a real estate deal to build a hotel complex in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. During President Trump's first term, the Trump organization actually voluntarily committed to refrain from pursuing real estate deals with foreign companies, especially those that are backed by foreign governments. And so the deal didn't go through. And then it remained stalled for the entirety of the Biden administration. And then magically, 30 days after the November election, Saudi Arabia's biggest construction company that's affiliated with the government announced that the deal was going forward alongside an additional $200 million deal for a Trump property in Oman. Now, it used to be that somebody with these big financial business interests would come into government and take actions like setting up a blind trust or divestment in order to make sure there was no connection between their personal financial interests and the business they were conducting in government. But President Trump has just done the opposite, right? Over the last 8 years, while he was in office and since he's been out of office, he and his family have become more deeply dependent on revenue from governments in the Middle East. During his last presidency, Middle East interests sent about $10 million to Trump properties. After he left office, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who was his primary Middle East envoy, was handed $2 billion in investment by the Saudis, even though a Saudi investment board said the investment was a bad business decision. That investment actually comes up for renewal in 2026, giving the Saudis massive leverage over the Trump family. And then to make matters worse, right after the election, the Trump organization said that in this term, the president-elect's second term, it would drop its previous prohibition on doing new deals in the Middle East with private foreign companies aligned with foreign governments. So the Trump organization is going to be signing new business deals in the Middle East with private companies that have connections to foreign governments at the very moment that you are going to be conducting sensitive diplomacy in these countries. That's just extraordinary. Never before in the history of this country has a president been, literally receiving cash from foreign governments and from foreign companies that are backed by foreign governments in the middle of their term. If you or I had done this as senators, we would be in violent violation of Senate ethics rules. That's not permitted on the Foreign Relations Committee. And so I guess my question to you is a pretty simple one. Do you see how this fundamentally compromises your diplomatic efforts? Do you have an issue, or will you raise an issue with the president about his growing financial connection with the governments that you're going to be negotiating with?
Well, first of all, I am not neither authorized nor in any position to give you sort of any insights into any of these arrangements you've pointed out. You mentioned Jared Kushner as an example. He's a private citizen, happens to be a Floridian. I don't know what, if any, engagement he has in the work that's going on now. I can tell you what I know. Obviously, I'm not in the State Department yet, but I can tell you as an example, the president's envoy to that region, who was charged, Steve Witkoff, who was charged with being an envoy towards reaching an accommodation between the Israelis and the Saudis, has been working cooperatively and together with the Biden administration. And in fact, I dare to say that all involved deserve credit.
It's not just me,
for
is
the
it? It's,
ceasefire that the chairman
he is
just
a
announced.
huge
But
eye.
Steve Witkoff's been a critical component of it, and he has been involved in it from day one. I think the broader consideration about whether we want to see a Saudi-Israeli mutual recognition and relationship would be one of the most historic developments in the history of the region, for all the factors we've discussed.
Girl
here
behind
today.
looks like she's going to
It would
die
be-
of boredom.
And one of the impediments to it has been this conflict and the ongoing conflict and the lack of a ceasefire. I also think it's going to be important for the Saudis and others to be participants in post-conflict stabilization efforts in Gaza and beyond. So all I can tell you is that what I've said from the very beginning, from the opening statement, and that is our foreign policy is going to be driven, as the President's made abundantly clear, by whether some action makes America is in the interest of the United States and our national security. And that's what it's going to be driven by, and that's how all these policies should be judged by, and that's certainly the job that I believe I've been tasked with executing on.
Well, let me then simply ask you this question. Do you believe that the president should refrain from doing new business deals with Middle East governments during his term in office?
Well, my understanding, again, I'm speaking out of turn, but the president doesn't manage that company. His family members do, and they have a right to be in the business. I mean, that's the business that they're in. They're in the real estate business. They've been for a very long time, both domestically and abroad. They have properties in
It's
multiple
like Joe
countries.
Biden's brother,
So
isn't it?
at the
That's
end
what
of the
he
day,
does.
I don't know, his family is entitled to
Goes
continue
into
to operate
Iran
the
and
business.
Iraq
The
and
fundamental
rebuilds
question
all
is
the
whether
houses
families
that
involved in
America
business.
blows up.
The fundamental question is whether
Gets all the
that
government
is in any way
contracts to do it.
impacting the conduct of our foreign policy in
They'll
a way
back
that's
that,
counter to our
baby.
national interest. And the president's made abundantly clear.
Don't need to be worried
every
about his
decision he
mittens.
makes,
I think they're
every
like,
decision we are to make at the State Department
you're
should
not
be
in
driven
any
by
danger.
whether or not
They
it
just
serves
stand
the
too
core
close to you.
national interests of the United States.
Yeah,
And
big.
that's how I hope our policies will be judged by, not what business his family is conducting while the president is here in Washington working not on his business, but from the Oval Office.
You are correct. That is the fundamental question, whether or not a policy is being pursued in U.S. national security interests or due to the president's personal
Ceasefire
financial
deal
interests.
where
That is
to?
the reason why, as United States senators, we are not allowed to have complicated existing financial arrangements with foreign governments, because you do not want to create
In
the impression
Israel.
that there is a conflict of motivation. And I just wished that this president applied to this incoming administration the same rules that we hold ourselves to as United States senators. Senator Rubio, in the time I have remaining, just want to tackle two other topics. One that I know is of mutual concern to you and I, and that's the need to confront China in non-military ways as they try to exert influence around the world. Last time President Trump was in office, he was calling for pretty massive cuts to the State Department's budget. But as you know, China uses all sorts of non-kinetic tools like misinformation, economic.
She said her relationship with GAC is complicated.
I'm hopeful that you're going to be an active voice to try to make sure
I thought that was
you
an
have
interesting
tools,
comment.
including when it comes to combating Russian and Chinese misinformation, to be able to confront all of the ways, many of them asymmetric, that China in particular, but Russia as well, presents challenges to U.S. interests. Just wanted to get your commitment to make sure to build that full, comprehensive foreign policy toolkit.
Yeah, not only have I been someone concerned about foreign disinformation, I've been the target of it from multiple nation states. And I've learned over time that the best way to confront disinformation
Tiana said that her relationship with GAC is complicated.
To be heard.
I
and
kid you
understood.
not.
I think where we get ourselves into trouble, and we've learned this now, and I think multiple U.S. companies are now admitting, is when we get ourselves into a position of determining what's true and what's not, and then using the tools of
in my
government
belief,
to go after
she's
that,
very much
particularly
aware
when
of who he is, probably a neighbor of hers.
But yes,
or,
it is one of the tools that they have
associate
in the toolbox.
in the area.
By the way, it's not just disinformation. It's flat out influencing nation states'
Not
views
you,
of the United
Fitzgerald,
States
we're
writ
talking
large
about-
by
Oh, for
promoting
fuck's sake,
conspiracy
for
theories internally in other
Viviana.
countries that undermine us and that undermine
Sorry,
our
not
standing,
Fitzgerald,
whether it's in
Viviana.
Africa, and increasingly you see it in the Western Hemisphere
Side
as well.
effects.
And one of the best ways to combat that is to be present, to be there, to show what we do, and to brag about what we do. One of the things that frustrates me the most is there are literally programs within the USAID where they do not allow us to label it as made in America or
Easy is
against the American
distracting
people
me.
because it might offend someone locally.
Yeah, not
I think
Fitz.
it's important for the world to know
Viviana
what the United States is doing to help their societies. We do not do a
said
good
that
enough
her
job of
relationship
promoting
with
what we
Gag
have done
is
historically and
complicated.
continue to do to help our fellow
Get a
man
clue.
around
He's
the
got a
world.
new channel now called Murphy
China's
Knows
spending,
Everything or
$10
something.
billion
The
per
dude
year
can't
on
give up,
that
can he?
propaganda and misinformation operation.
I'm
They
leaving.
celebrate
Everybody
when
helps me.
budgets get sent
Everybody
out to
hates
bill
me.
that propose big increases
I'm
in military
leaving.
spending and giant decreases
Deleting all my
in,
stuff, and I'm
the
going to
kind
go
of
and
tools that
talk
are
about
available
you
to
on my
So,
blog.
I do look forward to working with you to make sure that
And he's
we've
back.
given you that full suite of tools necessary to confront our adversaries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. We'll take this break now. I appreciate everyone getting back here in 5 minutes because we've still got a long ways to go. And so with that, we'll be at ease for 5 minutes.
Be at ease. It's 119.5 thousand people watching this. No way. Not my stream. This stream. Pam's still out. Let's mute these mofos. Let me try opening another page. I've got 5 YouTube pages open now. See how many my computer can take. Let's have a look at this one. Ugh. This is for head of the CIA, John Ratcliffe.
To Taiwan, and that 95% of advanced semiconductors are there, and we're trying to address those supply chain issues. But we can do things, and the CIA must do things to disrupt how our adversaries are dealing with their supply chain issues in regard to that. That's just one example.
I just remembered that screenshot that Fitzgerald sent me earlier on. You still haven't answered my question, Fitzgerald. What the heck is that all about?
As soon as possible, most likely on Monday afternoon. Therefore, any member who wishes to submit questions for the record after today's hearing, please do so by close of business tomorrow. Mr. Ratcliffe, I presume we can expect you to provide your replies even more promptly. Thank you all. The open session of this hearing is adjourned.
Oh my
Reconvene
God.
in closed session in 30 minutes. That will be at 12:37 p.m. Thank you.
Really? Sealed. Sealed. Everything's sealed. You can't see it. You can't hear it. You're not allowed to know the truth. Everything is sealed. See what the ceasefire
Gaza,
nonsense
which they
is
feel
about.
they have to control. Now, they've always said, we will not withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor. And Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, has been clear on many occasions that we will hold the Philadelphia corridor. It looks now to me, from what I've gathered so far, that they may have agreed to withdraw from that corridor. I'm not entirely certain about that, but it looks as if that would be the end of the whole process. The last part of Gaza that the IDF might leave would be the Philadelphia corridor, if they're going to leave the whole of the,
Did you make
whole
that
of the
up,
strip
Fitz? Where did you-
entirely by the end of the 42-day period.
Give me more information about that.
That's the Philadelphia corridor and the significance of that, Michael. But going forwards, as you say, if they are to withdraw all their troops, hopefully not premature, but what would a future look like after this ceasefire deal? Is this a permanent ceasefire?
Well, all we've got, Simon, is the day.
You sent it, did you make? Where did you get it?
Outlined again yesterday in his final press conference.
Did you make it?
U.S. Secretary of State. And this plan, which is what has been around now for most of the 15 months of this conflict, and Netanyahu poured scorn on this plan in December 2023. But this is all we've got. I mean, this is all anybody can come up with. It's variations on the same thing, which is to say, well, there has to be an interim government which is not based on Hamas. So it's got to be based on, as it were, hand-picked Gazans who are
Is this
not
because, look, they've said they're going to release... Okay, so they said they're going to release the hostages that Trump told them that if you don't release those hostages, all hell's going to break loose.
The initial reconstruction effort.
Well, now they have.
UNRWA, who Israel has no time for. Israel has undermined UNRWA in many, many ways. They just don't trust them.
Hostages will be released shortly. There you go. They were scared.
Aid into Gaza.
They were scared.
There's no other organization that can do it. And there'll have to be a UN chief. So there'll have to be a sort of supremo from the UN who will be in charge of Gaza during this process. And then, at some point in the future, after an interim administration has been created, control will be handed over to a new Palestinian Authority. It's the Palestinian Authority as run the West Bank and the occupied territories. Now, the Palestinian Authority has great problems of credibility, even amongst its own people. So it would have to be a rather revamped Palestinian Authority, probably with new leadership. And that's another problem in its own right. But that would be the idea. So the Palestinian Authority would go back into Gaza as they were before 2006. They used to run it before Hamas took over. So Gaza that's run again by the Palestinian Authority, with Israel having some sort of right to create a buffer zone, both along the border of Gaza and maybe along the Philadelphia corridor that we've just been talking about before. So the future looks a bit like that. The future's always looked the same. Whether we can get to that is a very difficult issue, because an awful lot of people have poured scorn on it, because they simply say either the Israeli military will end up running Gaza, which the Israeli military, I promise you, don't want to do, or the UN will end up running Gaza, and it will run it imperfectly, and the problem will come back because Hamas still exists.
You're watching Sky News as we bring you the news this evening that we believe a ceasefire deal is imminent. Our cameras are in Doha 2 tonight, where we are expecting a press conference from what was earlier announced as from the Prime Minister of Qatar. Qatar, of course, instrumental in these negotiations over the past 15 months. They have been a vehicle and a conduit between Hamas and Israel for a number of years, even before the Hamas attacks on October 7th. So Qatar, the United States, Israel, and Hamas have all been speaking over the past few days, few hours, few minutes as this goes to the wire. Sky News understands from a Hamas official that they have agreed to a ceasefire deal. In the last few minutes, we have had breaking news, as reported by the Reuters news agency, that President-elect Trump says we have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East. They will be released. I've also just been handed something from 3 US officials confirming to the AP agency that a deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas that will see some hostages freed and pause war in Gaza.
If they're going to get Nelson Mandela freed.
You're watching Sky News. We are across this breaking news tonight of a potential
They're going to let Nelson Mandela out.
deal, hostage release deal. In the first phase, about a third of the hostages that remain may be released. Let's bring in a former negotiator, Daniel Levy, who joins me now tonight. Daniel, you've been in these talks in the past. You've been in these rooms. We have had claim and counterclaim, of course, as both sides try to finalize these negotiations. What do you expect would be happening tonight right now?
Well, as you've noticed, Saima, the cameras will switch to Doha, Qatar shortly. They have played, along with the Egyptians, but they've played the lead mediating role. Obviously, the US has worked with the Israeli side. And I think that shows the importance that people didn't listen when we were told Qatar should kick out the Hamas leadership, the importance of being able to have that channel to the Hamas leadership. I'm sure we will then rightly be thinking about what this means for the people inside Gaza, if indeed there is a deal, and if it's implemented, we can come on to that, but what this will mean to the people inside Gaza, the horrendous circumstances there, tens of thousands killed, every day still dozens of civilians being killed, what this means for the families and for those Israelis themselves being held in Gaza, who will be released, what this means for Palestinian prisoners, often held in detention without trial, often held for decades inside Israel. But then, I think we will quite quickly have to reflect on why a deal, and I'm sure you've seen earlier drafts, Simon. I know your correspondents would have seen them. I've got them printed out in my phone. And you will look at those drafts and you will struggle. With a microscope, you'll be able to see the difference between today's, if it is indeed confirmed, deal and what was proposed months and months ago in the summer. And what has happened since then is probably 20,000 or more Palestinian civilians have died, hostages have perished, circumstances have deteriorated even further, and one will ask why. And I'm afraid a lot of that answer, and we're hearing that out of Israel as well, has been the personal political calculation of Israel's prime minister. And what has shifted that calculation? It seems that Trump is the X factor. He now looks at an American president who he may not be allowed and able to lead by the nose. And I'm afraid what I'm saying there is also a damning indictment of the failures of the Biden administration.
And that is potentially the crux of it, isn't it? As you said, we've been here before. We've had 15 months of war. And as you quite rightly pointed out, so many lives lost for the Gazans, for Israelis. And yet the crucial factor, Daniel, potentially tonight, I just brought that breaking news from President-elect Trump and some US officials, may well be
that little tiny house there on the, in the little
administration
picture.
and the outgoing administration in the United States. How big a factor do you think that to be in tonight's developments?
Well, one might have expected that the parties themselves wanted to get this resolved. And I think there's been a relatively consistent Hamas position, not an easy negotiating position. I think inside Israel, there's been a lot more uncertainty, and at various moments you've had not only the families of many of those being held, of many of the Israelis being held, but much of the defense establishment, the former defense minister, who along with Netanyahu has an international criminal court arrest warrant for war crimes against him. They have all looked at this and said, why is the deal not being done? And it's really interesting that inside Israel, you've had one of the ministers, Ben-Gvir, proudly saying, I prevented it in the past because Netanyahu was scared what would happen with his coalition. You've had another minister who left the government now, authorizing that, saying that is indeed the case. And what you had was, if the Israeli side couldn't themselves reach a determination that the hostages were a priority, that they should desist from things that were violating international law, there was only one international actor who could force the issue and place a proper choice in front of Israel's leadership. That was the Americans. But what you had from the Biden administration was this consistent willingness to go out, protect Israel diplomatically, provide the weapons. And I'm not saying here, and people will make all kinds of speculations as to what did Trump threaten or what did Trump promise as he offered things in the West Bank or elsewhere. Trump is not about to be a pro-Palestinian president. The entire Trump Republican ecosystem will be hostile to the Palestinians. But what he has said is, I want to end this piece of it. And Netanyahu has looked at that and said, I don't want to go there, but this president is unpredictable and it worries me. And I think that is what has shifted the dial, because Netanyahu now has a coalition problem. It's what he's wanted to avoid. And we will have stories, we will have narratives, Simon. We will be told that Israel got this or Hamas got that Hamas felt threatened, felt beaten, the regions turned a different direction. But unfortunately, when one gets past that fiction, the reality is many of the red herrings Israel put into an attempted deal have been removed. Hamas is still there. It will have to be dealt with. This fiction that you'll get some new Palestinian authority, that's for tomorrow, but it's an important tomorrow. And Hamas, just in the last week, 15 Israeli soldiers killed in northern Gaza. So there's not total victory, and there will be a fight inside Israel because they were led to believe that they could get away with anything. But right now, the crucial thing is get the implementation. There are going to be hard issues when it comes to the release schedules, when it comes to who is released, when it comes to Palestinian movement inside Gaza, when it comes to Israeli forces redeploying, and when it comes to humanitarian aid. So an awful lot can still go wrong in implementation.
And Daniel, that is, as you say, the devil is in the detail. And on that point, we have some information coming into us from Reuters saying that Israel's government is to vote on the deal on Gaza on Thursday. That's according to a government official speaking to Reuters news agency. So there are still some hurdles that the deal will have to go through before it will be finalised. But our correspondent Alistair Bunker was earlier saying that often the Supreme Court in Israel deals with things like this and potential challenges as well from some of the families involved in the October 7th attacks as well, I understand. Those are often dealt with pretty swiftly.
So, Simon, if I can, there are three things going on there, okay? This has to go through the formal approval process inside Israel's Security Cabinet governing coalition. We know that some will oppose this. To what extent will they threaten the stability of Netanyahu's coalition? That's where he's been focused all the time. That's why one of the reasons why he hasn't done it, that's where he'll be focused. Secondly, whenever lists of Palestinian prisoners and thousands are held in Israeli jails, whenever those lists are published, there is a modality to appeal to the Supreme Court. Very rarely does the Supreme Court intervene. I don't think we would expect that. The third thing, which is a little different, it's not a technical process that has to be gone through, is that the families of those Israelis being held, if that's where we're focusing for the moment, the families of those Israelis being held are going to look at this and say, who's coming out, but who's not coming out? And what you have in this deal, as has been mentioned, is you have phases. And if Israel or the other side, but the question and the real skepticism, and I don't want to mislead people, the real skepticism you hear from Israelis is whether Netanyahu and his government will allow this to proceed to the later phases, because those later phases entail, if one wants to get all the Israelis out, those entail a full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, and they entail the release of heavier Palestinian prisoners, heavy not in terms of their weight, heavy in terms of the sentences that they are serving. And this is something that I think many people will look at and say, will we get to that phase? And therefore the families are torn actually between those who expect to see their loved ones immediately, those who know not only will they have to wait, but they will have to see what Netanyahu's determination to either see this through or prevent the full implementation will be.
And Daniel, as we've been speaking about this throughout the day, we've had pictures coming into us, as we've had on our screens now in Khan Yunis, where there are already some people celebrating. We've had pictures coming into us from Jerusalem, where hostage families have been holding vigils and protesting, holding placards saying seal the deal, calling for the government to go ahead with this deal. We've seen protests, of course, over the past 15 months too. How much pressure is there on the Israeli government for this to go ahead? Or is it still a divided people on what to do about Hamas and the Palestinian question?
It is very much divided. You have a significant cohort of the governing coalition, of the political spectrum, who want to stay in Gaza, want to resettle Gaza, want to set up settlements inside Gaza. That's part of the crux of the disagreement in there. And they know that this is a slippery slope. You do the first part of the deal, but what happens if you get through to the end of the deal? That dream for them of resettling Gaza. So there is great division, as I said, between those who might come out earlier, who might come out later on in a deal. Netanyahu found, I think one has to acknowledge, something of a comfort spot in being able to play those off against each other and to avoid a decision. He didn't want to reach this moment. Now, you still have the Israeli military in Lebanon, bombing Lebanon, in Syria, bombing Syria. You still have the open question of Iran. You still have Israeli military actions, deadly Israeli military actions in West Bank all the time. And you can expect bad things to happen elsewhere. That's part of the modus operandi of the current Israeli body politic. But these dilemmas when it comes to Gaza and the people protesting in different directions are something that Netanyahu had sought to avoid. And he, I think, looks at the situation and says, I'm not worried about what pressure Netanyahu might or might not make when it comes to the bigger Palestinian question, as you posed it. Palestinians will still be occupied. Palestinians, as the International Court of Justice has defined it, will still be living under a regime of apartheid. But he looks at Trump and thinks, this guy's unpredictable, and my personal political well-being may not be served by getting on his wrong side. And I think that is a factor that has played significantly here. And I think Palestinians will look at this, and there may be huge relief because the International Court of Justice has called for urgent measures because this is plausibly violations of the Genocide Convention. The International Criminal Court has called for those arrest warrants because there are war crimes being committed. So people will say, let's just end the killing. Can we get the humanitarian assistance in? But there will not.
I'm going to interrupt you, Daniel. You mentioned President-elect Trump there. We've just had some breaking news lines coming into us from the President-elect saying that we will work with Israel and allies to make sure Gaza never becomes a terrorist safe haven. He goes on, we will build upon and further expand the Abraham Accords. Let's bring in our US correspondent then, Mark Stone. He's in Washington. And Mark, yeah, we've heard from President-elect Trump. We haven't heard from the Biden administration yet. What are we to make of that?
Well, that's interesting in and of itself, the fact that Donald Trump has got in there first and is beginning to do what I think he will do repeatedly over the coming days and claim credit for what has happened here, for this potential ceasefire, which we expect to be announced from Doha in the coming minutes. A statement
geopolitical balance between the United States and China to avoid any sort of conflict that could be deeply destabilizing and worse for the world, but at the same time ensuring that it doesn't come at our expense, that we don't find ourselves in a world in which we are dependent on China, or any foreign power for that matter, for the raw materials that we need, for the ability to make medicine, for the ability to fuel our economy, the ability to feed ourselves or our people. We cannot be a country that becomes dependent on foreign powers, and so much of that involves not simply how we engage in the world, but also what we do here domestically. That is not the responsibility of the Department of State, but it is important for us to point to that much of what's happened with China, much of what's happening now, is what we are not doing, whether it's through our own industry and the development of our own industries, or access to raw minerals and raw resources that are critical to fueling and or building a modern economy.
You talk about China playing by a different set of rules, and they do the ones that we think of as traditional rules. But and I appreciated your comments to Senator Ricketts about China and even the definition of them as a developing nation. I think it's a big problem. They can't be allowed to continue to play openly with a different set of rules. In addition to the hidden rules, I oppose China exploiting its status as a, quote, developing nation within international organizations. I think it helps them gain an additional unfair advantage in what you described as this unbalanced relationship. China is not in any way a developing country. You just mentioned they're a rich and powerful country. That's not a developing country. It's the second largest economy in the world. Clearly has the financial resources and access to capital to meet its own needs. So I think we need to end China's preferential treatment and hold it accountable on the global stage. I mean, we see it in the World Bank, we see it in other locations. Are there things that we can do and you can do as Secretary of State to try to eliminate this unfair advantage that they have? And it's an open unfair advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we need to, first of all, and I mentioned this in my opening statement, we have to acknowledge that many of the global institutions that were created, not just in the post-war era, but the post-Cold War era, have been weaponized against us. And I can use a number of examples. The first is, you think about the Security Council of the United Nations, which was created ostensibly for the purpose of preventing global conflict. Sadly, two of the greatest drivers of instability in the world today hold a veto vote at the Security Council. It's basically rendered the Security Council almost irrelevant. By the same token, I would say I am not against multilateral organizations so long as that or any foreign arrangement we have serves the national interest of the United States. I do not believe, and the President has made this abundantly clear, President Trump, that under no circumstances should...
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this hearing. Ms. Bondi, thank you so much for the visit to my office. A couple of things. First of all, congratulations on the nomination. And number two, a couple of Vermont things that we talked about. We're going to have a new U.S. attorney in the state of Vermont. And in the last Trump administration, the Justice Department in the Trump administration worked closely with Senator Leahy, Democrat, and with Governor Scott, Republican, and came up with a consensus choice. And I seek your assistance in helping make sure that we are successful in getting a very competent U.S. attorney in Vermont, and hopefully with the cooperation of Governor Scott, our Republican, as I mentioned, and Senator Sanders and me.
And Senator, as I discussed with you in our meeting, I look forward to working with you and cooperating with you and learning about many of the issues you have in Vermont.
And thank you. And then on that, by the way, one of the issues we talked about, we are one of 2 states that does not have a residential reentry program. That is outrageous in my mind. I know you worked on the First Step Act, but our federal judges, our federal prosecutors, our federal public defender are all in support of a residential reentry program. Our state and Hawaii are the only 2 states without it, and our justice system and officials believe that we need it. And I seek your energetic assistance in helping us get that residential reentry program.
Can I address that, Senator?
Yes, I'd like you to. Thank you.
Senator, I didn't realize that you were the only 2 states without a reentry program. We started that when I was a prosecutor, and those are so vitally important. One thing that I just learned is the Bureau of Prisons, 98% of people in the Bureau of Prisons will be released. They're not serving life sentences. So we must do everything we can when people are in prison to help rehabilitate them for when they get out. And that's why reentry is so
that's really
vital.
helpful.
But we tell people, get out of prison and become a productive member of society. Go get a job. Yet people don't know how to go find a driver's
Well, I
license.
appreciate
They
your
don't
help
know how
on
to
that.
get to
So
work.
thank you very
Yes,
much.
Senator.
And I have confidence that you will do that, given your history on the First Step Act and other things that you did. The next, I do have some concerns, not so much about you, but what President Trump has said about a desire on his part to go after what he considers to be political adversaries. You know, he's his own words.
Shifty shift sat there on the right-hand side, just pop his head out.
He'd seek to appoint a special prosecutor.
He's got
to go
no
after
neck
Joe
and a really
Biden.
big head.
I assume you've had no discussion with President-elect Trump about that?
Absolutely not.
And he...
Nor
has
against Senator Schiff. I'm looking at your next one.
Well, my colleague, Senator Schiff, who I think did an incredibly good job. President Biden had different points, or pardon me, President Trump had different views about that, where he said on a number of occasions that he should be prosecuted, that everybody on the January 6th committee should be prosecuted for their lies and treason. No discussion about that.
No, Senator.
And Liz Cheney also, he's said that she should be prosecuted for lies and treason as well.
We have had no discussions about Liz Cheney.
All right. And you've satisfied me that this is not
Knock
an
'em all
agenda
up.
you have. President Trump has satisfied me that when he says things that are pretty provocative, he's often serious. And as Senator Cruz wants, I want, and that is to have a Justice Department that is not going after people on the basis of them being political opponents. And my understanding, in listening to your answers to the questions along this line, is that you have no intention of pursuing people on the basis of them being a political opponent.
No one will be prosecuted, investigated because they are a political opponent. That's what we've seen for the last 4 years in this administration.
Well,
People will be prosecuted
Okay.
based on the facts and the law and fairly,
All
Senator.
right, that's good.
You
I
have my word.
disagree about the characterization of the past 4 years, but we don't have to discuss that with your assurance that the next 4 years, there'll be no effort on the part of the Justice Department to pursue political adversaries, right?
Every case will be done on a case-by-case basis. No one should be prosecuted
All right,
for
just
political purposes.
Thank you.
Absolutely
I
not.
just have a couple of other things. One is the False Claims Act. Senator Grassley, thank you for that False Claims Act. In Vermont, there are incredible challenges for folks trying to get health care. It's really expensive. And there was a shocking report in the Wall Street Journal about a major insurer that is ripping off taxpayers by overbilling, overprescribing on Medicare Advantage, billions of dollars. And the report indicated that insurers are adding diagnosis basically to make money, not to help the patient, that insurers sent nurses to find diagnoses that doctors didn't find, that insurers got paid to cover patients who were already getting your coverage through the VA, and it adds up to billions of dollars, and Vermonters are struggling under the weight of incredibly expensive health care. The False Claims Act, Senator Grassley authored, is an area where the Attorney General can protect consumers against ripoffs. I'm not asking you to comment on this particular Wall Street report, but I want your assurance that in addition to fighting crime, and we're all for you doing that, you're going to be there protecting consumers and taxpayers from ripoffs.
Absolutely, Senator. When I was Attorney General, we went after a pharmaceutical company. It was Medicaid fraud. I can't remember the settlement value. It may even be ongoing, but it was a large number.
BK Norton.
That, people don't understand that's hurting
Offered
the
up some
taxpayers
sort of
Florida.
DNA saying it was Brian's to the G family,
We can thank Senator
and they
Grassley
sent that
for.
off to
It's
be
cold out
tested
here in
as
Vermont.
part of their
We need
investigations,
vigorous enforcement to
and then
protect
submitted that as a
taxpayers and
tip.
Vermonters from
That would be
ripoff
wild, wouldn't it?
charges. Thank you. I yield.
I yield.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And I meant every word of those introductory remarks. I have the greatest deal of respect for you personally and professionally. This is a great pick by President Trump. You're going to do a great job.
Thank you.
I do want to say, though, that it appears as though Trump derangement syndrome is alive and well. The focus of these questions today are disturbing. I don't think my Democrat colleagues learned very much from the November 5th election. The American people rejected all this. Their obsession with President Trump didn't bode well for them electorally, and I think if they stay on this path,
I can
they'll
also
be in a
see
permanent minority. But that's up to the
BK Norton
Senator.
just being offended by Brian.
That's up for them. That's up to them to decide. I do want to.
You know, being the type of person that we've learned he was quite
independence from the Attorney General. I will remind
That's
my
what I'm
colleagues
looking
that
for.
the last three Democratic attorneys general.
This is it how it is type person, you know what I mean? She's obviously a complete fairy lunatic.
Biased AGs we've had.
Can't imagine them two getting on very well.
And there are some receipts. Eric Holder described himself as Obama's heat shield and wingman. This committee moved forward, and one of my colleagues referenced that the Attorney General shouldn't be the wingman of the president. Eric Holder's bragged about it. He bragged about it. Loretta Lynch met with Bill Clinton on the tarmac in a private meeting while she was investigating Hillary Clinton. And Merrick Garland probably gets however many gold stars you want to give for the most politicized, weaponized Department of Justice we have ever seen. And I think it's worth exploring that, and I want to get your comment on it.
I know people laugh this off as well, Fitz, but
to just sort of
where was she in 2021?
take a step back. I think
was she a
part of
student at
leadership
that
is understanding the moment
point?
that you're in and the landscape.
Was she
We've never
around
seen anything
Pullman?
like this. And there is
Did
a
she break
story
into
to be
that
told.
chick's
The arc
bedroom?
of this story begins
Is
when
she
Joe
a complete
Biden
fucking
gave a speech
psycho?
demonizing
Is she a
half the
suspect?
country, calling them threats to the republic, threats to democracy, these MAGA Republicans, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure President Trump ever gets back into the White House. Miraculously, these zombie cases are resurrected. And let's talk about a couple of those. You've got, of course, Jack Smith, the overzealous and disgraced special prosecutor who time and time again has been slapped down by courts for overcharging and taking an overtly political position. He, by the way, in his postmortem this week, even acknowledged that it was unusual for him
I'm telling you, I'm not even joking.
Going after the
Like,
political opponent
she
of the
could
president
be
of the United
up
States.
to her
It didn't
fucking
stop
neck
him,
in
though.
it.
The Supreme Court did.
Her and Gigi,
Thankfully.
there's definitely some connection.
But you
Definitely,
had
because they
Jack
share
Smith
information,
take
and they both
on
share
these
information with the
unprecedented
Gonzalez family.
actions. You had
And
a
they're
raid
investigators.
at Mar-a-Lago, staged photos at Mar-a-Lago for boxes of documents, which, by the way, boxes of documents were in Joe Biden's garage from his Senate days. And by the way, somebody who didn't register like you did under FARA, Hunter Biden was staying there.
100% they do. They
We don't know
they
if
are
he's compromised or
100%
not, because
related
that
in some way.
investigation was
I'm
dropped.
telling you.
And don't, and give me
They're
a break
connected as well in
that
some way.
justice was meted out fairly for Hunter Biden. It
They're both
wasn't.
putting out
The
information
Department
from the
of Justice
same
went out of its
source,
way
giving it to
in
the same
documents
source.
to try to get him absolved of all potential crimes
For what
in
reasons?
the plea deal. It was only when the judge asked questions that unwound that. And they got back to the gun charge. But then President Biden...
I want to know if
did
it's the
dirty
same
work
chick at the
himself.
crime
Always
scene
guilty
as
pleasure.
well, Fitz.
You had
The one measuring the tire
Jonathan
marks.
Sue, Biden's deputy White House counsel.
You have a look at that girl.
Coordinated with the DOJ and Jay Bratt
Definitely a
on
similarity
those
there.
classified document cases. Matthew Colangelo, who's that? The number 3 guy at DOJ goes to where? Alvin Bragg's office.
I agree with you.
Alvin Bragg
She looks
then
like a suspect to
brings
me.
resurrects a zombie case.
Inserting
in
herself,
lawfare at a local level.
themselves.
Why would the number 3 person go do that? Maybe there was coordination. Maybe there was coordination, by the way, with the number 2 assistant DA in Atlanta in the Fonnie Willis case, who was meeting with the White House. Why would the White House care about a case in Atlanta? Well, the truth is everybody knows it was on full display. This was warning us about
I
it.
think you'd be crazy to rule
It's
out
banana
a
republic
female was
stuff.
involved for sure.
And one of the reasons why I'm so glad that you have been put up and nominated for this position is that I think you have the ability to level set. So when the Democrats ask you questions about your independence, it is beyond ironic that we're sitting here today because of the lack of independence from Merrick Garland and Eric Holder bragging about being Obama's wingman. So I just want to ask you, you've been asked this a bunch of times. You're going to make decisions, as you always have, right, on the law and let investigations go where they're going to go, but they're not politically motivated, correct?
Yes, Senator, based on the law and the facts that apply.
And in my limited time, I do want to give you an opportunity to talk about some of your experience working with law enforcement as Florida's Attorney General. This is something that, you know, as you and I talked about over the years, you were known for this, the collaboration you had.
Exactly,
And I
that's
think getting
where-
the Department of Justice back to its core function of taking on violent
That's
crimes,
where they both
protecting the
connect to
constitutional rights of
Steve
Americans,
Fitz.
and taking on
So
violent
that's the
crimes is
connection
really
between
important.
those 3 people.
And how you went about doing it, you've gotten bipartisan
We know that
praise for
Steve
that
has
over
said
the years.
the
You've
same
got the support of all
things
these law
from
enforcement
his
agencies.
sources.
That's something that you're going to continue and take forward into this office. Is that right?
Yes, Senator, thank you so much. And I feel it.
Maybe
my
the person that
experience
said,
with
"I'm gonna
that
help
when
you,"
I was a
is
state
the-
prosecutor, with state and
the
local,
Gigi,
our
the older
sheriffs, our
one.
police departments, our
You know?
police chiefs, and then as Attorney General on a
Maybe the BK
statewide
Norton was
basis.
in there, the
And
younger
now,
one.
if I'm
And they're like,
confirmed,
doesn't matter.
all of our federal
Blame it
law
on this guy
enforcement
who I hate
agencies,
at
I
school.
would be very proud.
I'll get
to
his
see
DNA
that
and I'll put it on his
I'll just
sheet.
close with
Fuck
this,
it.
Mr. Chairman. We heard one of my Democrat colleagues ask you the question that you're not going to pursue a case because of a name, but because of the crime. I would argue that the current Department of Justice adopted Lenin's claim, which was, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. And they did everything they could to throw President Trump in jail for the rest of his life because they didn't want to
She
lose the
could have.
ballot
This is
box.
what I'm saying.
That is not what this country
She
is about.
could be
That
so
is not what
involved
this
for
republic is
real.
about.
Like, for
But they
real.
did it. And it's up to you now to restore the integrity and I have of that agency, of the Department
We
of Justice.
know
and full
that she's
confidence.
like involving herself, inputting herself, talking to police, talking to the family.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Why?
Before I begin,
She could quite
I just
easily
wanted
have
to, remind
manipulated
all
that
the
DNA,
record
put it there,
that
whatever,
there
you know,
were
to stitch him up.
convictions,
She hated
not
him.
indictments, convictions.
She obviously hated
of
him.
Former President incoming President Trump or Biden.
Is she the girl that was there measuring the tire tracks outside the house? Is that her?
Thank you, Ms. Bondi, for being here today. And I, too, would like to welcome your family and friends who are here.
Thank you.
Appreciated the opportunity to meet yesterday to learn about your priorities and discuss a number of issues that are important to me. But I got to tell you, as I reflected on our conversation yesterday and as I've observed the hearing today, I continue to have significant reservations on your ability to function as a truly independent Attorney General for your friend. Let's hear you keep referring to him, your friend, President-elect Trump. So I hope you can address some of these concerns through your responses to my questions here. Now, the first issue area is something that we didn't get a chance to touch on yesterday. So I actually want to follow up on some of Senator Durbin's questions from earlier about the 2020 election. And to be specific, on the day after the 2020 presidential general election, you traveled to Philadelphia to appear alongside President Trump's then attorney, Rudy Giuliani. And together, you falsely asserted that President Trump had, quote, won Pennsylvania in that election. Now, I want to be clear, at that moment, there were still at least 1 million ballots left to be counted in Pennsylvania.
How would you know you can't count?
Of course, President Biden went on to win the state by more than 80,000 votes. But in the following days, even after the results were clear, you continued to double down on the big lie, promoting falsehoods about election fraud and cheating without offering any actual evidence. And I remember it clearly because I served as California Secretary of State at the time, and I invited anybody associated with the Trump campaign who was making these claims to come forward with evidence of irregularities in the election or massive voter fraud. 4 years later, I still have seen none. So I ask you today, do you have any evidence of election fraud or irregularities in the 2020 election?
What if she pulls out a big folder saying,
yes or no?
yep,
Yes
here,
or no?
look, loads of
First
it.
Senator.
Do you have evidence, yes or no?
First Senator. First Senator. I'm so sorry about the fires to you and Senator Schiff and what you're going through in your states. I have to say that.
I
And
appreciate
think
that,
all
but
of
my
our,
clock is
I'll
ticking,
answer
and I
your
want to
question. All
hear
of our
your answer.
hearts go out to everyone in California for what you're facing right now. I'm glad you asked the question about Pennsylvania.
It's a yes or no question.
I was
Do
hoping
you have evidence,
someone
yes or
would.
no?
Senator, I was hoping you'd ask the question.
Do you have
Yes, I
evidence, yes or
traveled-
no?
I traveled to Pennsylvania.
Do you have the
I
evidence, yes
traveled,
or no?
Senator, to Pennsylvania.
Okay, you're not answering my question. If you have no evidence to offer, let me
nobody.
ask you this. Will you
I
now
missed any of that?
retract your previous
No, they haven't been
statement
back wrong.
that Trump won Pennsylvania in the 2020 election, yes or no?
Oh, Senator, I traveled to Pennsylvania, and let me
Trump
tell you
managed
what
to
I
get the
saw.
hostages
First-
released in
or
Gaza, then.
no?
I didn't talk about
Imagine that.
California because I was not in
After
California.
threatening all hell's
I
going to
talked
break
about-
loose.
Yes or no?
There's now an
I
agreed
talked about
ceasefire and
Pennsylvania
hostages
because
are
I
going
was
to be
there.
released.
That's how you get shit done, bro.
My questions, and I want to know,
observe.
colleagues,
Not
Now
like
with
this.
this now with this nice
members of the committee,
bullshit.
everybody watching,
Yeah.
that the
Can you
attorney
please
Mr.
release them?
Giuliani was making very similar statements, and he has since been disbarred from multiple jurisdictions for making these false claims about the 2020 election in court. And like Mr. Giuliani, as you've noted today, you've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution just as an attorney. And now you're asking us to consider you to serve as the chief law enforcement officer in our country?
Yep.
So it's
Go to this fucking
imperative,
speech class.
Ms. Bondi, that you subscribe to facts
Because
and
none of these
evidence
people
and
are
not
American, dude.
inconvenient conspiracy theories. Your
They're not
job
American, that's why.
speaking.
They hate your
Your
language,
job
they hate your
is to
country.
protect
They hate your
voters
country,
and
they hate your
election
language, they
voters,
hate you.
not to
Why
undermine
are they in the
and
position they're in?
gossip.
Because he comes
Now, I
from
know that
California.
earlier You agree that Joe
Exactly.
Biden is in fact president, but many of
Simple
the president-elect's
fucking
inner circle
wallet,
continue to
baby.
spread the big lie
Let's
about
do
the
it.
2020
Oh,
election.
yeah.
Then
I'm
we'll
ready.
on to a different topic. 'cause I know
Senator,
that's one
you were
that you're obviously
speaking.
not
May I
comfortable
may
with.
I speak? You
I'm
cut
going
me
to ask
off
you the
when I
next
was
question. You
speaking.
can speak, and I
They
hope
gave
you
up the
answer.
capital to a bunch of
I
fucking
wanted to
nobody.
answer the
Yesterday.
previous one, Senator.
When we met yesterday,
You pointed your finger at
Yeah.
me and
you
said
did
you
not
were
seem to be
speaking.
familiar
Listen,
with
she's had
my
enough.
question. I'm not going to be
Citizenship
bullied by you,
clause, the
Senator
14th
Padilla.
Amendment
Go on,
of
Pam.
the United States of America, which was deeply disappointing.
Tell him, Pam.
I guess you
And I'm
didn't want to
hoping
hear
you're more
my
familiar
answer
with it
about
today
Pennsylvania.
after I gave an opportunity to study overnight. So can you tell me and this committee what the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment says?
Senator, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here to do your homework and study for you. If
Yeah,
I'm
baby.
confirmed as
You're the
Attorney
one
General-
asking for a confirmation
Hey,
vote,
you
ma'am.
cut me off. Can I
Listen.
please finish?
What does the 14th Amendment say?
Senator, the 14th Amendment, we all know, addresses birthright citizenship. I've been a
Gotcha,
state
bitch.
prosecutor. I've been a state AG. I look forward to, even given your remarks today, working with you and the people of California.
But where's the
if I
slander
am
towards
confirmed as the
these
87th
guys talking to a
Attorney
woman like this?
General
Where's
of the
all that
United
going to be?
States of
Where's all
America.
those articles
I
at?
didn't take your homework assignment. I'm sorry. I was
Because if it was the other way around, it'd be all over the place.
The 14th Amendment. Now, you've
Republicans
testified
bully
repeatedly
Democratic.
to this committee that you will
You
uphold
know that it'd be everywhere.
laws of this country and defend the
They're
Constitution.
asking those stupid
of
questions,
the
Fitz,
United
because
States.
they've got nothing on it.
Do you believe birthright
Yeah,
citizenship?
Do you know what I mean?
trying
It's
to,
like-
trying to get a reaction out of her, and she needs to chill a little bit.
No, she's been chilled all day, dude. There's only so much she can take. I don't blame her. I'll be like, look, fuck
Senator,
you. You're
I
an
will
ass.
study birthright citizenship. I would love to meet with you regarding
Ma'am, you're
birthright
asking us to
citizenship. Can I
continue
answer
to
the
serve as the
question?
Attorney General of the United States.
Fucking
and you
answer,
still need
dude.
to
I'm
study
sick of this
the
shit.
14th Amendment of the
The
Constitution.
chairman's stepping
That
in.
is not
She just
helping
fucking
me
told
have
you
more
the 14th
confidence in
Amendment.
your ability to do this job.
He doesn't want an
what
answer.
other,
They don't want
immigration
answers to
related
their
questions?
actual
And also
questions because they're
clear
not
of
questions. They're
one
just.
regarding that. I'd like
It's
to
like
know.
Corona asked you earlier,
setting the
sir, the answer
stage for a I
Can
gotcha.
you please tell us, do you agree with the statement
That's
that
all they want to
immigrants
do, mate.
are,
It's,
quote, poisoning the blood of our
fuck's the
country,
point of this
yes
then?
or no?
I did not say that.
I
told
did
you
not
there's
say
no
that you said
point
that.
because
I'm
they're all going to
asking you
vote how they're
yes
going to
or
vote. He's
no.
not going to go and vote to confirm her, is he?
My,
Yes or no?
Senator,
No matter
my
what she says,
grandparents
she's
are
not going to change his mind
Agree with
for
that?
I came
her.
here from Sicily
Do you agree
through
with it,
Ellis
yes or
Island
no?
when they were teenagers.
Do you agree with it, yes or no?
Senator, let me answer the question.
Yes or no? It's
My
real simple.
great-grandparents came here, immigrated to this country from Sicily.
Yeah, damn. Dude.
Recently went and found each of their birth certificates. We are a nation made up of immigrants. Do I
Gotcha.
believe immigrants are poisoning our country? No, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can't wait.
She's
for the
mafia.
Same, Senator. Thank you. No.
Ugly room. All the money they get, you think they'd have like less ugly rooms?
But here's the thing.
What the
If you
hell
look
is
at
that?
the salaries, if you look at the salaries,
Suggestions
they don't
about
make that
unfair
much. That's why they all belong in
statements about
jail.
the 2020 election.
Inside
I thought I'd
fucking trading,
remind
all of
people
them.
that Senator Schumer and former Senator
Every
Casey raised
single, even the
questions about
Republicans.
the Pennsylvania Senate race just a few months ago in 2018.
Why do you think no one is taking this serious?
Democrats, some of
If
them
there's
on
other
this
jobs
committee
out there
claimed
making
that
10 times
the
more than
Georgia
them,
governor's
you think they just
election
want
was
to, you know,
stolen.
They're not.
In
Look,
2016,
they're making a lot of money
Hillary
that's not
the
legit.
Democrats claimed
People
the
can use their
election was
fucking
stolen
heads.
or illegitimate and blamed
If the president only makes
racists for the loss.
$450 a year, you think
And
they're
every
making
one of my
fucking,
Democratic
come on.
colleagues voted last
Dude,
month. to
it's not what they're
confirm
officially making.
Judge Anthony
It's what they're
Kennedy.
bleeding out of the system.
He engaged
That's why they
in
got crappy
lengthy
rooms, because they're
litigation
stealing all the
regarding
money.
his loss of the 2020
Thank you.
congressional election.
Somebody
He
like
did not concede to
somebody
the
back in fucking
after the election.
1886
I
said,
think
"Oh, we
all
need to
agree that
decorate
our
in here," and they were like, "No,
election
I've got no money for
should be
that."
better run.
But people are so blinded today. Like, if they were trying this shit back when, like, the Civil War went down, this shit it would have been 10 times worse, that fucking Civil War. People are too pussy today.
Thank you so much for being here today.
And we have, and
really glad to see
I mean,
the
people
family.
like,
I had
oh,
the opportunity to
people
help
can
them
assemble
find where
really
to come
quick. Are you
back
fucking
in.
kidding me?
Thank you, Senator.
They can
Your
have-
audio,
So
dude, your
excited
audio
and rightfully
sounds
so and so
awful.
proud
Well,
of
I mean,
who
you're,
you are and
you're
work
10 times louder than me, and so is the video. So I can't. I'm just
absolutely
talking.
ridiculous
It's just
that anyone on
crackly,
the
is
other
what I
side of the
mean.
aisle would
Like,
ever say
Fuck me, man.
it sounds like you've
but
got a
immensely
cable broken. That's what it
qualified for
sounds
this
like.
job. From your time as a career prosecutor
Now,
to
because
then
now
a
it sounds absolutely fine.
two-time
But if I go,
attorney
but then you're gonna tell me
general
this
of the
sounds like shit. I'm gonna go back to the
third
default. It's gonna
largest
sound fine.
state with
It
regards
makes
to
no
all the
sense.
people that operate
I
in
don't know.
movie
This
It
theaters
sounds
fucking audio.
clearer
able
like that.
to
Yeah.
achieve. It is truly remarkable.
But now it just says
The United
speakerphone.
States of America could
Who's Who's
only
this
so fortunate
person?
if you were confirmed and have someone of your caliber, of your intellect, and of your experience running a department that unfortunately has been run into the ground. So I think that is full on gaslighting, which, by the way, I had to get my children to explain to me.
Yes.
That was. Not only that, but to
Take it
act
she's
like
a Republican.
you would be the
There's
one
such a
that would
divide,
weaponize
bro.
the
It's
Department of
crazy.
Justice. What I have heard you say time and time and
Young,
time again is that
powerful
you will
women
follow the law.
that obviously
And
the
this is
Republicans
coming
hate.
from a side of the aisle that has allowed the Biden administration, by saying nothing,
Yeah, right.
they've allowed
Then
them
they'll
to go
picture like,
after parents.
Republicans don't
who are
want to
at
give
school board
women
meetings who want
any
nothing
power.
more
Are
than
you
their
kidding me?
children to be
She's young to be a senator, isn't she?
They have allowed them to go
And
after
this is
people who are
how
trying
old
to
all
practice
senators should fucking be, not
and they have
90.
Exactly. They should be
idly by,
representative
while
of the people they
of
represent.
The Department of Justice
But these
has
scum
undermined
pieces,
the credibility and credence
the fuck do
that
they need money
Americans
for? They're
believe
80,
we should
90, about to
have,
die.
in
Go away.
equal justice under the law.
You bled enough
So
from this fucking
I
country.
know that you will, as
Yeah,
you
but
have
they want
said
to
here, you will
bleed,
follow the law.
you know,
and
enough
you will
to
return this
Take care of the rest
last
of the
their
generation.
legacies and their
Yeah.
families for
Americans. So thank
generations to
you. And I wish
come.
the gaslighting
Because all their
on the other
families
side
will
of
be
the
up here
aisle
at some
would
point.
stop, because,
Like I said, bro, we don't have a race issue in this country. We have a
from my
class
perspective,
issue.
I'm over it.
Yeah,
And once
100%.
everybody
And I
realizes
believe
that,
that's
it'll be a
exactly what the
lot
American
fucking
people are
easier
saying
to
too. And
fix
speaking
shit.
of, my
But
distinguished colleague,
until
who I have a
then,
great deal of respect from on the other side of the
more
aisle,
people don't
just
listen to this
said,
bullshit and believe it.
tried to make you answer a
Nothing's
question
gonna
of
change.
immigrants and, quote, poisoning the blood.
Freezing. Yeah, I've just remembered all the windows open.
When actually the previous question
What I was saying
by
was,
our colleague from Hawaii
people could
was
assemble back in the
illegal
1800s with no internet. Imagine how
We
fast
are
people could
a
assemble today if we really wanted
of
to. You know what I'm saying?
immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. And the lawlessness
Like overnight.
under the Biden-Harris administration has made every single state in this nation a border state.
So
I am
keep pushing
so
us.
thrilled about what you've done when it comes to opioid use and human trafficking. And I look forward to you instituting that at the Department of Justice. Your credentials speak for themselves. When opioid and fentanyl overdoses are the leading cause of death between the ages of 18 and 45
Yeah,
in this
look
nation,
at
we
Philly.
need someone who takes it serious. You
Dude,
not only take that serious, you
there's
have
a picture of,
track
like,
record of proving
that
to
area
the
in
American
Philadelphia,
people,
like,
done it for the
I don't
people
know,
of Florida, and I look
20, 30 years
forward to
ago, and it
what
was
that means
booming.
to the families I've
Buildings,
met. You talked about
everybody
the families
outside
you
on the
met
streets.
across
Now it's
Florida
like zombie
that
land.
showed you pictures of their loved ones that they lost, their brother, their sister, their
crazy.
cousin, their friend, their mother. And I know that there will be more lives that are saved as a result of your service when you are confirmed. So on that,
I'll be right back.
say
I gotta
thank
make
you.
some tea.
And when it comes to illegal immigration, which we need to put a stop to, I want to ask you a question that you and I had an opportunity to discuss a little bit. You share my desire, I know, to not only get away from the weaponization and wokeness that we are seeing in the department right now, but really prioritizing safety and security. And I want to say thank you for that commitment and your commitment to blind justice. When we are looking at illegal immigration, the Executive Office of Immigration Review within DOJ, there have been a number of things that we have talked about with that. And I know, as you are aware, some people call it EOIR, some people call it EOR, but it houses our nation's immigration courts. Over the course of the Biden administration, the immigration court backlog has grown from 1.4 million at the end of 2021 to 3.5 million at the end of 2024. Over that same period, the Biden administration pursued policies both at DOJ and DHS to foster a culture within EOR of failure to adjudicate cases. As an example, between FY25 and FY24, immigration judges failed to adjudicate over 340,000 asylum claims. That is compared to just under 13,000 non-adjudicated asylum claims in the previous 6 fiscal years combined. Between cases dismissed, terminations, administrative closures, and failures to adjudicate, EOR during the Biden administration has allowed around 1 million illegal aliens to remain in the United States on an indefinite basis. Now, I've heard Laken Riley brought up multiple times today. Having talked to her parents, no parent should have to go through the heartbreak and tragedy that they have. And
Only a
we are
couple million?
working diligently to rectify that and ensure that we are keeping Americans safe and secure. But a House Judiciary Committee report on this issue appropriately called it, quote, quiet amnesty, what we're talking here with EOR. Will you commit to me that if confirmed, you will make it a priority to reform the way that EOR operates and put in place measures to ensure that immigration judges actually adjudicate these claims and cases.
Yes, Senator, thank you for meeting with me in advance. And I learned so much from you about this topic. And I look forward to learning more and working with you to do everything we can to make sure that functions properly.
Thank you.
If I am confirmed, Senator.
Thank you. Well, you are going to be confirmed because America needs you. As a part of this effort, I hope that you will consider a number of things, including reinstating the performance metrics for immigration judges, similar to that were in place during the first Trump administration, and a reevaluation of the Biden administration's decisions and policies that have encouraged the use of administrative closures. And I assume I have your commitment to examine those issues thoroughly.
We'll closely examine those, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Booker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time. Ms. Bondi, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
And thank you for being willing to meet with me in my office. I really value that time that we had together. If there's anything that's been demonstrated in this hearing thus far, is there is a serious crisis of faith in our judicial system in America. And we are at a time where,
thank you, Joe Biden.
As Judge Learned Hand reminded us in his writings and speeches, that the power of the Constitution is only strong as long as it is believed in and had faith by the American people. And that faith is shaken by so much of the political tumult. And as we have a new administration coming in and a lot of the protestations about retribution or going after political opponents, I know you could expand your empathy enough to understand why there are many that really worry about your independence. But I've heard you over and over again in this hearing, as much as I've tried to focus on it as I've gone back and forth between Senate Foreign Relations and another Floridian, Marco Rubio. But I am hearing from you that you understand that the Attorney General's guiding star is the U.S. Constitution and her client is the American people, that there can be no argument about that.
Yes, Senator.
Yes. And more than that, though, I hope that you, should you be confirmed, understand that there is an urgency in not just demonstrating through your actions that independence, but beginning to heal this country's lack of faith and shaken faith in that independence, in the U.S. Constitution. History may not long remember what any of us individually do here, but for the sake of our democracy,
not much.
What you do to restore and repair the American faith, whether they be Democrats, Independents, or Republicans, is vital. I want to switch here to say publicly that when Donald Trump appointed Carpino as the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, it was over the objections of myself and Senator Menendez.
Dem?
Yeah, it's the worst kind of dem.
That he would not
he looks like a dem.
Things
He's the worst kind.
He partnered with local leaders like those in Newark, New Jersey, to dramatically drive down crime.
He hates Donald Trump.
He was good for the safety of the city in which I live and the one that I led.
New Jersey is a shithole.
Part of his strategy was to focus his resources on the most violent criminals.
Fucking like so expensive to live there for no reason.
That he used something that you know of called prosecutorial discretion. His strategies aligned with that of local leaders and was able to create historic drops in our murder rate. You know, through your experience, and you're intimately familiar, that enforcement decisions, prosecutors...
Not only is it just a shitty looking room, it's obviously freezing because they don't have any clothes he's got.
What sentencing recommendation he makes, it's very important that local prosecutors
put the fucking heating on.
Understand that. Given this enormous discretion...
Somebody look up the average salary for one of these idiots.
I
think it's 120 grand a year.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned that many people are starting to call
seriously, dude, I think it's 120 grand a year.
Justice should prosecute state and
could be a bit more than that now. Between 120 and 140, I think.
As Attorney General,
still
will you
quite a lot of
commit to
money.
respecting?
Yeah, I mean, it's enough.
Yeah, but so then how the fuck is their net worth like?
Senator, we have to work together with state and local prosecutors.
Look at Bernie Sanders. He used to go on about millionaires.
I'm just saying, look up if you look up their fucking salaries, it ain't much.
Continue to do that.
It ain't what people think.
Willie, if you had an iPhone, you'd be able to ask Siri.
Like in my
well, I can ask Bixby, but it's gonna fucking kick me out of here.
Certain low-level offenses in order to use
193,400. Is that for a senator?
Of pursuing more
That's a
dangerous
lot.
people.
I thought the
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, but I'm
I
sure it
completely
varies.
Those
I'm
decisions
sure it
shouldn't be
varies on
politicized
states.
if they're part of a larger public
I think
safety
maybe
strategy.
Congress. No,
No, Senator. When
it
I
doesn't
was
at
a
this
state
level.
prosecutor,
It
we
doesn't?
used to sit down with the U.S. attorneys.
I think Congress
and
get
talk
less,
about cases.
obviously.
And work
I don't know
together.
why,
And that's
obviously.
what
That's
I'm,
too
I'm
much.
discussing about bringing back the
Yeah, I mean, they should do it for free.
between state and local
Thank you, Ms. Bond.
government.
I mean,
I just want to continue.
Should do it for America.
One of the most
They
For the
don't-
love of their
policies I
country and
found
their
They don't give a shit
constitution.
about America.
in Washington is
They'd rather,
every
dude, listen, they'd
politician
all
gets
rather
lip
live in
service to
China.
driving down gun
Dude,
violence.
they hate
But
your
the
country.
very
I'm
federal
telling you.
authority, the
Oh,
Bureau
shit.
of Alcohol, Tobacco, and
This
Firearms,
dude
that
absolutely
is
fucking
primarily
hates America.
focused on enforcing America's gun laws and keeping people safe.
Dude, you don't have
He
to tell
wants
me.
you
is
guns.
hamstrung by
Yeah, they're not going to get. Yeah, but
federal
like I
leaders.
told you,
The
the
ATF's
fear
core responsibility is assisting
of
local
knocking
law
on the
enforcement.
door.
When I was a mayor, I detailed
And what's behind
local
that
law
door?
enforcement to the ATF.
to go to
But I'm
every single
stunned
American home.
at
It's
how they
not
have
going to
been stripped
happen.
of
I will
resources,
bet
of their budget,
anybody
and all
any
of
amount of
their
money that they
capabilities
want.
to
But
They
if
will
enforce
enough
not.
of these
illegal gun
loons
They
get
will
into
not
power,
take our
You couldn't
firearms.
find one
We
gun
don't
crime
lay down
done
like you
with a
guys in
legally
Australia
purchased
and
gun.
fucking Canada.
But when
We're
I
not
turned
like
to the
that, bro.
ATF,
You gotta
the ATF
understand.
leader at that time told
That
me in
shit ain't
private,
happening.
we don't have the resources.
Take that out of
support,
your
or
mind.
legal ability
America
to
will
operate.
always carry.
I am
I promise. I
concerned
will bet you
about
any
our
amount,
ability to
dude.
fight
Let's
gun
do it.
crime in America that threatens our law
I agree.
enforcement
We'll do
officers, as well
we'll
as
do a
people's
5-year
and
bet,
communities
and I
who
bet you
live
after 5
counties
years
to,
we
blue
still have our
cities.
guns.
Will you commit to doing everything you can to making sure the ATF has its resources and
They don't
the
want that
legal
war.
power
Trust me.
to pursue illegal gun runners in our country?
Senator, I will do everything in my power to prevent illegal gun runners in our country. When I left being a
174.
state prosecutor to run
That's
for
crazy.
Attorney General, I almost didn't run.
What is it,
because I
Ali
was working
says?
on a wire case involving
Leadership
Miss
gets
illegal
Potts
gun
says
runners.
double Glocks. What
The
did you say?
DOJ issued in 2022 a use of
Huh?
force
What is
policy
it? Miss
for its
Potts
federal law
says. She always
enforcement
says
officers.
she's
It was approved
Where is
by
she?
the heads of
Double
the DEA,
double
FBI,
Glocks
US
and
Marshals, and ATF.
something.
Many of them said it is
She
actually a
called
use
me
of
when I
force
was
policy that
up here
actually
earlier.
protects law
I gotta call it
enforcement
back after.
officers as well
Yeah.
as protects others from having their
She's probably working.
having their
She's
rights
always
violated.
working,
It was
isn't
also
she?
endorsed
No,
by the
she works
Fraternal
nights.
Order of Police and NAPO, the National Association
Yeah,
of
and then
Police
she's got like
Organizations.
sleep.
This policy is considered best
Yeah,
practice.
but she
in
don't
law
really sleep.
enforcement.
She'll call me
Will you
like
commit to
fucking
continuing
6,
this
7 a.m.
policy?
sometimes.
Senator, I have
Calls
not
you
read the
from that bed,
policy.
Willie,
I
don't she?
will review the policy and
Huh?
I will report
She-
back
she
directly
calls
to
you from
you
that
if I
bed.
am confirmed as Attorney General.
Yeah, I don't care
Needs
what
to
people
hear-
call me
Consult with law enforcement.
She needs to
Absolutely.
hear that
And I would
voice.
appreciate if you looked at the policy and I
She's
see
just cool to
questions
talk
for the
to.
record, hoping
I
that you
know, I'm
can
only messing with you.
elucidate
I love Annie
maybe
Potts.
more of your thoughts
Yeah.
on this.
Certainly.
And then I will also say, it's my last question, because I see my time has run out, and I look forward to a second round. The DOJ issued a
This
policy
is the second round, you tool.
regarding chokeholds,
Yeah, what?
which limited the use of
Chokehold? Oh, you mute
no-knock
that.
warrants and
Chokehold.
chokeholds. It's worth noting that Florida has outlawed no-knock entries altogether since 1994. Would you commit to continuing the 2021 DOJ policy on these issues?
I'm
What's that?
familiar
No,
with the
not
policy.
warrants?
I have not read it.
Yeah.
I'm committed to reading it and studying it and reporting back to
Double
you on
locks and
that
double
policy
Glocks,
once
that's
again.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
That's what she says.
Thank you very
Double
much,
locks, double
Mr. Chairman.
blocks.
Ms. Bondi, welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. I'm so glad that you've been nominated, as we discussed when we had the chance to meet.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to work with you as a state attorney general for a number of years, and I'm delighted to see you here today.
Josh
visiting me. I look forward to
Hawley.
your confirmation.
This guy's
will be
all right.
confirmed.
Yeah, I like Josh.
I too have taken note of the number of times.
Like I
you've
said,
been asked
why
about
do all the ones with
weaponization
common
of the
sense,
Department of
like I
Justice
have,
as if it was
why
a
can't
fixed
one
thing
Because they're
Democrat,
normal
that
people.
might happen in the
yeah,
future.
but why can't one Democrat
One of
just
my
have
colleagues on
common,
the other
like I don't
side said
understand that part.
weaponization may well
You notice as
occur
well,
during
right?
tenure.
When
We all know that weaponization has
when these
occurred
guys
with
come up and
seen
talk.
before in
They talk
American
sense,
history
but
under
also
this
when you look at
administration,
them,
and I want to get even
they're the
more
ones with,
specific. In the last 4
embracing their
years,
greatness,
this
embracing their
administration
age, their
has
maturity.
carried out an
Whereas the
unprecedented
others, they got to go and
attack
like
campaign
dye
against
their
people of
hair
faith.
fucking
If
rainbow
you look
colours.
at the
Or,
numbers, we've never seen anything
you know what I
like
mean?
it
It's
before
like
in
just get
American
into
history.
it.
It has
Just
been one of the
be a
most
grown up.
disgraceful chapters
Just for a minute.
in the
You
history
run
of
in
the
the
Justice
country, you
Department
know.
and in the history of the FBI. And I hope that you will
I mean, man,
reverse
like our
this
founding fathers
and
would be
do right
fucking
by every
disgusted.
American citizen,
Yeah, right.
including especially people of faith. Let me give you some specifics. After the Dobbs case was decided by the Supreme Court, over 100 pregnancy care centers and over 300 churches in this country were attacked, vandalized, firebombed. Do you happen to know off the top of your head how many prosecutions
Merrick Garland's Justice Department brought in?
Not much.
None.
I do not, Senator.
It's a stunning number. It's 2.
Wow.
Hundreds of churches, hundreds of pregnancy care centers. And I might just add, these pregnancy care centers, the attacks on them, which were
And then
violent.
California allowed looting up until like 2 days ago.
Were egged on and encouraged by rhetoric.
No, like, we're cracking down. Shut up.
Including members of this body.
Yeah, now they're getting
said that
looted.
pregnancy
Now
care
that
centers
their own
aren't
houses
real
are getting
medicine, that
fucking
they're not
looted, they're
real
cracking down.
doctors.
Exactly.
They have legitimized these attacks. And the same thing was true of churches. And this Justice Department couldn't lift a finger to defend these Americans. But at the same time, they use legislation, a law known as the FACE Act, to prosecute at least 53 different pro-life demonstrators, including people like Mark Falk from Pennsylvania, to whom this Justice Department sent a SWAT team to his door in the early morning hours. He has, I think, 7 children. In the early morning hours, an FBI SWAT team shows up at his door to take him into custody and prosecute him. By the way, he was acquitted. This kind of outrageous, disparate treatment has to end. So here's my question to you. Will you protect
Wonder how many SWAT went through Brian's fucking.
Would you have charged the guy that lit fucking fires in California?
When their members or parishioners are
this
threatened
is all just common
with
sense,
violence or
dude.
other acts of illegal behavior?
Yes,
But some people won't do it.
Stop the
They say, oh, you can't arrest that person because
they
identify as a trans.
Persecution
Exactly.
of pro-life Americans for nothing.
It would be
more
racist if
than
we,
the pro-life
if we
police.
arrest that person.
Will you ensure that nothing like the Mark Houck case happens again? That Americans do not have SWAT teams arriving on their front doors
There you
with
go.
armed weapons to terrorize their children and their spouses?
This is exactly
Only
what
in the
happened to the
enforcement case
co-workers.
lost because
There you
of
go.
nothing to it. Will you put an end
Exactly, dude.
to
That's
that
what he's
kind
just said.
of deliberate intimidation of the good American citizens on the basis of their religious beliefs?
Yes,
Kick this shit down
I'm
over
glad to hear
nothing.
you say that because we need it.
Yeah.
We need it. Ms. Bondi, we need a new chapter at the Justice Department, and we need it quickly.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm glad you're committed to it. Now, I also have heard you've been asked about your comment that you thought that in some cases we need to investigate the investigators, the ones who were bad. You know, I have to say, I'm glad to hear you stand by that. We need to do that. You need to do that.
Yes, you do.
And I'll give you another example. I'm sure you've read about this memo, which I now hold in my hands. This memo that was developed by the FBI field office in Richmond, Virginia, 23rd January 2023, targeting Catholic parishes for spying, for recruitment of infiltrators. I mean, the memo goes on and on and on about the FBI's plans to put assets into Catholic parishes, into choirs. This is an unbelievable
That's
assault
why
on
Heather's
Americans'
friend
First Amendment
Doug's
rights.
got
And
so
we
many
know
issues
because of a brave
with defense.
who came forward and released it to us. And I will tell you, I have never been misled and lied to like I was by the current Attorney General and the now former FBI director when they sat right where you're sitting now and told this committee, oh, we don't know anything about it. Oh, only one field office was involved. It was the single work
Talking
of
about
a
that
single
chick.
field office and a very few individuals. As it turns out, that's not
She
true.
lied the whole fucking
Multiple
time.
field offices were involved. Multiple individuals were involved. Under your leadership, will you put a stop to the use of FBI or Department of Justice resources to try and recruit informants and spies into Christian churches or any church or house of worship in this country on the basis of nothing more than faith?
Of course, Senator.
Let me just say this. To our knowledge, no one who was involved in the writing and performance, execution of this memo has been disciplined or fired. Will you conduct an investigation like you talked about, Ms. Bondi, that will get to the bottom of abuses like this? And to be clear, this is an outrageous abuse. It is an outrageous abuse. One of the worst
make a stand if
abuses
you're going to make
of
a change.
Department of
You know?
Justice and FBI authority in our history.
Otherwise,
Will
it's just
you
going to be the
conduct
same
an
shit.
investigation
Different
to
people,
find out
same
who
shit.
signed off on this, who approved it, who advocated for it within the Department of Justice? Will you open the books on these abuses so that the American people can have confidence in their DOJ?
Senator, and I think what you're talking about is the ultimate
But it's not
weaponization, what we've been
DOJ.
discussing all day. If I'm confirmed as Attorney General, one of the first things I will do, there'll be many, but I will personally read that memo. And if Mr. Patel is confirmed.
Spit in Hillary Clinton's face.
Right away.
Fantastic. And will you work with this committee and our relevant subcommittees? I'm going to chair a subcommittee called the Crime and Terrorism Committee. We're going to do our own investigation into what happened here at the FBI and the DOJ. Will you work with us as you discover the nature of these abuses, and as you put a stop to them, will you work with us to make sure the American people get all the facts and this never happens again?
And Senator, yes, I look forward to working with you and the Democrats. I would think this is something that we can all agree on both sides, that this should not be happening in the United States of America, and work together.
The Democrats hate
That's
the church as well.
fantastic. One other question here in my just few seconds that are remaining. This memo, this
I don't even know
targeting
what
Catholic
churches.
parishes repeatedly
They're all
refers
like,
to
we're under God,
as an
tell the
expert
truth.
source, a group called the
right.
Southern Poverty Law Center. Now,
Hey,
the Southern
hey,
Poverty
people.
Law Center has a long history as an anti-religious group that has repeatedly gone after conservative and religious
That
organizations.
big guy
called
to
them
the
hate groups,
sat behind
called
Josh
them
Hawley there
sometimes
in the black
terrorist
suit.
groups. They're cited in this
Looks like the
memo.
guy from
They once
Jurassic Park.
infamously, the SPLC called the Family Research
You know, the one who
Council a
sat on the
terroristic
beach,
group,
like,
and
handing
Mark
over
Gunman came
secret
into the
information.
lobby and opened fire. Will you put a stop to the use of the SPLC as an official source for any Department of Justice memorandum or finding?
That will be one of the first things we will look at as well, Senator, and report back to you and the committee.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, as you know, the Supreme Court in Trump versus United States held the president has absolute immunity to commit crimes in
This
certain
guy,
core areas of the president's
close your ears if you're
One of those core areas is the
if
Justice
you don't
Department.
want to hear
So
a bad
in
word,
a
but this guy is a
breathtakingly
fucking
dangerous and
retard. I
responsible
hate him.
decision,
Adam
Justice
Schiff.
Robert
I do,
Mueller
dude. I
held the
fucking hate
president
him.
can commit
Adam
crimes
Schiff,
within
Shifty
the Department of
Schiff.
Justice and be immune from prosecution.
He was in the House of
Justice
Representatives for
Sotomayor
about 100
correctly
years.
said this new immunity lies about like
He
a
led
loaded
all
weapon.
of the impeachment inquiries into Donald Trump.
So the
imagine that.
Sneaky,
is
sneaky,
that the
slimy
incoming
piece of
president will
crap
use that loaded
that should
weapon,
never
that
be a
immunity
politician in
to
your
commit
country.
crimes through the Department of Justice. And for that reason,
And he's from California.
it is all the more important
No, imagine
that
that.
we have an attorney general who has the independence, the strength, the intestinal
Honestly, I
fortitude
can't,
to say
like-
no to the president when it is necessary.
Yeah, right.
So my first set of questions has to do whether you have the independence to say no when you must say no. And you can say this is hypothetical, but it is not hypothetical.
This is,
So let me start with one very specific
This is, you weirdo.
non-hypothetical.
he's a weirdo,
The
dude. On
president has
every
said
fucking level,
Jack
he's a
Smith should
weirdo.
go to jail. Will you investigate Jack Smith?
Senator, I haven't seen the file.
Oh,
I haven't
what?
seen the investigation. I haven't looked at anything. It would be irresponsible of
Yeah,
me
to even answer
make a
that.
commitment regarding anything without, you're a long practicing attorney, without
Not very good.
looking at a
He's
file.
a snake.
You would need
Yeah.
a factual predicate
Duh.
an investigation of Jack Smith, is that right?
Not a summary by you sitting here. Yes, sir.
And not a summary by the president either, right?
Absolutely.
So a summary by the president or his desire to investigate Jack Smith would not be enough for you to open an investigation of Jack Smith.
Shut up,
I will
Schiff.
look at the facts.
You literally just said
Pencil
no.
neck.
In
Dude, he's got
any
a
case-
tiny pencil neck as
know,
well.
And sitting here,
72%, excuse me,
sitting here today.
Senator, 72% of
please,
Americans
I only have
have
7
lost faith
Sitting
in the
here-
Department of
Sitting
Justice.
here
Say it, Pam.
today-
Stand
sitting
up,
here today,
Jim.
Are you aware
He's
of
a
any
cunt.
factual predicate to investigate Jack Smith? Sitting here today, yes or no?
God.
Senator, I will look at the facts and the circumstances.
You
of
can't answer that
anything that's
question.
brought to me.
You're not a part of the department yet. There's no
Me,
worry
me,
about
me, me,
divulging
I'm sitting
law
here as a
enforcement
nominee.
sensitive
Somebody
information. So
knock
just
him
tell
the
us,
fuck
I'm
out.
are you
sitting
Please,
here
aware?
as a
please,
nominee.
somebody
Are you
knock
aware
him
of
the
a factual
fuck
predicate
out.
to investigate Jack Smith? Yes or no?
Senator, what I'm hearing on the news
Are
is
you aware of
horrible.
a?
Do I know if
you
he committed
seem
a crime?
reluctant.
I have not
You
looked
seem
at it.
reluctant to answer a simple question.
Because
Let me ask you
you're
a different,
asking
simple question.
stupid
The
questions,
president also
bro.
wants to jail Liz
Fucking
Cheney.
asshole.
Sitting here today, are you aware of any factual basis to investigate Liz Cheney? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Liz
Senator,
Cheney,
that's
yes.
hypothetical, and I'm not going to answer that
No,
question.
it's not hypothetical. I'm
I don't
asking
think
you
you
wanted to
sitting
answer
here
that.
today whether you are aware of a
How
factual
is it not
predicate to
hypo- what the-
investigate Liz Cheney.
Senator, no one
Based
has
on what
asked
you
me
know.
to
Well, like his
investigate
Rolex.
Liz Cheney. That is a
The president has
hypothetical.
called for it publicly. You are aware of that, aren't you?
No one has asked me to investigate.
But the president
Liz,
has
we're
called-
also
the
worried about
president-
Liz
called
Cheney,
for it.
Senator.
President has
You know what
called
we
for
should
this-
be worried about?
Ms. Bondi,
The-
He calls for it, and maybe she should
California
do it.
right now
You
is
are
through
aware-
He's the
roof.
fucking
Ms. Bondi,
president.
Your
my-
robbery
He's in
is
charge.
87%
My
higher
question-
than the
Not
national
you, Mr.
average.
Shifty shit.
That's what I want
You
to
little
know,
weasel.
Senator.
Do you have
No
the
neck,
power to
pencil
say no
head.
to the president? And what you're
Pencil
suggesting today
dick.
by your non-answer is you don't have the independence to say no to the
Sure, he
president.
hasn't got
So
it.
let me ask you a different question.
He's another
This
one that doesn't know
requires
what a
you,
woman is.
if you're going to be a good attorney general, to be able to tell hard truths to the president. So my questions now are, can you tell hard truths to the president? So let me start with an easy truth that you could speak to the
I
president.
want to see this, dude.
Can you tell him that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election?
Here we
Can you
go.
say
Oh,
that?
here we
You have
go.
the independence to
Why
say
does
that.
she
You
need
have
to answer
the
that
gravitas,
question?
the stature, the intestinal fortitude.
Completely
to say,
irrelevant to her
Donald
fucking
Trump,
job.
You lost
Exactly.
the 2020 election. Can you tell us that here today?
Senator, what I
Joe
can tell you is I
Biden
will never
won the
play
election.
politics. You're trying to engage me in a gotcha. I won't
just
do it.
Exactly.
I won't play politics.
They argued at the impeachment as well because she
Like you did
represented
with
Trump.
your
Let me ask
colleague
you-
Devin Nunes's memo.
If you can't answer the question, let me ask you a different, what should be a simple truth, not a hard one. Was there massive fraud affecting the result of the 2020 election? Yes or no?
Yes.
Senator, I'm
Say
glad you
yes.
asked that question, if you'll let me answer what I saw in Pennsylvania.
No, I asked a simple question about
say yes.
massive
I
fraud.
What a
can
piece
only
of
tell
shit.
you
Look
what
at
I
him.
saw
Yeah.
in
No, I know
Pennsylvania.
you
I'd
want to answer
spit
a
right in his
different question,
mouth.
But my question is.
So he's
can you
fucking
tell us
tasted
whether there was
forever. Yeah,
massive
exactly.
fraud
That's worse than
affecting the
fucking getting
results
punched.
of the 2020 election? Yes or no?
I just want to knock him out.
I
Honestly,
saw when I went
you know,
after
some
the
people,
activists
That's not my
of the
question.
campaign.
like in life,
You can't answer that question. You can't speak that even easy truth to us, let alone
such
to
a
the president.
freaking weasel.
So let me ask you.
And he's now going to be a senator for
It
6
will also
fucking
be important
years.
that you give good advice
voted
to the
him in?
president. Are you prepared
Same
to
people that
advise
put
the
Nancy
president not to
Pelosi in
pardon
power because
people
he's
who
right up her
beat
backside.
police officers?
Idiots.
Senator,
He
as
sits
I
in the
said,
corner in a
the
room and
pardons
watches
are
Nancy
at
and
the
her
direction of
husband
the
have
president.
sex.
We will look
I bet
and
he
we will
does.
advise.
Not
I will
big.
look at
Yes.
every
And she
case
pegs
on
them
a
both.
case.
So
Let
you're
me
looking-
finish on a
Yeah.
case by case
Okay,
basis.
okay, good. Let
And
me-
I
let me-
abhor violence.
And he says thank you on the way out.
Follow up with that. So will it be your advice to the president, Mr. President? I know you said you want to issue hundreds of pardons on day one. Will it be your advice to the president? No, Mr. President, I need to go over them on a case-by-case basis. Do not issue blanket pardons. Will that be your advice to the president?
No, it
Senator,
won't.
I have not looked
same
at
as it
any
won't
of
be
those
like
files. If confirmed, I will look at the
Joe
files.
Biden.
and
Joe
the
Biden is
as
fucking
well as
pardoning
the-
everyone.
Answer, you old piece of
Day
shit.
one?
Joe
I will
Biden's
look
going to
at
let P.
every
Diddy out of
file
jail
I
before
am
he
Of course
leaves.
you
to
won't.
look
So
at.
will you advise the
Hey,
president?
can I
will
answer
you-
the question?
Well, my
I
question.
have
Seriously,
plenty
dude,
of
shut the
staff. You
fuck
said,
up.
Of course you want.
You'll be able to review
Listen, I'm
hundreds
not
of
going to
cases on the first day?
mislead this body nor you.
All right, let me ask another question. You don't want to answer that. Let me ask
You were
another question.
censured by
It will
Congress,
also-
Senator, for
it will
comments just
also-
like this that
it
are
will
so reckless.
also- it will also be
Oh,
important for you
yeah,
to be
get it.
able to preserve the records, the evidence of the department. Are you ready to commit that none of the evidence in the January 6th investigation will be destroyed under your watch?
Senator, I will follow the law. I will consult with ethical officials in the
Do you
department.
see any ethical basis to destroy evidence in the January 6th
You
investigation?
just fucking. Oh my
Then why
god.
can't you answer the question? Why can't you say, I commit to this committee, we will never destroy the evidence in the January 6th investigation? Why can't you give this committee and the American people?
Well,
that
like you lot
assurance?
did, you mean?
frightened
Like
that
you
the
hid all of
evidence
the
was destroyed
fucking
against President
Yeah, right.
Trump?
footage
False?
and
Is that
Who's
why you're
these
frightened now?
fucking
I can't believe this
hypocrite
is even-
Why
pieces
do you have
of
difficulty answering that question?
I can't believe
Why do you
you're
have
asking such a
difficulty?
question.
why do you have
He's such
difficulty
an
promising
ass,
to
dude.
preserve evidence at the Department of Justice? Why is that a difficult question?
I will follow the
because
law.
it's dumb.
It shouldn't be a difficult question.
It's not difficult. It's dumb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms.
Oh,
Bondi, I know
Why are you
that you
talking to her
are
like that, you
recently
little piece of shit?
He is. He's a piece of shit.
Round one. And we appreciate your being here, and I
Marsha
appreciate that you
Blackburn,
told
she's
my
going to bring some
California
sense into the
colleagues
room.
You were willing to work with them, even in light of the manner in which they have approached you.
Who's it,
Now, one
Idaho?
thing I think we need to have
Marsha.
everybody understand.
No, she's
that is
from the
watching
great
this
state
hearing
of
today,
Tennessee.
And everyone sitting in here,
Think.
what we have witnessed over the last 4 years.
Dude, I know way
with
too much
a
about your fucking
weaponized
politics and
DOJ.
politicians.
My colleagues have talked about
Damn
this.
right, lady.
And the American people
She's-
know this.
No, we know it. We know it, sweetie.
what was carried out against President Trump and his administration.
By the guy
in
right next to you?
November, they voted to see an end to 2 tiers of justice, 2 tiers of treatment, 2 tiers of access, because they have absolutely had it with the lies, with the accusations,
Well, at least we don't have to agrees with us.
and with the attacks that have come against so many people who were just seeking
We have the
to live
majority
their
here, right?
lives. And then all of a
Just.
sudden, found the FBI
That's the
or
unfortunate
another
thing.
federal agency
Just.
or the DOJ.
Yeah.
And the
knocking
problem is you've
at
got
their
people that
door. You know, Ms. Bondi, it
Easily
was
are supposedly
believe
Republicans,
that my
but never
colleagues had
vote with
learned
Republicans.
Nothing,
Exactly.
nothing from the elections in
Get
November.
in there.
Raise that
Tell
vote.
him.
See this as a movie
Tell them,
script
Marsha.
that someone may have liked to write. What they see is this is real life.
Yep.
And they want a restoration to equal justice, equal access,
Equal
treatment,
rights.
abiding by the rule of law. Many of us have talked today about making America safe again. And in Tennessee,
I just want people
I hear a
arrested
good
if you're
bit about
homeless
this.
or
And
you're an
as we
elite.
discuss
Whether
your
if you break a
nomination,
crime,
one of the
you're both are
things
treated
I've
equal. That's all I
mentioned to
wanted.
people
Yeah.
is
That's never gonna
your
happen.
career
No.
as a prosecutor.
No matter
Especially
who
where
the
you've got,
Touched on
well,
that
especially when your
today.
country
And
is
you
run
are
on the way it is
bringing
with bail
that
and cash
insight
bail
of
and
being
Exactly.
a
some
prosecutor
money
to
making
bear.
fucking system.
And
That's
I
the problem.
do appreciate that.
It's not even about the
Now,
crime,
one
dude.
thing
But
that I
let's be
think
honest,
is
we don't let
noteworthy,
fucking
and in
murderers out after
preparation
10
for the
years either.
hearing, I
So
looked
come
some
on
of
now.
these
At
numbers
least give
up.
us some props.
During President
You do
Trump's
sometimes.
first
Yeah,
term,
yeah, sometimes, but not every time,
violent
like you guys.
crime in this country
You do let,
You
well, you
get
let them
like,
out the next, you let them out the next
fell
day
by
if they're illegal.
17%.
Oh, you killed 2 people? That's okay. We'll give you 10 years.
In the
It wasn't
first
3.
2 years of the Biden administration, it soared by 43%. This is crime that is taking place in all of our communities. We've seen a rise, whether it's California or Tennessee, we have seen a rise. So I want you to talk to Tennesseans, to Californians, to all Americans about what you're going to do to get this crime rate
I like her jacket.
down in this country.
Looks like a houndstooth.
Senator,
So
thank
what?
you for that question.
It's a houndstooth,
And
like a pattern.
Despite the questions from Senator Schiff, I look forward to working with you and the state of California to do everything we can to fight violent crime in
Make you
California.
a man.
And you know as well
don't
as
want people arrested in
that crime
California.
is only going to go through the roof now after these forest fires.
They'll be arresting the fucking firefighters in a minute. You wait and
We're going
see.
to have so many things that I have dealt with in the state of Florida, and I am committed to working with California just as much as I am committed to working with you, Senator Kennedy, in the tragedy that just took place
She's owning the room.
Louisiana,
She got it
given
in the
all
bag.
the human beings that were murdered in
very
your
strong,
state.
very
And we
confident.
have the Super
And
Bowl
who was
coming up in
fucking
less
Biden's
than
fucking
3 weeks now, I
person?
believe, Senator. I've been a little busy.
Garland.
We've got to ensure
Garland.
that I'm confirmed.
He was nominated to be
Everyone in
a
this country
Supreme
is
Court
safe.
judge.
And I will work with you.
And he didn't get
I
in,
will work
so
with
when
you, Senator.
Biden got
I
in,
will
he
work
gave
with
him
all of you in
fucking
this
AG
country
job.
for everything that
Merrick
Senator
Garland.
Blackburn said. We
He's a
have
little-
got
Did he have to go through all this shit
reduce
too?
violent crime, and we have got
Yeah,
to
but the problem is the
restore
Republicans never
integrity
give these
to
people
our
too much of a
law
hard time.
enforcement officers.
Do you know what I mean? It's like they respect the fact that this is what's happening. They've been nominated with you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah, they don't act like fucking children like this.
It's bright red, the popular vote, for a reason. People want law and order. They want to be safe so they can go
See
to
how this woman's
take
letting
their
her
children
speak?
to school, so they can
Yeah.
go to church, Senator Hawley. People want safe streets. Of course, we care about our economy and what's happening in this world. But if we're not safe, none of that works. We have got to come together. We have got to work together to make America safe again. And that, in turn, will make America great again. And I don't know where that phrase has become a bad word, because I think that's a great one. making
Yes.
America great again.
Goddamn right, dude. It's so funny when people were like, America! Yeah, like the weirdos in the comments. They're like, oh, the MAGA people. You know how dumb that sounds to call somebody MAGA
Yeah.
when it means
I know,
make
it's so
America
dumb.
great?
It is the dumbest, like, insult thing ever. You're far right if you're MAGA. Well, if you, like, want to make your country great again, and it makes you far right,
The
okay.
judge's decision
Weird.
making. And
is
we
weird.
have heard about the
So let's make our country a piece of shit again, then that's better.
But that's what they do. They want to turn it into fucking Palestine.
It's already a piece of
If you
shit.
take away our choices, we will write, end quote.
They destroyed it.
Another one, no privacy for us, no peace for you, end quote. In other words, if the justices did not vote to uphold Roe and Casey, the protesters would continue to harass them. Despite this clear violation of the law, Merrick Garland did not bring a single charge, not one single charge under Section 1507.
Imagine
Will
that.
you commit to faithfully enforcing
The Democrats
Section
are like, well, you follow the
1507
law.
as Attorney General?
Yeah.
I will faithfully enforce that law and all laws that I am asked to review. And Senator, I watched that on TV and it horrified me. The protesters outside their houses. You can't do that for a reason, because our justices have to remain safe and unbiased and protected from threats, as do we all. But they do enjoy a special protection. And yes, that should be enforced.
And thank you, Ms. Bondi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I swear, it's like they think
We'll now have our second
we're
round
stupid.
that I
Like,
announced
they think
earlier.
we're just
We'll each have 4 minutes.
children that don't
When we
understand any of this shit.
were talking in my office, I brought up the
Yeah, for a
importance
second
of
round.
listening to whistleblowers.
Jesus
And
Christ.
about 30 or 35 investigations I've got underway of the executive branch, and not
The
just because
executive
of a Democrat
branch?
president.
These people
Some
can't
of them
even
are
talk. I
probably
mean,
carryovers
none of
from
them can talk.
Republican presidents.
This guy has fucking Alzheimer's.
It's very important that the executive branch understand the cooperation.
Why does he keep
that
saying
they must have
executive
with
branch?
us.
It's
To carry out
executive
our
branch.
responsibility is to see
Executive.
that the president faithfully executes the laws. And I think that too often whistleblowers,
Shut up, Pappy.
being patriotic people they are.
He's a good
want
guy, but he's
to
just
do
too
what
old.
government's just supposed
He's
to
old.
do. And
I don't know what
find
he's
something
saying.
wrong, they want to report it. And they want to report it within the agency. They don't come to
he was
Congress
first
unless
elected
they
in
don't get any help
1776.
in the executive branch. It seems to
Executive?
me
They're
that,
terrified of
it's
stuff.
very important.
They're like, will you promise
executive.
not to prosecute us?
Treated like a skunk and
Executive
picnic by the
branch?
agency they're
It's like
in.
Triggerity Farm.
I've seen them ruin themselves
I
professionally.
need a
I tell them all,
t-shirt
you,
now.
yeah, I promise not to.
One time
And
an
then
FBI
once they vote me in, I'd
agent came
fucking
to me, was escorted out of
throw
headquarters
cases on all you
with his
bitches.
gun and badge taken away from him. Just because the laboratory there was not
King Kong
using
and got
science
shit
to
on
make
me.
sure that crime was actually committed. So now we have a new $40 million head or science lab so that people are protected and get their constitutional rights. So will you
whatever.
protect whistleblowers from retaliation and promote a
What's that got to do with
culture?
science?
And I think
Oh,
that
fuck it.
last thing, promote a
This guy doesn't know
culture,
where he's at.
is more important, that values the important
He thinks he's at like
contribution
a
of
family dinner.
whistleblowers.
Yes, and Senator, I think
Top
so
of my
people
foot
fully
is so
understand the
itchy.
importance of whistleblowers.
Yes.
They have to
Top
be
of
able
my
to
foot.
tell the truth and come forward without
Fucking scratch
fear
it.
of
I
retaliation.
am, but I'm scratching
And
too
that's the
much.
purpose of
It's
the
like,
whistleblower
And
statute.
when
it's hurting, but it's also good.
retaliation,
Do you know what I mean?
taxpayers' money's paying
Yeah.
for that
You know, when you reach that line of, like, you
retaliation.
should stop, but it feels too good. Oh,
Yeah.
The
shit.
Biden Justice Department issued guidance telling prosecutors to stop charging mandatory minimums and ignore laws setting penalties on drug type. It also allowed folks to pay civil and
Just
criminal
legalize weed.
fines to politicize.
Get it over and done with.
government,
Right.
To
Why else-
politicize.
You know what I mean? It's like, just
non-government
fucking do it
organizations
already.
Instead of the
It's
government
crazy how long it's
treasury.
taking.
I put together a
It's
list
not that
of
big a
their
decision.
guidance,
They just got to get over the
very
fact that they won't be able to, like,
and unfair to the tax-paying public. And I'd
make
like
as
to
much
have you
money off
review
of
More
those
money.
lists
They'll make
locking
more money.
fucking people up.
very soon
Bullshit.
after
They'll
you're
make more money
confirmed.
taxing it than they will fucking the arrests they make. I guarantee it.
In
Yeah,
regard to
but
antitrust,
I don't know why they don't
enforcing
want to do it.
antitrust laws is extremely important to ensure
Same
that
here. I wish they would
markets
just
are
do it.
fair and that consumers are protected.
I'm fine
I've
with
been
it. Like I said,
active in
Like, what's the
making
worst
sure
that
the
could happen,
Justice
dude?
I can
Department,
drive
the
2 minutes down the
FTC,
street and get weed, so
carefully
I'm not.
scrutinize mergers
I can care
and that
less.
they look for
Pisses
look
me off.
out
That's what I
for
want. That's the only reason I'd move to the
anti-competitive behavior
States.
and predatory
Is to live
practices.
somewhere where weed is like legal. And I could
like,
grow it myself.
On these
Yeah, like I just
issues
drove down and got
impacts my
fucking
state of Iowa, in
an
particular
ace
So
for
agriculture,
expensive
healthcare,
here, you know?
and
$25, no tax.
industries,
It's
and
just
I'm
so dear.
interested in your
Yeah, I
commitment
paid
to
what,
make
40
antitrust
a quarter?
enforcement
It's
a
nothing.
priority.
Antitrust
About
enforcement
the same
was a
as it is here. I
priority
was still
when I was
thinking
a state AG.
Yeah, but
and it
I-
will be a
myself, I'd
priority.
rather
get-
grow it
If I am
myself.
confirmed as
Yeah, but like if I go to
Attorney
dispensary, they hit you with
General,
like
and
fucking
again, I'm so proud to
20%
have Jill
tax and
Slater,
this and that
handling that. She's
and state
Do
tax
you
and all that.
agree that
The place I go doesn't even tax me on my shit. It's literally just $25. It's like going to a dealer.
okay? This
And it looks fucking banging, dude. It's
the
purple
Civil
as
Rights
shit.
Division in your
Maybe you
department,
should
if you're
try-
head of it, supposed to enforce laws against race and sex discrimination. But under the Biden administration, the Justice Department has arguably promoted discrimination and turned a blind eye to racist
They
hiring
can't even
practices.
put words together, these people, dude.
Do you
They're
agree
so
that race and
old.
sex discrimination by employers is illegal, even if the discrimination is called diversity or equity?
No one should be discriminated against.
Well, some people should.
How did all these motherfuckers survive COVID?
Because they
I'd like
created
to
it.
say something, and I hope
Exactly.
you agree with it. Violence is never acceptable when it comes to political expression.
I
Period.
think I said that initially. Yes, I do agree. Of course, I agree.
I abhor that sort of thing happening
just call
when
her
it
a
comes
whore?
to conservative Supreme Court justices, and I abhor it when it comes to Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked in his home,
That was horrible.
which we should
Yeah,
all
but her mother was a
say
dirty coy
unequivocally
whore.
both are unacceptable.
Ask yourself what the dude was doing there, though, aren't you?
Horrible.
I guess as I reflect on what you've said today, a couple things surprised me. I did not expect you to be as outspoken as you are about Kash Patel. He's been characterized as a professional career defense attorney and a career prosecutor. That's a pretty amazing achievement in his life.
Why do they keep on this?
But he
Like,
also has said and
she's
done
called
some things that
Pam
are impossible
Bondi,
to understand
not
and justify.
Cash Patel.
For
Because
example,
they have
are
nothing
you
else.
familiar with something called
Remember the
QAnon
guy
conspiracy?
earlier? They had nothing else to
Yeah.
fucking say.
I've heard of it.
And they
but
want
I-
a second
I
round
do
of
not know
bashing for
what
this.
it is, but I've
Yeah, it's
heard
already
it
like
many
fucking
times.
5 hours in, dude.
So let me tell you what I've learned about it. Its core belief is that a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic child
I'd stand up and piss
are
on each one of
embedded
these
within our
fuckers'
government
desks
and
and
are
do the
conspiring
time
against President-elect Trump.
if I could.
They asked Mr. Patel about it, and he said, quote, "I agree with a lot that the movement says." End of quote.
Like
Does
now's the
that
time
sound
for
like
the
a good
people with the orange
preparation
paint to
to
come
run
in
the
to throwing
FBI?
it.
Senator, I don't know anything about.
That'd be awesome.
She should just say, why don't you
I'd
ask
heard of
Mr.
QAnon, but
Patel?
I've never heard that.
Yeah, right? Why are you
definition
asking me?
attached to it,
My name's fucking.
at all.
Yeah.
I'm here,
You're gonna have
I'm
to
Pam
ask
Bondi,
Mr.
I'm here
Patel
to be
about those
like
statements.
Attorney General.
And I tell you,
My name's not Cash Patel.
Sir, my
I'm
last
in
name's
for head of FBI.
Patel. It's Bondi.
This and his
I know your eyes are bad, but
government gangsters. This is what you expect of Stasi. This is what you expect of secret police. It is not what you expect of justice in America as you've even
yeah, right.
described it at the table today. So I would say this unequivocal support of Mr. Patel should at least have some reservation until he explains some of these outrageous positions he has taken.
Why?
I look forward to hearing his testimony about QAnon in front of this committee.
January 6th, what happened. We lived through it, many of us. We'll never forget it.
Yeah,
To
live
think
through it.
that the United
Gosh,
States of
live
America's
through it.
capital
Did you see them all put them
desecrated
bags on their heads and
by
shit,
an
dude? Like them
insurrection
chemical
mob that
bags.
planned
Just lived through
and did
4 years of your
horrible
hell, you
things,
jackass.
particularly to our police force. It keeps you safe as you sit there and keeps us safe every single day.
But they don't care about.
Over
They
100
literally
of
think like the
them
last 4
attacked
years
by
have been
these
like
demonstrators. One,
fine.
I
Kenneth
think it's all been
Followers,
great.
a member of the
It's amazing
so-called
to me,
Proud
dude.
Boys, another alt-right group,
Absolutely
assaulted at
amazing.
least 6 officers, placed one in a chokehold and lifted him up by the neck. Bonowitz injured one officer so severely he had to retire. Kyle Fitzsimmons, convicted for 5 separate assaults against law enforcement, including one that caused a career-ending
But did he die?
and
What?
life-altering
Did
injury
he
to
die?
U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant
Anybody at the
Angelino
Capitol?
Ganell. Can you understand
No,
why
one dude died of a
Donald
heart
Trump
attack
says
after,
the day I am
but
inaugurated
nothing to
count.
do with what happened
I will
like
issue a blanket
during the
pardon
day.
to these, quote,
The
fuck are they
political
person that
crying
died
prisoners.
was Ashley
We
Babbitt.
view this with an
Exactly.
outrage
Stop
on our
fucking
side.
whining.
These men and women risk their lives for us every day.
Could have got.
They
It
almost
could
died.
have
Some
been.
of
Could have
them
been
did
worse.
die
Trust me.
in the course of this attack. Why aren't we treating
Should
them
have been
such, and
worse.
why do you have to reserve
I'm not gonna. No comment.
Vice President Vance didn't when he was asked this week. He shouldn't.
That's what I'm saying. It made me think
Pardon
like
should
Americans
be.
are turned
Like I
into
said,
pussies.
they did.
All your
they did-
like all your stuff about your guns and
And
Dude, all they did was like
I
take
do
fucking
not
take Pelosi's
agree with
laptop. I
violence
would have.
against
I would have
anyone,
shit on her
but
desk.
especially police
Like there would have been a
somebody did
picture of me.
shit on her
Um,
desk.
And
There would have been a picture of me on the front newspaper dropping a deuce right on her desk.
Somebody did shit on her
The men and
desk.
women of the
Good.
Capitol Police Department
I'm
are
glad
incredible.
we have
They
the
do a
same
great
mindset,
job.
whoever
They
did that.
deserve to be
Somebody
safe.
did take a dump
And
on her desk.
I
Good.
do not agree
That's
with
what she
violence
deserves to
against
walk into the
any
next
police
day.
officer.
I would hope.
I never have, Senator.
For calling off the
You weren't able
fucking
to answer my question affirmatively earlier, but
police.
I hope
They
that
called
if
off
this moves
fucking
forward in a
protectionists
positive
here,
way in your
but they don't want to admit it.
You will speak
I
up at
watched
some
it
point
all.
on behalf of these
It
police
was
officers.
disgusting, and then it was also pre-empted as well by some of
Before
these
Senator
fucking
Graham,
people.
I want
Absolutely.
to
Such
enter
a
into
setup,
the
dude.
record without
And now it's
objection
the
from
fact that
members
like
of this committee,
there was like 11
letters from law
undercover
enforcement groups who
agents
support
that
Ms.
stormed the Capitol
Bondi's
too. Like,
nomination.
what the
These
hell,
groups
dude?
include the Fraternal Order of
Ray
Police,
Epps,
the
dude, I
National
sussed that
Sheriff's
motherfucker
Association,
out like
the National Association of Police
on the day when I was
Organizations,
watching it. I'm like, who's this
praised
dude?
her,
Like
quote,
shouting at
support
people
for
to
law
fucking trash
enforcement,
barriers
crime
and go in.
prevention,
It's like,
and
what?
public safety,
Yeah, that was
end quote,
that was the fuck. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. This is fucking crazy.
Watching it all, and you could see he was a Fed. Even people around him were
Well,
like,
I've been
dude's
gone
a
for a
Fed.
while, so they're asking me about Cash Patel. It must be going
But
pretty
it took
well.
You didn't
4
miss
years
anything,
for that to come out.
So, that's just an observation. So,
What'd he
anyway,
say?
thanks.
He said, "Oh, Fed, for asking you about Cash Patel, it must be going well."
A couple things. Pardons.
I love when they
If
call out the
somebody
previous
applies for a
person.
pardon,
I do, so that's funny. But
you'll
Lindsey
get the
Graham's a dick.
president legal advice as
Who?
to whether or not he should grant.
This dude, Lindsey
Is that the
Graham.
way the system
Is he?
works?
What is he?
He's grifter.
So rather than
Is he a Republican?
prejudging what you do, you
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at the application and give him your best advice. And you don't like
He's a
people.
bit of a
who
rhino.
beat up
You know what I
cops.
mean? He always just
Correct.
goes
I hope
with
no one does.
Yeah, okay. Fair
Oh,
enough.
really?
what he
So
thinks
let's
is
just
best
get
for
back to the
himself.
process.
I'm
and
not
get-
going to speak for the president,
Yeah.
but the president does not like people that abuse police officers either.
Yeah, well, the hope is that through this pardon process, you'll make a rational decision.
What about police officers that abuse
based on the
people?
applicant rather
It's
than
just, it's got to be
deciding
even.
the outcome in
Yeah,
a
right.
Senate hearing. That's all.
Because
I'm
at the end
asking.
of the day, it's just
That's
people.
what I would want if I.
Nah, man, we're not people. Remember, this is why we're giving a number when we're born. We're not
now,
people to
Section
these fucking
230,
idiots. We're just numbers.
Yes, Senator.
That's true.
One thing that
Like
unites this
fucking,
committee,
it's like
is
Auschwitz.
protecting
We're
children
numbers.
and society at
That's right,
large
Tanker.
from,
Basically, yeah, he just
social
goes where the
media
money
abuse.
is and what's better for
We
his own
passed
pocket.
Online privacy legislation. Senator Durbin's been great to work with. Everybody, Klobuchar, we're all trying to find out how to empower people who may be victims of social media. Woody, to
Everyone's a
empower
victim of
parents whose
social
child's
media.
been bullied.
I'm a victim of
When you
social
call
media.
the social media
I hate
platform
social
and they
media.
blow you
Yeah,
off,
I
and you
do.
go
I'm
to
a fucking
But I need
victim of it. Every time I look at the comment section somewhere on fucking YouTube shoot crime, I'm a victim.
My problem is I need it. Like,
Makes
without
me want to
social media,
slit my fucking throat.
I can't sell as much as I do without some of my
If they take your
stuff.
content
So
down, you're appealing to
they
the
kind of
people who make the decision.
I
to take
shall
your
agree.
content down.
He's an
So
expert.
what I want to do,
they trap
and
you
I'm
with
Senator
needing
Hawley,
it today, bro.
everybody,
Yeah.
is
Same thing with like
repeal
online
Section 230
banking and
or
all that
replace
shit.
it with a system
Like,
that empowers
my grandmother's the only
consumers
person I know
who may have been
that
hurt.
has a flip
Do you
phone
agree with that?
Doesn't have a
Senator, I would
smartphone.
love to look at that with you.
Doesn't
I'm
do any
not
online
familiar
bank,
with
none of
what
that
you
shit.
want to do on the issue.
It's
I've
all
talked to Senator
checks.
Klobuchar. I think
Still.
Senator Durbin and I may have even discussed it.
And
But I'm committed to looking at that.
yeah, she has no
with you.
problems.
There are so
A lot of
many
places don't even
issues
take fucking
online
checks anymore.
that-
That's what I mean. Like, it's a little
That's
harder
one
for
of
her
the
to do
things.
stuff,
We
but
have to find things that
A
can
lot of
bring us
places don't even
together
take
now.
fucking real
And
money.
this has to be one of
she's not a victim to this
Well,
fucking,
just-
protecting our children.
you know.
Here's
Yeah.
what FBI
I agree.
director
People
said.
shouldn't need a
Everywhere
license.
Her and my
you
grandfather
turn,
came
agree
from-
with this.
Her and my grandfather
I
came
see
here from
blinking
Greece and
lights
fucking worked their asses
everywhere you
off,
turn
you know.
regarding the national security threats.
My
Does
grandfather
that make sense
painted,
to you?
painted water towers
Yes, Senator. I was looking at that,
and
the
bridges.
date of that. That was a year ago.
Yeah.
Yes, Senator. I also
It's
heard about
crazy,
it. I haven't
dude.
seen it yet. His 60
I'd
Minutes
do that for
interview
a
that was
job.
very
No,
troubling.
the fuck you wouldn't.
For our
So-
country.
Yeah, I would.
Right. We know
You're
we found
nuts.
8 guys from Tajikistan.
Right,
that
it
were
sounds
like a
released
great
because
job.
they were tied to ISIS.
Are
So
you
the point
high?
I'm trying to make is.
Right, yeah, but yeah, I am.
January
But what's that going to
20th
do with it?
Why the
I
fuck
just
do you want to be
urge you
suspended
to the
thousands of
extent
feet
you can
above the air
to
for no fucking reason?
urge the president to secure
Right.
that border. We
If it's a
need
nice
money.
day, dude, I
Idea
can't think of
moving
anything
money
better
down from defense
to do
is
than
not
that.
going to cut it. We need a lot
Chill
of
out,
investigation,
paint some
finish
shit,
the wall, do technology,
get
hire
paid a load of
decisions
money.
to
Paint a wall.
accelerate
Why you gotta fucking go up on a
deportation of people
bridge?
who are,
You should get paid more and you get a
criminals
better
and gang
view.
members. We don't have time to waste.
You know what?
I hope
Fuck
you'll make
you.
that an
Gets the old
urgency
adrenaline
because the
pumping.
threat is real. Are you worried
No.
about an
You know what?
attack on our
Fuck you.
homeland being generated from ISIS or their affiliates, and what should we do about it?
Senator, I don't have a security clearance yet, but only from the public reporting that I've
You know, how
seen.
come fucking
I'm
Twiz doesn't
terrified.
come up here? There's no
Senator
fucking
White,
Steve G and all that in
Thank you,
here. Why doesn't he
Chairman.
come up?
I'm going to try to fit in 2 questions in
Yes,
my 4
issues
minutes.
with his.
Lindsay, stick around because I'm going to say something nice about you.
He was up that one night.
First,
Yeah, because
yes,
his roommate was
230,
away.
we've got to really work on that. There's a lot
Oh,
of
you got a
support
roommate?
for fixing 230. In fact, outright
She
repealing 230.
cuts his
in
internet
this
off. She turns it
committee.
off.
It's a
Don't
chip.
play.
Question.
Yeah, he shares a
Presumably,
place. doesn't
your
he?
commitment to
With a
fairly
chip?
enforcing the
Yeah,
law
but
based
apparently
on
she's
facts and
like,
evidence
I don't
would
like
also
dogs
apply
anyway.
to environmental cases.
Are they dating?
Yeah,
Yes,
like,
Senator.
no.
I'm concerned because,
No.
you know,
I don't fucking
under
know.
Trump,
Because he, like,
criminal
doesn't pay,
prosecutions
then
for pollution
she's,
dropped
like,
sharply
broke.
in his first
She
Yeah.
term.
cuts his internet off like a
And
kid.
you
She's
will
like,
be
no,
running
no more
an
internet.
Environmental
Oh, that's
Natural
fucked up.
Resources Division that has things
Yeah.
like
Yo, Twiz,
methane task
Twiz, if you're
force
listening, bro,
that
reach out to
big
me.
polluters who spend big money
I got 2
to get
companies,
President
one
Trump
for internet, one for
reelected
phone,
don't like.
and combined
And
for
they're
my
gonna be
phone and
coming to
internet, I pay
you
$25.
to say, hey, we don't want a whole lot of enforcement.
15
on
for
this.
15 for the
Methane
phone,
leaks,
and I can
carbon
get
dioxide
you
leaks, it's a pollutant.
I can get you a decent
polluting
speed
our
of internet
water,
for $10.
polluting our air.
Yeah, but dude,
We
it's
will
like,
be strong when
I
that
know he's like legit been struggling
Senator,
at times. He
if
has
you
no
haven't learned
income.
yet, I'm pretty strong,
$25
I'm pretty
a month?
independent.
He's had zero
And
income for
I
ages.
Well, I'll teach him how to
Zero.
I
fucking
think you and I
make
spoke about
$25.
this in your
I
office,
asked
but
him
I
if he,
don't know a
you
lot
know,
about
could
that
sell and
issue,
shit, because,
but I am committed
you
to
know,
meeting
I have
with the
shit that he could
ENRV
try to help me
division
sell, and I'll cut
and
him
talking to you about
fucking
it. I wish I knew
Yes,
more
I'm
about what
ADHD
you
and
do,
stuff.
but I don't.
It's
But
like
I'm
hard for
committed
him to
absolutely looking at
Well,
it and
focus
doing
on
what I
shit.
can to help you
trying.
understand.
I don't want.
I
But
tried.
I think he is trying to sort it all out with
Stepchild subset.
government. So
It's law just like any other.
I mean, even if he just, you know,
Second
takes a
question I'd like
fucking
to get to
drive
goes
to
back
Walmart and Target every day for me,
Chairman
and,
Grassley's
you know,
yeah, look,
opening
I feel
comment.
bad. I
send him-
don't want
can
him to
send him
think
money.
I'm talking about him or his personal
For the
stuff. But
Department of Justice
I'm not talking bad about him. I mean,
no. I'm just saying, like, I
to
don't-
answer questions
Like-
from
dude, there's like
senators,
7 people here.
both
Relax.
Republican and Democrat,
but they all
and to
know
give us
Twiz,
real
so-
answers.
Exactly.
Sometimes
We all know
the
Twiz.
best
Yeah, but
oversight comes from the
like
other
I
party.
say, you know, I shouldn't.
And indeed, sometimes the best oversight
talk
comes
about
from
his personal
one
stuff.
senator
I
who
just the
sticks to
fact
one
that
issue.
people
I
always
would
ask like where he is or why he's not online or
Not
whatever. It's
necessarily
because
support
it's
from the rest of
literally
the
because his
committee.
roommate
And that
cuts his
oversight
internet
has been
off.
really
Well, that's
consequential.
what I'm saying. Like, if,
It's really
I
important.
But
can get him his own
he's not
internet.
been in a position to do
Chairman
anything
Grassley
about
has
it.
been very good about trying to enforce
That's a
that
problem.
But I'll
rule.
do something. I'll fucking
And
front him the
I
money
want to tell you just
until,
a quick story
you know,
about
I know where he's
something
at.
that went
I'll
the
go
wrong
see him
way,
if he
I
doesn't pay me.
believe. Crossfire Hurricane
I trust him.
was mentioned by Senator Graham. There was a committee investigation.
Great.
of
He needs
Crossfire
fucking
Hurricane.
$50 for
During
fucking
that
this and that.
Crossfire Hurricane
You
investigation,
get me back.
box loads
You know,
of material was provided by the department.
Somebody
and
sent
the
him
Bureau to Senate Republicans.
Fuck you,
They
Siri.
got files. They got investigative reports. They got internal
I don't know.
memos.
It just
They got
came
stuff
like
that would
flashing. I
not
didn't
be
say
FOIA
anything.
able.
Dude, this weed's actually
They
really
were
actually
able to
making me
do a
feel
deep
pretty
dive
good.
because they
Let's
got
say it's here.
everything they asked for, even stuff that the FBI would ordinarily.
Remember, I
not
got this
put
from the
in.
gas station, right?
That was happening
Yeah, what is it?
on
Check
that
it out.
side of the aisle. For me, I had
Straight
questions about Justice
gas, bro.
Kavanaugh's supplemental
Did they tell you what
background
it's called?
investigation.
Yeah, it's called.
And I asked for things like, what is
But this one is
the
Alien.
Department of Justice
This was Alien OG,
policy
but I
for
put.
how tip lines
I bought this
work?
brand today, which is grape
That's a
juice.
FOIA-able
So it's probably like grape.
question. I didn't get a single piece of paper.
It's a
I
hybrid.
asked for things like,
get what
what
happened,
are
yeah.
the ground rules
But I put this in the one.
for
But
investigations,
dude,
for
it's
supplemental
like
background
the
investigations?
smell,
I didn't
the
get a single
hairs, the
piece of
high.
paper. Graham
The throat all
called
over
the
the
Deputy
floor.
Attorney
Yeah.
General up into his
Yeah.
It
office
looks similar to
to
what
say, will you guys please
That's what I'm saying.
knock it
And
off
I get this
give
from a gas, like
some
a
information?
gas station.
So
like it sounds
looks-
cheesy,
it
but
looks the same as what?
Example
that's what I mean. It
if
is.
you're a
It's the same shit.
Republican on this committee.
But I mean,
in a
yeah, it's
Republican
crazy.
Like I still buy from my
you
boy,
get
but
everything you asked for and more.
he's been
and
fucking
if
calling me
you're a Democrat,
nonstop because
you
I
get
haven't bought from him in a while because I get more high from
That was not a great
Yeah.
moment.
this shit. I just don't want to
for
tell
me,
him.
and not a great moment for the department.
Tell him.
No, I
Be
feel
honest.
Take, the chairman
Be
at
up
his
front
word
with him,
that he
dude. It's
wants
like, it is what it is.
the
Like,
department to be
you don't have to be
responsive
mean because
to
obviously you need to
requests
keep
from
your
all of us.
contacts. Do you
And
know
I
what
would
I mean?
ask
It's
you,
like
will you be responsive?
Yeah, well,
things
that's what I'm
start
saying.
running out and shit. You got to keep your
irrespective of party
voice like
affiliation, if we
sweet.
are asking legitimate questions.
Well,
that
even
you have
though
the
my
power
fucking
to
camera's
answer.
still on.
Senator, I think I've said that from the beginning. Yes, especially on freedom of
She's had all
information
the heck
Act, I will
off,
follow the
but-
laws that apply to the Freedom of Information Act. I believe in that. I actually dealt with the public records when I was a state prosecutor. It's been so long ago, I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah.
So I
Well, just to
handled
be-
all the public records.
One just sort of point of order here. The FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act process is one thing. Anybody can get information under the Freedom of Information Act process. As senators, we should be able to do
I
better
can't.
than that. When we're doing worse
Are
than
you?
that, that's a sign that somebody's hiding something. When we're doing better than that, that's a good thing for congressional oversight. Thank you,
Daddy,
Chairman.
Colby.
Thank you.
Senator
Go ahead.
Tillis.
Can we take a minute off Senator Schiff, since I'm joking, since he took an extra minute? I'm joking.
Yes, you can. You wanted to say something to Senator Schiff?
No, sir, I asked if we could take a minute off Senator Schiff, since Senator Whitehouse
went
took an
over by a
extra
minute.
minute. I was teasing. I'm sorry.
Okay. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
How old do you think
For
she is?
Bondi, I
Probably
wanted
like
to come back and I'm
36.
glad I did because I got another
she's
mark
older
on my bingo card.
Really?
QAnon came up.
Yeah.
No.
It's a
I
little
bet she's
known
heading
fact,
towards
but the
50.
So-called, I think I heard someone say that that's an organization.
looks good for her age, then.
That has cannibalistic tendencies.
Who's
I
got
don't know if y'all know this, it's a
cannibalistic
well-documented
tendencies?
fact that the so-called QAnon shaman is a
How racist
vegetarian
is this,
who
dude?
actually had to be transferred to another prison to satisfy his dietary needs after being sentenced to 41 months in prison. So I don't know if all the QAnon people are cannibals, but it's a little bit absurd. I just wanted to add a little levity here and let y'all know I'm one mark away. from
Brian
bingo.
must have been one of these QAnons.
Yeah, but
Brian's a cannibal, remember?
It's important
That's
to
it.
talk about this, folks, because this is the part I
Holy
don't like about
shit.
the big committee. I love
Your buddy
intellectual
went live
property
last night about some
subcommittee
dumb shit.
because we don't get into this theater.
Dude,
But it's just absurd to think that,
What?
and it
No
was
way.
mentioned in reference to a comment that Kash Patel made, who I spoke with earlier today.
What did this guy say?
Dude,
Hey,
how
man,
old do you,
Out there. Does
how old do you
anybody
think she
honestly
is?
believe
Dude?
someone with a distinguished
36.
career like Kash Patel
Holy
thinks
shit.
that a
She's
cannibalistic
59?
cabal controlling the
What?
internals of government really
She's
exists?
59.
Let me give you an example why I resist
I need to
that
find a
notion.
chick with those kind
I
of genes,
resist the
bro.
notion that most of the
59?
members
She
here
doesn't even
who
look like
all
she's had,
raised
like,
tens of
surgery.
millions of dollars through Act Blue that has a subpage that
What?
only
Frank
until
was on
Senator
Rockshore? Oh,
Butler
my
finally
goodness.
told them to take it down.
Her husband's
I
lucky she's
spent a
married.
year ranting about
50,
it
yeah.
on their Act Blue. A
I'd be all over
Her
that.
husband's, I see the size of her wedding ring.
Are bastard subpage.
Enough
and
diamonds
fundraising,
in that shit to
drive.
feed a family
I
for
came
10
to this
years.
committee for a
right.
year and tried to encourage my members to say this is absurd. So would it be fair for me
Who was talking shit last
to
night?
say
Turkey
that
boy.
President Biden is embracing an
Huh?
organization accusation that
He was
thinks all
talking shit
cops
Turkey,
are
boy.
bastards, and
No,
you
he
should
went-
have
he
a
went live
fundraising
and
run
it was
for
so fucking dumb.
13.12 miles. And and
He is
protest
dumb.
outside of police departments and
He's
put
literally
pressure on them?
running on fumes at this point.
Saying that President Trump or you or anybody else are somehow
He only had like
have some,
1,000 views
Kash
too on
Patel
it.
having
He
an
was mad.
alleged, it's so absurd to think in a big hearing like this,
yeah.
we actually just
I believe
talked
she's
about
59,
that we actually
That-
think
that-
someone
are
of
you
the
sure?
stature and the experience that would
100%.
come before this
She's the
committee
sexiest 59-year-old I've
would
ever seen.
actually
Sexiest
think
60-year-old I've ever
a
seen. in my
bunch
life.
of
Who is
people-eating
this?
cabal
She's 9 years older
rolling
than me, and
into
she
the
looks
government
half
was
my
real.
age.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
just
What the
being-
fuck's
I get
going
the
on here?
Like,
theatrics
she's
and the
not.
marketing
She, why
department
she
thought it'd
looks
be
so
really
good? Probably
cool if it
because
was
she's
said,
not
but
got
guys,
fucking
that's
Botox
not
or.
us at our best.
You know what I mean? All those cheek
And
fillers
I
and
just thought it
lip
was kind of funny that
fillers
he's a
and
vegetarian.
I mean, I know
fucking
some
right in her
60-year-olds.
I want to
face.
go back.
I know some 60-year-olds that got
This is
nothing
the
done. They're
narrative that
busted.
people are
So,
gonna
I mean,
force, and I'm going to trust you to do
they're in like
what you
wheelchairs
do
and
as a
shit. So, I don't know.
prosecutor. Like you
She's
said
doing something right.
earlier, you're going to examine the facts of a case. You're going to give the president
definitely
your
my
best
type, though.
advice. If you,
Well,
I
60,
cannot
being
believe
nearly
that there is
60.
compelling
Yeah.
evidence that you
Well,
as a
no, or just her
prosecutor
fucking,
know that this
you know.
man
Twice your
breached
age,
the
dude.
Capitol and
She's
entered a
twice
police
your-
officer
she's nearly
that
twice
the
your age.
president would even
That's
ask
fucking
to
mind-blowing.
and I
She can rock
certainly
that
can't
crazy. She can rock me to sleep.
you
I don't give two flying
recommending
Dude.
fucks.
for it. It's a hypothetical.
Do
I
you
don't
not
want
think
you to
that's
respond to it,
insane
but
that
your
she's
track record
twice, nearly twice your age?
otherwise. Last question.
No,
You
I
mentioned
don't
that
care.
when you were
Wow.
going through some of the opioid
in a heartbeat, bro.
challenge, I think it was opiates, Oxycontin, I believe you mentioned.
Yeah, I don't discriminate
that
on
you went
age.
up against your
Oh,
own
it's
party, or
fucking
you got
weird to
some
say.
pushback from
I
your
don't
own
discriminate
party.
on
Would you,
age.
explain how
Fucking
you
as far
have
as like
looked
older than
at your
me
party
and shit.
done the courageous
You know,
thing?
I don't really date
Yeah.
younger.
To them?
It's
We
a
get you.
maturity. Yeah, you know
I
what I mean.
remember when that
Jesus
started.
Christ.
Some
Yeah,
of
steady
my
now.
former colleagues
That's
have
no
heard
way.
it probably so
How is
I
she
remember when that
59,
started, I
dude?
said, "Ooh, I'll never get elected to a second term."
I ain't got no type.
I fought for what I believe
Bad
in based
bitches
on
are the
meeting
only
these victims'
thing that I
families
like.
and seeing the need, and I fought the industry. Ooh, that was a
And you
big
were in
You
an
ain't got
elected
no-
position.
Honestly, like, how
You were
is
in
she
an elected
59?
position with
Somebody
a lot
explain.
of
I must have
people with
Googled
a
the wrong
target on you,
person.
and you
do
stood
this
firm.
every
Thank you.
night.
more than once, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Coons.
I just paid a price.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley.
Senator
General Bondi. In our previous conversation, we talked about criminal
I
justice
spend it
reform.
how I
And
like.
in particular, your contribution to the enactment of the First Step Act in the previous Trump administration.
She has some
I just want
Botox.
to
How do you
talk
know?
with you about a couple of bipartisan initiatives in this area. Senator
Because
Cornyn,
she said
Senator
her
Durbin,
eyebrows
Tillis,
don't
Booker,
move.
and I
Willie's itching to break a
have
hip. That was
introduced a
funny, doodle.
bipartisan called the Safe Routes Provision Act.
I
It
dislocate
focuses
both
on
of
the
her
fact
hips.
that federal probation officers have a massive caseload.
You see Nancy Pelosi fall over. She's got a broken hip.
She'd have to resign
This
from this
bill would
position.
work on focusing supervised release resources on those who really need it and creating
She's 60.
positive incentives for those who are willing and able to be
Break her in
rehabilitated
half.
and leave prison much less likely to reoffend. What's your experience about the need to support people when they get out of prison and to provide them with positive incentives rather than just leaving them to their own free will and the very high likelihood they may reoffend?
I can't believe I said
and thus
36.
violate public
Maybe
safety?
I've been out of the game
Yeah,
too
I
long.
mean,
That's why reentry,
looking
we
at her,
call it
like,
halfway houses.
Maybe
I would
not.
have thought she was
now
like
now that I'm
so
looking,
important
it's more like
because
39,
people-
38, 39.
Many
But
people
Yeah,
don't
40s.
go to prison, but many people are
But even
going
her
to get
mannerisms
out
and
of
the way she
prison.
talks, she
And
seems
We
quite.
don't want a
I mean,
revolving door.
her rack's
We
still
want
up
to do
nice.
everything we
You know,
can to make
nice hair.
productive members of
No grays,
society.
really, I
And
see.
when someone goes to prison,
I think
and
she's
I
not
saw this every day.
like
I saw this
legit
as a
blonde,
revolving
dude.
door.
I don't think she's
People
actually
get
a
out.
blonde.
And first of all, I back up. We need drug programs.
I'm just
I
giving
brought up,
fucking
we need
props
drug
here.
programs,
No,
more
no,
drug
I'm just saying I
programs.
don't think
We
like
have
she's
to.
legit blonde.
Mental health, we would be here for another 2 days. We have to get more mental health in our prison system, counseling.
We don't need any more
I
mental
think
health.
Local jails actually do a better
We
job
do.
of
We need
it, at
fucking
least in
psych wards here,
Florida.
bro, because
But
we don't
do
have any.
gotta work on that. Because when
We don't
people
even
get out,
need
we
any more
expect
mental
them
health. We've got
to
enough
do
mental
well.
health.
Many people don't
We
even
need
know how to go get a
support.
driver's license, yet we're telling you, go get a job, have a place
Get a
to
job.
live.
So
So we have to
if
do
I
everything
could
we can
move-
to help.
If I could move to the driver's license question. I've also led a bipartisan bill with Senator Wicker. Senator Grassley is also a co-sponsor. It's called the Driving for Opportunity Act. And it recognizes that in many
I
states,
feel
there's
really
practices
horrible about
suspending
myself now,
driver's
dude. I'm like
licenses
50 years old.
where
I'm
someone
like
is too poor to
fat,
pay their
haggard, and
court-related
grey and
public
unhealthy.
safety-related fines
She's
and fees.
59. She looks
But
half
where
my
the
fucking
driver's
age.
license isn't suspended because they're dangerously driving. It's just because they haven't
Well,
paid their
she'll
fines and
probably
fees.
like
and then
dead
without
of
a
some.
driver's
10 times
license,
fucking richer
they
than
lose
you.
their job or they're not able to get a job.
Probably at least 10 million times richer than me. I would
Exactly.
imagine.
So they all got, so they all get to fucking, have nice diets and eat all the fucking best of this, best of that. Well, we all have to fucking
with driver's license.
She probably sleeps in one of those
Last two
hyperbaric
questions.
chambers.
Clemency.
chemicalized
As we
shit.
discussed,
Fucking.
often near the end of an administration, there's a rush to consider pardons. Would you be willing to work at a more
Fetus
institutionalized
smoothies,
clemency
yeah.
process where there aren't just lots of commutations near the end of a term, but where there's a regular process where the
One person that
DOJ
blows my
and,
mind that looks
the clemency
completely
process
different
is
than
looked at to see whether there
what
are
she did,
reforms that
even
should be
with
made
the little bit of makeup
and
on, is
recommendations that could be
Pamela
made to the
Anderson.
president throughout his term.
I would love to look at that process. I can tell you.
Yeah,
that
how old is
the
she? She's
pardons, the commutations.
in her
that
60s,
Joe
isn't
Biden
she?
just
Yeah,
made
she
are
decided to
abhorrent to me.
stop wearing
Absolutely
makeup, but she
abhorrent
just
to
did a
people off death
movie.
row.
And it's
I
it's
look
just,
at the
again,
facts
it's just
in
wild how
those
different
cases,
she
and they were
looks.
so troubling
Yeah.
to me. I don't know what process you intend to implement, but I would love to study that with you.
Well, we talked positively about your experience and mine with drug courts, veterans courts, mental health courts. There are some things we will continue to disagree about.
Maybe there is a
and
bit of
other things
surgery
that
going on
we
there,
can-
but it's well done, I guess.
Senator
Yeah.
Lee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, as you're aware, criminal justice reform has been an important part of my role on this committee. I worked for the better part of a decade with Senator Durbin, Chairman Grassley, Senator Whitehouse, Senator Cornyn, Senator Booker, and
He
a
does look
bunch
very
of
well.
others who eventually passed the First Step Act, which
He's got
President
cancer.
Trump signed into law in December of 2018. The
I'm
First
just so
Step Act,
curious
as
where
the
we'd
name
be at
implies,
if
was intended to be the
Trump
first of
ran as a
multiple
Democrat.
steps. Much remains to be done, including with the implementation of the First Step Act.
So curious.
The credits available under the First Step Act
Yeah.
are still being implemented and need
Like-
more. I assume you'd be willing, if
I mean,
confirmed,
he used to be a
continue
Democrat,
to
didn't he?
implement the First Step
That's
Act.
what I'm saying.
Yes, Senator.
And
then they- all the
I just
Democrats
learned it's
went,
my
"Man,
I think all
understanding,
these, I think all
don't know
these
for
fucking
fact, but it's
people
my
and
understanding that
The
a lot
View
of
and
those
all them, they'd all be
beds
supporting this shit,
for
but because
halfway houses
it's not
for reentry
Democrat,
have not
that's
been
why they're
filled
fighting.
under the First
They
Step Act.
agree
So
with they
if
agree with
that's
everything.
true,
It's
I
just,
want to look at that right
it's
away
not
and figure
them
out why.
claiming it, so they're,
And
it's
I
just,
think,
it's such a
other
fucking
reforms like
pride
the
thing.
safer supervision Act,
Yeah, but that's what
co-sponsored will
the
also be
Democrat
helpful on
Party
that front.
does. It's all about show and
It's always
optics.
important to
And,
make sure that
Yeah.
we're running, although ours is not the largest criminal law enforcement institution in the country, meaning the states themselves have far more
But I
criminal
also
cases,
think
far more prisoners under their
What the Republicans have gotten on board
collectively than the United States
10
government
times easier
does.
than it's
And
taken these Democrats to get on board, and
it's
maybe
a,
we'd be
it is a significant presence.
more,
And states often look
I
to
don't
the
know,
federal government.
unified as
sometimes
far
for
as
good,
parties
other times
go,
for
but
ill, on leadership as to where they should
we'll
take
never
their
know.
own criminal justice
They don't
system.
want
So it's important that we
unification,
get this
do they?
right, and especially given that
They
we've
don't
been
want
wrong
everyone to
at
get
times
on.
in the past. I also think it's important to address the topic of overcriminalization.
It just
a few years ago, a few of us
doesn't-
on this committee decided that we wanted to find out how many
Since like the
criminal crimes are
Romans
on the
and
books.
stuff, dude, when they used
We
to
reached
stand
out to
up and
the
give their
Congressional
speeches, it's all about the
Research
show
Service, the
and
CRS, whose job it is to answer
it's
such
horseshit.
questions
That's
like
what it
this
is.
when members have
Yeah.
these
These
questions.
people like
The answer
kid
that came back was
themselves that
stunning.
they're
The answer
doing
that came
something
back
good for their
was to the effect
communities.
that
Then they get
the
heated.
answer is unknown
And then they get
unknowable,
corrupt.
but at least 300,000. A lot of the reason for this is that there are a lot of instances in which federal regulations impose criminal penalties. Impose criminal penalties often without Congress independently enacting anything, just using some sort of delegated lawmaking authority from Congress.
Dude, the one thing I hate about wintertime, I'm sure you can,
Incorporating elements
you
of
don't
a
smoke in
criminal
your house, do you?
into a criminal regulation, which
That's right, you do. Yeah, so you, that's right, so you really can't relate to it. Never mind.
That's why we were going to say.
I was gonna say, like, when it's cold outside and you smoke, like, you know, obviously you get a little high, but when you come into the heat, it's like, it intensifies like crazy.
Reason number one, of
Yeah,
course,
when I'm
are
sat
the
in my
Article
little
1, Section
studio
1
room
and 7 make clear that you cannot
with
make
my
a
feet
federal
on the
law
radiator.
or change a federal law without Congress, without both houses of
box in
Congress
the dark.
passing the same text, submitting it to the president. Reason number two, oftentimes when this happens, you end up with an either absent or hugely ambiguous mens rea, meaning the standard of intent with which one must have acted in order to commit the criminal offense in question. is often absent or at least so murky that nobody can tell what it means. Both of these things, of course, lead to huge problems for defendants and for the liberty interests of the American people.
So
I'd
this
ask
is the
that you,
second round now?
if confirmed, help
Yeah.
work with us on these things and share any thoughts you might have on them.
So they get
Yes,
shorter
Senator,
amount
and
of
I wasn't
time.
aware of the mens rea issue.
Thank
Yes.
God.
Senator Klobuchar.
Just want to hear what the
Very
idiots
good.
got to say.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, and
Jesus.
thank you for mentioning antitrust. I'm really proud of the work you and I have done together, as well as Senator
She's
Lee
probably
and I.
fucking
And I
60.
know we
probably
discussed
90.
with you, Ms. Bondi, the work on allowing state AGs, a bill that Senator Lee led, and I was the Democratic lead on letting state AGs keep the antitrust cases involving tech in their states. And Senator Grassley and I successfully passed our bill to finally update the merger fees, which have allowed larger mergers have to pay in more, smaller mergers less, and that has led, along with other reasons, to beef up the antitrust division of antitrust during the last few years. And I want to make sure that you are committed to continuing a strong antitrust division
blah,
with
blah,
adequate
blah.
personnel.
And if I am confirmed, I intend on bringing in Gail Slater. She is amazing, and I think bipartisan support for her, and did a lot of antitrust. Well, I had someone who knew antitrust much better than I when I was state attorney general, and it's very important.
But how
Very
about
important.
the resources
She looks like
for the
that
division?
actor
It
chick
has
that's
been,
like fucking
under this
30 something.
administration, the current outgoing one,
What's her name?
they have added lawyers and others to it.
Oh, shit.
And
I just
my
watched a
question
few
was is
movies
if you'll continue
with her in
that.
it too.
Yes, I was actually looking at the structure of that unit, and if I am
just like her.
confirmed, I've been a little busy, I plan on working with Gail
Okay.
Slater and all the lawyers in that unit.
Okay.
It's like a horror movie.
And
It's like a
then just
funny horror movie. I'm
you
trying
and
to
I
think.
discussed some of the important cases, the Google case, Live Nation, Ticketmaster, the Apple case. I don't know if
That's
we
it,
talked
like
about
she
that one.
belongs in a horror
But
movie,
Real
but-
Page. And will you commit to continue these cases and to pursue remedies that will fully protect consumers from anti-competitive conduct? I'm not asking what the result will be. I can.
Joe
imagine
Biden's out there
the answer,
taking
but I'm just asking
credit
that
for the
under,
hostages, him
if
and
you are
Blinken and
confirmed that you will continue the work
Hamilton.
on these cases.
Yes, Senator, I haven't looked at those on a case-by-case basis, but I'm committed to that type of case and protecting consumers. And I will look at that and have that unit look at that right away.
Thank you.
The girl's even blonde
At its
too, the
founding in
actor.
1870, the
Actress.
Justice Department's priority was to enforce civil rights. That's what was founded, the reason guaranteed by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments during Reconstruction. Today, civil rights enforcement is led by the Civil Rights Division. Do you believe it is a critical mission of the Justice Department to vigorously enforce our nation's civil rights laws?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Voting rights. Will you commit to properly enforcing federal laws that protect the right to vote that are critical to ensuring free and fair elections like the Voting Rights Act?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. We're back to the FBI nominee. Again, I express my deep concern, Kash Patel. He has vowed to retaliate against the president-elect's enemies, quote, not just in the government,
Let's
but
hear
in
about
the
him again.
media, end quote. As we know, the president-elect has already sued a
Kash Patel
pollster
person.
in Iowa
Yeah.
whose
Is he
predictions
already
turned out
in
to be
some
wrong,
kind of
which
position
happens with
or no?
pollsters all over the place,
He's,
as we all know.
the nominee for the
But
FBI
free
director.
press is
No,
essential to
he's
our
probably not going to get it
democracy.
then.
Reporters must be able to do their job
well,
without fear of being
Because
investigated
they
or
keep fucking
scared of
bringing him up.
prosecuted. Will you commit that
Because
the
they're scared
Justice
of him.
Department, under your
Yeah, they
leadership,
should
if
be.
confirmed, will respect the importance of a free
But if they're
press?
scared, then he
Absolutely.
should
And
probably
if the
get a job.
president or the, depends on who the FBI director is, I have some strong views on that, tries to push to go after the media, how would you respond to that?
I have not, clearly
Hypothetical.
he's made some statements, but I haven't talked to Mr. Patel about those statements. But going after the media just because they're the media is wrong, of course.
All right, thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Here we go, baby.
Thank you, Mr.
My
Chairman.
boy.
General,
Common sense in this motherfucker.
I
Yours.
Let's get some
admire your
reality
spunk.
up in there.
Here we go.
Coming from you, Senator, that is a huge compliment.
You know,
What did he
learn
say?
the hard way up here. You may know it already, but up here, if you
speaking to Mike.
if you turn the other cheek, you just get it in the neck. Oh. You're friends with President Trump, are you?
Yes, Senator, and I spoke to him this morning.
You're not enemies.
No, Senator, I don't think I'd be sitting here if I was an enemy. He'd be crazy to have me sitting here if I was an enemy.
She has years of experience and she's
Yes,
fucking
Senator.
bad.
Yeah, she's been like
And,
Attorney General of
other
Florida, wasn't she, at one point?
this
Look at all the guys. She got my vote.
colleagues that somehow
Big old guy next to him.
disqualifies you. Have you ever seen a president of the United States appoint his enemies to his cabinet?
Exactly, Senator. I think many presidents, including President Obama, were friends with his attorney general throughout the years.
Of course.
I want to
That smile right there. He was like, "Yep."
one of the suggestions of my colleagues.
It's slightly
I
weird
wrote
that you've
it down.
become more
He
interested
said
in her since you found out she was
concerned
nearly
that,
60,
quote, you
dude.
would start with a name
Huh?
to prosecute.
No,
and then
I'm
move
surprised.
on.
No, she shouldn't look that good for 60.
I know she shouldn't. It can't be real, but it's
may
funny
be
how you've become more interested.
I've been interested the whole time. I'm just, I mean, it sucks a little bit that she's 60 because I got shot in hell.
In
But,
large parts.
you know.
I mean, does that mean now that
If you elect
she's
me, I'll prosecute
a gilf or a milf?
Donald Trump.
I believe there were
me,
others
it's
as
a
well,
guilt.
Senator.
Right.
There's a
Me,
cut
it's-
How long were you a
for me, she's
prosecutor?
somebody that's 9 years older than me.
Okay.
It's neither.
Is there anything in your background to suggest that my
In a perfect
colleagues'
world, she could be my fucking
suggestion
grandmother.
that you would start with a name and then look for a crime?
That's so
Is there
wrong.
anything in your background
I'm just saying.
That's just so wrong, though, isn't it?
basis to say that?
No, Senator.
Okay. Have you ever done that?
No, Senator. And I
Ever
think I have a
plan-
lot of former colleagues sitting behind me who would back me up on that as well.
Do you plan to do that as Attorney General?
Of course not, Senator. I hope no attorney general going forward would ever do that.
Well,
I love this guy.
today.
He's patient
One
and
need not be
calculated.
clairvoyant to see
Yeah.
that you're going to be confirmed. And you talked a lot about bringing us together today. I'll make this suggestion. Senator Durbin talked about it. You can bring us together if you will just answer Grassley's letters. That will be a really good start because you'll never hear the end of it, nor should you. The man he's like a dog on a bone.
Thank you, Senator.
Talking shit on him. I love it. Right to his face.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Bondi. Three things. One, I do have some concern that whoever is the Attorney General, you or anyone.
What?
is gonna be
Anyone?
Presumably, it will be under a significant amount of pressure at some point from the president.
Shut up.
Attorney General Barr was, Attorney General Sessions was. Yeah, and you've made it very clear your client is the Constitution. I think that's very
She's stronger than
reassuring
you,
to us.
you old bastard.
But the president does
She's
have
probably older than him.
now the Supreme Court provided immunity.
probably is.
And I just want to express to
Like
you my
56.
concern, and it really does align with what Senator Schiff said. You have what I regard as a very bad decision by the Supreme Court. The president should not be above the law, never has been.
Exactly, Tanker.
And
This
my
time
concern
round, he
on the
knows.
basis
He
of
knows how to
statements that
move.
President-elect
He
Trump
even
has
said it
made
too
is that he does
when
identify people as political enemies, including Senator
Rogan kept
Schiff.
pressing him about like the
And
first
there
day,
may
the
come
first
a
day, the
day
first
where
week.
there is
And he's
pressure
like, I
on
didn't know who
you.
to trust.
And I'm just going to express my hope.
He's like, now I do.
that independence that you've had
Yeah,
throughout
exactly.
your career when it comes to the Constitution or
He
pressure
knows
from
not to
a higher official,
trust the
that you're going to choose the Constitution. So you
status
don't even
quo.
have to answer
It's
that.
funny, everybody
but
bitches
it's a
about like
concern
The guy yesterday has like a TV show, yet fucking
colleagues here, but with
Vladimir Zelensky was like a movie
my
star.
colleagues have
And
made
he's
the
like,
case about
He
weapons.
wasn't even a
like,
movie
in
star.
this
He just had like a
administration. We can have a
sitcom
debate about that.
Yeah,
where he
whatever.
played the
There's been a
president of the
universal
fucking
statement
Ukraine.
here that we want
Yeah.
the rule of law
And
to
they were
be
like, yeah,
the
sure.
basis of going forward. So thank you for allowing me to say that. Second, I'm really interested in your focus on.
We definitely do need
how
age
do
limits.
we
It's disgusting.
cut down on recidivism. I was a public defender.
it's
That's
like
how I got
geriatric
started. I
code,
started
isn't it?
prosecutor.
Watching a bunch of fucking
In Vermont, prosecutors and
again,
defenders were good
that's what
friends.
war
We each had a
is.
job
War is
to
a bunch
do.
of old men
But
arguing and
my
young
experience with my clients,
kids
and I'm
dying.
accepting
Men
folks
dying.
who just,
Kids.
they're really dangerous. You've got to lock
Dude,
them up.
16-year-olds are going to fucking war. What are you talking
The
about?
vast majority of people
Yeah.
had a substance abuse
You know?
problem.
They couldn't even buy
oftentimes have very
fucking
limited
cigarettes
education.
today. Here,
Sometimes
here they raised it to fucking
face these
21
incredible dilemmas that Senator Coons was
by
talking about,
fucking
where they get fines and they get their
nicotine,
license
anything
suspended, so the
nicotine.
job
So
they had now
it's
they lose. So
we're
can you
backwards,
just
bro.
elaborate a bit on what you want to do to inject some energy into dealing with cutting down on recidivism?
Well, first, we can address it at the Bureau of Prison level, of course, what we talked about. Those are for the people who will be locked up in prison serving sentences, to make sure they get the resources that they need upon release. 98% of the people in the Bureau of Prisons will be released. I believe it's a mess right now, a mess. And when you look at an organizational chart of the office, assuming I may get confirmed, I was looking at all the slots and my eyes went down to the bottom to Bureau of Prisons because of my career experience as a prosecutor and caring about what happens there for the very reasons you said. We need more drug courts, and you were talking about drug addicts as well. It's more than that, and we both know that. It's also people who are dual diagnosed, meaning
Right.
you have a drug addiction but also mental health issues, and that's
Well,
Senator,
I
something I
would
can't
like
wrap
to
my head
work-
around yet.
Right. I'd like to work with you on that. And then the third thing is that, I mentioned this earlier, the consumer issues, the False Claims Act efforts that you can bring, the challenge to ripoffs in the civil sphere, where companies are doing things that are just crushing our consumers and charging ripoff and overcharging. That is very, very important.
even
I
is he
hope
talking
that
about?
there'll be as much emphasis on protecting consumers as there will be
As long
on
as
protecting
fucking
public
she
safety,
gets a couple
which obviously
Democratic votes
is
to be all
a
right.
high priority for you and for the department.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, I think she'll
Thank
get
you.
some.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's some that won't argue the process.
I think
do you know what I
you're
mean?
doing incredible
Is there
today.
some that'll
I'm not
skip their turn
surprised.
here?
Mom, how are you doing?
Say what?
Is there some that'll
I
skip
told
their
her not to
turn
react, no matter what.
if they're done?
That's probably harder for her than it is for you. Well, listen,
Yeah, some won't come back.
we've
more
talked about
questions.
this over the years. So for me,
Oh, okay.
I didn't know
Won't be
I didn't
all
know any lawyers growing up. I'm trying to think when I actually met a lawyer in my life. I grew up in a really blue collar neighborhood, but I was attracted to the law because I felt like it gave guardrails for people to pursue their dreams, right? That you would be on equal footing. And I think that your fights for the little guy, I referenced this in the opening statements, are admirable. And, you got some questions
Dude, that shit got me
earlier about
bored.
are you willing to stand up against corporate interests,
like two
or
little
are you
bald
willing to
heads,
fight
too.
back? I mean, I think you've demonstrated that, right?
I think we did it together when we were attorneys general as well.
Yeah, your client is the people, and it's your job to fight for them, because in these jobs, especially even a local prosecutor, I think is even more appropriate scenario. There's only one local prosecutor. There's only one prosecutor in that county. So it's interesting when we have these discussions about some of these prosecutors across the country, and Senator Hawley and I know there's been a couple in Missouri, and they're all around. When they decide not to charge violent criminals, there's nobody else who can do that. There's nobody else that can do that. One of the things that when I was Attorney General, we were able to do when President Trump was in office, sadly, the Biden administration dropped this effort, was we had assistant AGs deputized as assistant U.S. attorneys to help fight violent crime, to add capacity. And when, there was a surge to take on some of the most violent criminals on the streets, we were there to help. Those are the kind of partnerships I'm guessing that you'll look towards, right? To get back to the core mission of taking on violent crime and fighting for the little guy. So I wanted to give you a little bit of an opportunity to talk about that. And also, sort of what's your vision? You're answering a lot of questions. What's your vision for the department? I mean, how do you see your role? How do you want to go do that? I think you're incredibly qualified to do it, but just in your own words, what are the things that you're going to focus on?
Senator, it's truly overwhelming when you
It's
look at the
only
volume
fans
of that department,
from
the
day
Department
one.
of Justice. It is the largest law firm in the world and manages the largest law enforcement agencies. And that's why, first and foremost, what I did when I was Attorney General, you surround yourself with great people. And that includes Gail Slater. That includes my Chief of Staff, if I am confirmed. Deputy, and so on and so on, and work from there, but look at each and every department. And I don't know if one department is more important than the other, but I will work very hard every day. And as Senator Welsh had said, it's not only fighting crime. I think that's just first and foremost on Americans' minds right now. But that's why there is an entire huge civil division that falls under the Department of Justice to protect consumers, to do the antitrust cases, to do all the Medicare cases, to do all of the other cases. So it's multifaceted. But first and foremost, of course, to keep America safe and restore integrity to that department. I don't think I can stress enough that 72% of Americans have lost faith in the Department of Justice.
Yeah, and I think that the belief that the American people need to have, again, is that people are going to be treated the same. As you said earlier, there's only one tier. There's not two tiers of justice. And I think that's when you really dig down to some of the comments you've heard and questions, on at least on this side, that's the big concern. I don't want it tilted in anybody's direction. You just want it to be fair. And you want certainly the top law enforcement official in the country to view it that way. I think you do. And I think your history, your qualifications, your demeanor, your character warrant a bipartisan vote. I hope you get it. I really do. You deserve it.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Back again. He's got his special buzz.
Again, thank you, Ms. Bondi, for answering our question. I want to come back to TikTok.
Oh, God.
Why? And we ran out of time when I was asking you before about the importance of the law that was passed overwhelmingly bipartisan majority here in the United States Congress. As you know, last year,
I'm going to stream this for another 9 minutes.
a Chinese hacking group, it was
I need
called
food.
Assault Typhoon.
Yeah, right.
Been here for
Broke
5
into
hours.
Several American
That's
phone
crazy.
companies reportedly used that access to spy
Gotta eat.
on the White House, the FBI, other
7:20
sensitive
p.m.
government targets. The threat of Chinese communist espionage goes beyond just watching. It also involved potentially shutting down our grids, other critical infrastructure targets. I assume you agree with me that Chinese
You assume
cyber warfare,
a lot,
espionage,
Mr.
malign
Blumenthal.
influence is an existential
Why did they?
threat
So
to America.
did they really ban fucking TikTok?
It is an existential threat,
So what is
Senator,
that-
and
so-
also, I have not seen it
But I
yet,
just
but
downloaded
from
TikTok
what
like
I've
2 days
heard
ago.
about
Only in
former
some states, I
FBI
think.
Director Ray's
And I like.
comments on 60 Minutes regarding China.
I think they banned it in
sleeper
Florida.
cells within our own country,
Oh, really?
Until you're
including our
16,
water
I don't know.
systems, our natural gas lines,
Okay. I thought they like fucking
telecommunications.
ban the whole
A
thing.
very, very real threat to our country.
Because
Oh, yeah, they want it.
Agree.
I
I get it.
And as
It is a
there.
it's
and
a
as
Chinese
the
spy
Department of
mining
Justice
fucking
has
thing.
noted,
Isn't it?
it's not classified, so we can.
Yeah, I
talk
don't
about
really know too much about it because I don't like.
Uh,
I made it
ByteDance
like a fake
is
account so I can message
beholden
the
to
dude off
demands of
eBay.
the Chinese government. It
So I
is
can get a better
controlled by the
price, but that's
Chinese
about it.
government, and it in turn.
I've got it because I
controls
was watching like
TikTok.
the riots and
Do you agree that ByteDance
like when we watch the inauguration, I'll
control,
find some
ownership,
people that are live
exploitation
streaming
of
just in
TikTok
case stuff kicks
is
off.
a
You know,
threat to
Yeah,
American?
and
because that's where you'd be able to
Senator,
find
this is
it.
Somebody told me you could, like, sell shit on there,
pending
too, so,
litigation
I mean,
within the Department of Justice.
Yeah,
I would
you
put
could
it
set up like a
this way.
store. You
It's
see
not
people
an
just
obligation
talking and selling
within the
shit,
Department
cards.
of
And all
Justice. It's
sorts.
in the courts.
That's
In the
crazy.
courts.
And the Department of Justice is currently defending
Yes.
the constitutionality of American law. Will you
Pending.
continue to defend the law passed by the Congress defending America's national security?
Senator, I cannot, it would be irresponsible for me to talk about anything, and it is pending litigation. We can talk
I was
semantics all
Attorney
day
General,
long.
and very
I'm not
often-
trying to hedge on anything, Senator. I just
I'm
can't
having a
comment on
problem
anything.
with the idea that you won't tell me that the Department of Justice will continue to defend against a constitutional attack.
She's
the
explained
law of the
why.
United States. When I was Attorney General of the state of Connecticut, I would say I have an obligation to defend the law of Connecticut against any attacks. You have an obligation, or you did as Attorney General of Florida, to go to court when those laws were attacked. You have an obligation as United States Attorney General to do what this Attorney General is doing, whether you agree with it or not. And frankly, whatever the president
Why would you
thinks
do it
about
if you
that
don't agree
law,
with it?
you have an obligation to defend it. This is an easy
Why?
question for you. Will you defend laws of the United States of America against constitutional attacks? I'm asking you in general.
In general, yes.
And with respect to the law that would require divestiture of TikTok, which is a law passed by this body and supported by, I think, a majority of members on both sides of the aisle, why can't you tell us that you will defend it?
Senator, I'm not hedging. This is all pending litigation, and I can't talk about pending litigation if confirmed as Attorney General.
I have to tell you, with all due respect, that answer is unacceptable to me.
Which means it's a great answer.
Thank you.
Before I go to Senator Britt, I'd like to enter a letter into the record from former Department of Justice employees who support Ms. Bondi's nomination. This bipartisan group of attorneys includes several former AGs, assistant attorneys general, U.S. attorneys, right to share both strong and enthusiastic support, unquote, for Ms. Bondi.
He's 95 years old.
Quote, integrity, her integrity.
He's in a
and
nursing home, for
devotion
Christ's
to the
sakes.
rule
They
of
just
law.
wheeled him out.
End of quote.
I bet he
Without
shits
objection,
himself while he sits
I
there.
would enter these into the.
Where it's like a
record. Hearing
fucking
none, so ordered.
Seems like they're all
ad or
controlled.
something.
It seems like they're all controlled by the
Thank you,
people
Mr.
behind them.
Chairman.
Yeah, they are.
Several
They're
of
the ones that are
my
running the remote
colleagues, on
controls.
the other side of the aisle have insinuated that your friendship with Donald Trump is
It's like they're
a
kicking the back of
problem.
their chair if they say something. Like, boom.
My colleagues.
Probably gonna
on
tell me
my
this
side of the
chick's
aisle
like 70 or
have
something
leaned
now.
into this,
Right.
kind of exposing the hypocrisy, given what we have seen
This is
before from
fucking
previous administrations. And I would
42.
just like to read something to you from 1961. Washington, January 13th. The Senate Judiciary Committee approved without objection today President-elect John F. Kennedy's selection of his brother, Robert, as Attorney General. The vote came after a 2-hour hearing. Would you like a 2-hour hearing, by the way?
Can we redo this?
Yeah, that's right. The vote came after a 2-hour hearing devoted in large part to the praise of Mr. Kennedy. Forecasts that there would be several critical questionings, especially from Republicans, proved incorrect. All 14 committee members present voted to approve the nomination when it was formally made. The New York Times. As it said, blood is thicker than water, meaning family bonds are stronger than any other relationship. I just think that that needs to be before the American people once again. And I appreciate you continuing to reiterate that you will serve the people of this great country and that you will follow the law.
Thank you, Senator.
I'd like to move to something that has become another theme of this hearing, and that is Senator Grassley's letters. So I myself sent a letter to our current Attorney General and unfortunately received the very same treatment. So in front of this committee, Merrick Garland, Attorney General Garland, had made a testimony that we found evidence to possibly contradict what he had said. On March 23rd, he came in front of the Appropriations Committee, where I was a member, and I presented him with evidence that the DOJ had actively discouraged the enforcement of 18 United States Code Section 1507 at the homes of Supreme Court justices in the wake of the leak of the Dobbs decision. Evidence that appeared that he had clearly either misled or misinformed this committee. Evidence that showed that the department was putting politics above duty. Section 1507, as you well know, makes it illegal to picket or parade.
We should have a
judges'
drinking game
residence
for the inauguration,
with
dude.
the intent of influencing them in the discharge of
Like
their
every time
duties.
someone says America,
It was openly
Gotta
and
take a shot.
frequently violated
What's-
on numerous occasions.
What
in the
what day
summer
of the week is it?
2022, yet never enforced
it's
by
20th.
U.S. Marshals stationed at
It's
the
the weekend,
home
isn't
of
it?
justices. In large
Okay,
part
yeah.
because of the evidence that we
It's,
showed that they had been
uh,
actively discouraged from making arrests. When we asked Attorney General Garland
Oh, no, it's
why he
Monday.
had been prosecuted, he said because no
But
one
it'd be
was
it's got to be a national holiday, isn't it?
really going back to the fact that the U.S. Marshals in
But
these
you-
slides were actively discouraged from making them.
Yeah,
On May 3rd, 2023, I led a
course it
group of
is.
senators, many on this committee, sending a letter to the Attorney General asking him for response to 19 questions by the end of May. And to this day, I have yet to receive any actual response to any of my questions. To Senator Grassley's second point, if you do get a response, which mine came almost a year late, it was just words on paper. And so what I'd like to know from you is two things. One, if confirmed, will you do everything in your power to have yourself or one of your top officials respond in a timely manner to those of us on this committee? And second, since I am almost out of time, will you commit to working to help me get answers about why this happened in the Department of Justice so that we can ensure that it never happens again?
Yes, Senator, and it
took
sounds
our
like we're going to
jobs.
have to open an entire unit to handle Senator Grassley's letters
Good.
to respond to them.
That's what we all like to hear.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, and I'm grateful to Senator Britt for bringing that up. It's probably
Sure you are.
one of the bipartisan commitments if we're going to fulfill our duties as
I'm going to wrap this up
It's
because
really important
I'm starving.
that we get.
And they're just banging on now
for
about
that. I want to
same
jump back
shit.
right in where we were talking.
Annie Potts is live.
Last,
Oh, really?
It's just about the crack and powder cocaine
Yeah.
disparities that we discussed in the office. It's
So,
something that this committee in a
if you wanna-
bipartisan way has
if
done a lot
anybody's
on. We
wanting
discussed
to
about
know,
13 to 1 sentence.
she is
disparity
live.
Came down from 100 to 1. I've been
Go
working in good
check it
faith
out.
with
Go
people
check
like
it
Senator
out.
Grassley on
Yeah,
trying
it is
to
Monday. It is a holiday, isn't
move
it?
as
Like
much
the inauguration.
as possible. We
Oh, she's
know
not live anymore. That's why you guys come back, is it?
states as well as 40 other states.
One
So-
more.
She
All
was
right, bro.
live.
I'm gonna let you go.
Making my
Have a good day.
Yeah,
It was
I gotta
fun,
eat.
man. When are you going live again?
2002
This is better than
just
this is better than
forcing us
fucking true crime shit.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
will look at
like
that
I said, it is-
policy, if I am confirmed.
It is
as
better,
the
it's
Attorney General. I
interesting,
had
but it's
no
also,
idea it was
in my mind,
13
it's
to 1.
it's relevant, and people
I will
don't
look
see
at
the
that policy,
relevancy,
If confirmed, and
which,
report back to
you
you
know,
right away. It
I
sounds
like
if
watching
I'm
this,
confirmed,
dude.
I have a lot of reporting
This is
back
how
to
your
you
country is run.
right
It's like
away.
looking behind the curtain, you know?
Am I
Not
always saying
not enough
that
people do it.
express
Not enough
something that
people
they
understand
especially
what goes
what's
on.
going on forward, it seems
Oh
unreasonable.
shit.
I was
I
not
know.
aware that that was.
They
It's
just
like-
hear, they just see what they see on like fucking CNN or
Yeah,
fucking
where
even
either
worse.
side will take little cuts of what they want you to see, you know?
Yeah,
It's already happened, like today, that, like since this has been live, you know?
Yeah.
Like loads of clips.
Yeah. All right. Have a good day, brother. Or good
And
night.
I'll catch you later.
All right. See you. See you, Cut.
Pleasure, everyone. Thanks for coming. If you want to check out the rest of this, you can do. It's Forbes breaking news. I probably should put a link in the description. shouldn't I?
And I guess a lot of people are concerned about reversing a policy that could deeply affect people's access to mifepristone. I'm wondering if you would commit to continuing the U.S. Department of Justice's efforts to defend the FDA's judgment in lawsuits against mifepristone.
And I was not aware of that, Senator, until we spoke.
Wish I knew
And
how
I
to
think
work
I
this
told
computer.
you, I will look at that policy. I was not aware of
Such
the
a good
policy.
computer.
I will look at that policy. I am personally pro-life. I've always been pro-life, but I will look at that policy. I will not.
Right,
not
guys.
let
Yeah,
my
have a good one.
personal
And
beliefs affect how
want
I
to watch the
carry out
rest of this,
that.
go do it. If not,
To talk to about an issue,
don't.
but been so
I'll
willing
back
to talk to me
again.
about it, but the
I'll
first
see
thing
what's
that
happening the rest of the week.
is in my
I can't do
in a
Friday,
dire
though.
state, we had a bipartisan bill with
But yeah, apart
87
from that,
senators
I'll
voting
be
for
around.
it, 88 if
See you later, guys.
Liz
Thanks
Cheney
for coming.
fighting
Bye,
the Wells fight.
bye, bye.
I would like to make sure that you work with us to have implementation